Chapter 1, Ling-Yi the Transmigrator. The player selection is over. I wonder if there will be any new players in Firefly Town? There should be. There was 5 last month. Location, Xinxiao Land. Firefly Town, Zhenjiang City. As May came to a close, people started to feel the rising heat in the air. It was noon, and a few young people in their 20s and 30s were chatting in a courtyard. Let's wait a little longer. We can register in that building over there if we're chosen to be players. The building they were talking about was the Xinxia Player Alliance's branch in Firefly Town. It was a rule for the people in Xinxia that all new players must register with the Alliance. So it became a commonplace for new players and would-be players of Firefly Town to gather after, and sometimes during, the selection period. Just as the man had convinced his friend to stay, a black-haired young man entered the Alliance building. Welcome. Are you here to register as a player? Yes, I am. Ling-Yi nodded. Please open the personal stats. Yes. He replied and proceeded to do as he was told. Name, Ling-Yi. Player number, 200666-00033. Level, 1-0/200. Talent, Luck. Strength, 3. MP, 5. Agility, 3. Vitality, 3. Endurance, 3. Note, average stats of an ordinary person is 3. Max stat is 5. Skill, none. Combat strength, ordinary human. Here you go, he said. The official lady quickly recorded all the information into the computer in front of her. Then she asked Ling-Yi to provide his identification card. Once everything was saved into the system, his player profile was finally completed. Name, Ling-Yi. ID number. Player number. Level, 1. The player file only had these 4 pieces of information on display. The purpose was to bind the ID number to the unique player number of each player. Talent and attributes were private and would not be recorded into the file. As for the level, this is your level 1 subsidy. The official lady handed him a black bank card. When you reach level 10, you'll receive even more generous subsidies. And for every 10 levels you have achieved after that, please return to receive your reward. The subsidy was a reward program that Xinxia had set up to support new players and to encourage them to progress their skills, which is why the player's level must be displayed to avoid fraud. Alright, he said. Ling-Yi took the bank card and turned around to leave. A little perplexed at the sudden departure, the official lady was stunned but immediately called out to him, "Sir, wait." What? Ling-Yi stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. Is there anything else? There was a trace of confusion in his dark eyes. The official lady took out a gift bag from under the table, then pointed to the cabinet on the side of the room. Here in Firefly Branch, we give every new player a small gift. You can choose between one of the 2. Looking in the direction she was pointing, he saw 2 solid wood cabinets standing by the entrance door. The cabinet on the left stored red medicine, while the other stored yellow pills. I'm sure you already know what these things are, but I will give you a brief explanation for formalities. The official lady walked over and stood right between the 2 cabinets. The one on the left is the beginner's health potion. For most players below level 10, 1 bottle can restore a large amount of health. If an ordinary person drinks it, no matter how much blood they lose, they will immediately and completely recover. The one on the right is a stamina pill. As the name suggests, it is used to recover your stamina. These 2 meds were the lowest level items a player could get. And it can be easily obtained on God's path. Ling-Yi wasn't interested in any of them, and instead, he casually replied, "I'll take the physical strength pill." A physical strength pill? The lady was a little taken aback, but she quickly recovered. I would suggest that you take the health potion. It's more valuable. Then I'll take the health potion. The official lady smiled and led Ling Yi to the door. She then placed the beginner health potion and strength pill into his gift bag. When he saw what she had slipped in, Ling Yi was stunned for a moment before he took the gift bag from the smiling woman. "Thank you," he said, and couldn't help returning her smile. Either because her smile infected him or because he felt the warmth in his chest. When he got home, Ling Yi placed the gift bag on the table and lay on the sofa, letting out a long breath. Hua! He can feel every inch of his body relaxing in an instant. His house was relatively small, only about 15 square meters in area. When he first moved here, the union relief workers thought he was a victim, whatever that means, and specially provided him with a place to live. Since his identity card was still in process at that time, he could not prove his citizenship and just let the workers think what they wanted to think. Although his home was small, it had a complete set of furniture such as tables, chairs, and a bed cabinet. He even had a sofa and TV in his room that no one else had. He was a little suspicious that maybe someone had been secretly helping him, but he shrugged it off as coincidence. "I've finally become a player," Ling Yi muttered to himself. There was a hint of anticipation and fire in his eyes. The God's Path. The path to godhood that people spoke of. Since its appearance 20 years ago, many organizations held a player selection at the end of every month. Only the top 1 million humans could qualify as players. Those who obtained the qualifications to be a player could enter God's Path on the second day after the selection, which was usually the first of the following month. He had officially started his life as a player and an extraordinary human. Feeling excitement bubbling in his chest, Ling Yi immediately turned on the television, wanting to see if he could get more information from the television. However, as soon as he turned on the TV, a lot of hot news popped up on the screen. A 90-meter-tall tsunami. The dark organization Sacred Gate had launched another attack. We still don't know why they attacked a small, nameless city. Phoenix Sword Saint Nangon Li has killed a level 55 rare monster, the Green Flame Undying Bird. She has obtained the 8-star skill Undying Bird Scale. After 3 months, the White Eagle Champion, ACI, has finally risen from level 92 to level 93, becoming the first level 93 player in the world. The army of monsters has arrived at the Rhine River. The once glorious Rhine city is now shattered in ruin. A new bounty has been released. 27 new wanted criminals with a reward of over 100 million are added to the list. Even though he had only been here for a day, Ling Yi knew that this world was many times more dangerous than his previous life. But what can he do other than be grateful for transmigrating into another world? It's a good thing I live right across the Firefly branch. No need to walk to such lengths to be safe, and I'm safe for the time being. But I still need to get stronger as soon as possible. He didn't need to force himself to be strong. It was good enough that he could still live to see another day. The him of the past had sacrificed himself to save someone. Perhaps it was the kindness of the heavens that allowed him to come here as an 18-year-old. Since that was the case, he would not let this chance go to waste. He would also live on as positively and optimistically as before. Feeling more fired up, he turned the TV to the God's Path channel and browsed the content more seriously. Ling Yi turned off the TV 2 hours later and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He then let out a long, helpless sigh. There's no time to waste. If I can't quickly gain some advantage before level 10, it'll only get harder and harder later. From what he understood through the channel's crash course, God's Path has what people call a novice period. It was almost impossible for any normal players below level 10 to improve, unlike some people with resources from their own families or organization. So this novice period was the only chance for unspecialized people like Ling Yi to level up. If he or any of these new players couldn't level up within this period, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to catch up, especially against this group of people who had all the support and resources to help them. What should I do tomorrow? As if answering his question, Ling Yi heard someone say, "Ding." Chapter 2. Chapter 2, The Supermutation System. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Ding. Supermutation system has been awakened. Eh? Lingy looked in disbelief. A system? He was stunned as he stared at the golden words that appeared in front of him. After the notification registered inside his brain, Lingy couldn't help but leap in excitement. System, tell me about your functions. This system can upgrade all kinds of foreign objects in the direction of the host's desire. The robotic voice dutifully replied. Different items have different mutation potentials and are divided into 5 grades: low, medium, high, exorbitant, and perfect. The higher the mutation grade, the greater the range of the mutation option and the more mutation points consumed. However, the same item can only be mutated once. Lingy waited a little longer, almost half expecting the robotic voice to continue its explanation. And in the midst of silence, the magnitude of the system he received dawned on him. A mutation. The system's message was easy to understand. He could upgrade an object's, or maybe even something else's, potential in any way he wanted. But, the greater the upgrade, the more points he would have to consume. And as for what it does specifically, well, he had to test it out to find out. However, in order to do that, he still needed to collect mutation points. System, how do I obtain these points? The host can collect them from the emotions of nearby units. 100 emotional points can be converted into 1 mutation point. Immediately, a simple number column hologram appeared. Current collected, distress points, 100. Oh. I already have 100 points now? Lingy wondered. Is this part of the beginner's bonus? There was no reply. It made him realize that this system wasn't one of those artificially intelligent ones. I guess it's a good thing it's not an AI. He sighed, part of him still a little disappointed. But, he quickly brushed it off and perked up. Lingy looked around his house with an intense gaze. Old television, mutation potential, low, mutation not recommended. Old sofa, mutation potential, low. Old table, mutation potential, low. Brand new toothbrush, mutation potential, low. Now that you think about it, Lingy thought aloud. He had been walking around his house twice now and finally came to an abrupt stop. Other than the toothbrush, toothpaste, and other stuff that I bought, the rest of this stuff doesn't really belong to me. What kind of upgrade am I expecting from these ordinary objects, anyway? No wonder they all have low mutation value. He began pacing back and forth in the room. If I want to upgrade something, shouldn't items benefiting the game have more value? His gaze unconsciously landed on the gift bag he left on the table. A pink letter also floated out when he took out the 2 items inside. HM? What's this? Picking up the letter, Lingy could still smell a faint fragrance resembling a plum flower's blooming. There was only a single-line note with beautiful handwriting on the paper. May you return to your youth after 1,000 sales. Lingy was stunned at those words, or better yet, confused. But it quickly glided off his mind. He didn't think much about it. Out of habit, he looked at the back of the letter and was surprised to find that there were more written on the back. To increase the number of local players in the Divine Union's foreign aid, we bring you our genius plan. Range, all new June players of Qianjiang City. Requirement, the first 5 players must reach level 10. Anyone who fulfilled the above requirements could become a member of the foreign aid of the local Divine Union branch. Friendly reminder, please go to your local branch as soon as you reach level 10. Oh? Extra help from the Divine Union? Lingy's eyes lit up. He had accidentally heard the men next door talking earlier today and learned that being in the Divine Union's foreign aid was a good part-time job. The Divine Union had its own permanent members. These people were the ones who took action when something happened. It was only in the case of a lack of workforce that they would call players outside of their organization for help, which was not very often for them to do. And these actions themselves did not happen daily. So, they hardly, if ever, take new members in a year. However, every time they took action, the foreign aid would receive a considerable amount of money. So, it was not surprising that this rare opportunity tempted Ling Yi. I only have the 1,000 gold coins from the subsidy. I'll have to try my best to get this part-time job. It's better to have this status on my profile than nothing at all. He muttered as he rubbed his chin. There were many benefits of being in foreign aid. Mostly it would give the player a higher priority. When the Divine Union needed help, they would send requests to most players. If a player had foreign aid on their status, they would be given priority to receive missions and quests from them. If he didn't have this status, he would have to compete with the millions of other people who wanted to help the organization. After all, the spot for helping the foreign aid was limited, and so was the reward. Ling Yi put down the letter and picked up the beginner health potion and stamina pill to take a closer look. Beginner health potions, mutation potential, medium. Physical strength pill, mutation potential, medium. At this moment, Ling Yi realized a flaw in his mutation system. He had no detection or analytical system to tell him the status or descriptions of any items he had. And even if he mutated them anyway, he wouldn't be able to see the effects of the mutation. This means he wouldn't be able to test whether his system worked or not. In that case, he turned his head and focused on his stats window. The information on the interface was very clear. If he could mutate it, he could immediately see the degree of mutation on the screen. He quickly opened his personal interface. As soon as he opened it, a shiny message about mutation appeared. Luck, innate, mutation potential, perfect. Just as I thought, I can mutate my own talent. Ling Yi clenched his fists in excitement. System, I want to mutate my talent, he said eagerly. Ling Yi opened his innate talent and looked at the effects. Luck, talent, permanently increases luck by 1 point. Luck was one of the hidden attributes of a player. However, a mere 1 point wouldn't make much of a difference. Are you sure you want to mutate your luck talent? Requires 100 mutation points. Oh. Ling Yi hesitated. He would have to use up all his points for his first mutation. However, he quickly made up his mind. The highest level of mutation potential will definitely be able to give me something good. It might even be my ticket to my success, he thought to himself. I'm sure. The word luck in the talent column immediately blurred on the interface in front of him. And in a short moment, it turned into 2 big white words, probability reversal. With excitement and nervousness in his heart, Ling Yi slowly read the description. Probability reversal, talent, if the probability of triggering any probability event that is beneficial to the user is lower than 50%, the probability of the reversal will be reset to 100%, original probability. Note, unless the probability is 0, to begin with. Wah! What a great ability! Ling Yi exclaimed. This was a powerful talent to have. If the probability of drawing an S-rank item were only 0.5% in his hands, the probability would be reversed to 99.5%. If the probability were ridiculously low for other people, it would be ridiculously high for him. It was worth the points spent. Through his first mutation, Ling Yi just realized just how powerful and valuable his super mutation system was. If a single mutation could give him such a powerful ability, he would practically be invincible if he were to mutate things to this level. From the looks of it, his future path would no longer be hard. There was even the possibility of being invincible. And the next thing I need to do is to wait for God's path to open tomorrow. Ling Yi muttered softly as he looked out the window at the sun slowly sinking behind the clouds. In this world, there was a saying that if ordinary people wanted to live longer, they shouldn't go out at night. Although Ling Yi was now a player, a level 1 player without any skills would be no different from an ordinary person in terms of combat power. It would be just as dangerous for him to go out. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, God's Path, the place to become stronger by killing monsters. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Since the appearance of God's Path 20 years ago, the number of players has risen to more than 200 million worldwide. Although they only accounted for 1/40 of the world's 8 billion population, they still had the power to change the entire world. The mainstream media mainly reported news about the players, and the whole world revolved around them. And since not everyone could become a player, it was no wonder everyone would want to know about them. It was undoubtedly the trend of this era. On the 31st of May, the 1 million players from all over the world who were chosen as players were all cheering and celebrating, while others who failed could only wait and hope they would be chosen next month. The number of participants for this month's player selection is slightly higher than the last. There are a total of 4.706 billion participants. The passing rate is too low. Why can't you open up more spots? Let more people in. We want to fight monsters too. God's Path Forum was at its peak of discussion this month, like every other month as usual. This month's competition will be so terrifying. Yes, the god of war from the Arctic states announced that his son became a player today. The White Eagle Guild also announced that their young master would officially enter God's Path tomorrow. The world's top 10 financial groups also announced the good news of new players. I fear that there will be newbies from this year's June batch who will break the leveling record. Lin Xingyu stared at the comments section on the forum. She was known as the campus flower one of Xinjiang University. And she was also one of the new players to enter God's Path tomorrow. Looking at the various comments on the forum, she was both excited and nervous. What am I going to do? She asked her friends. There are so many big shots entering this month. I'm just an average newbie. How on earth will I pass this novice period? Her best friends in the dormitory surrounded her and comforted her patiently. Don't worry, Xingyu. And who knows, you might not even meet them. Yeah. Every month, these 1 million newbie players will be divided into 100 different districts, and each district will have about 10,000 people. So your chances of meeting them are really not that high. Besides, even if you encounter any of them, won't it be an advantage for you? Her best friend patted her shoulder again and said, everyone there will be not only your competitors, but also your teammates. Players from the same region had a common goal. So technically, despite the competitive nature, they won't be fighting against each other. She began as if to argue but ultimately sighed, that's true. Lin Xingyu began to relax after hearing her best friend's words. Instead of mulling too much on the what-ifs, it was better to plan for tomorrow's plan. Every player must know that you can only be on God's path for a limited time. Once she's in tomorrow, she has to race against time. Not a single minute should be wasted. At the same time, the other new players worldwide were also nervously reviewing their plans on how to spend the time efficiently. They researched things like how to level up quickly, where would treasure chests appear more often, and so on. Everyone already had a clear plan in their hearts. It was midnight on the 1st of June. Under the expectant gaze of millions of people worldwide, a gorgeous 7-colored pillar of light fell from the sky as the clock hit midnight, enveloping everybody in the center with its light. Soon after, a notification appeared in front of everyone. Congratulations on officially becoming a player. It was also at this time that the monthly recruitment announcement was made all over the world. God's Path announcement: the recruitment of new members for this month has been completed, and the June 20th, 011, all 100 districts are officially open. Upon hearing this emotionless neutral tone, countless people habitually looked up at the night sky. Looking at the golden words floating in the air made some people happy, while others sighed in disappointment. Great, it's finally open. My good-for-nothing son is finally in. Ha 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 ha. Another month has passed. That's fast. Another person sighed, May had already passed, and I still haven't become a player. I'll continue to work hard in June. You absorbed 71 points of Li Ming's excitement value. You absorbed 63 points of excitement from Zhang San. You absorbed 39 points of expectation from Zhang San. You absorbed 65 curiosity points from Li Si. You absorbed. After being sent into God's path by the 7-colored light pillar, Lingy opened his eyes. He was expecting to see green hills, but instead, his vision was immediately bombarded by a rapid influx of mood points into his system. The supermutation system could absorb the emotions of the people around him and turn them into mutation points. It was only yesterday when Lingy was still worried about whether the absorption process would be complicated. But it seemed like he had worried for nothing. Current collected distress points, 7482, mutation points, 0. He had only been standing here for a few seconds and had collected so many mood points. What a wonderful surprise! He took a deep breath. After forcing himself to ignore the semi-transparent notifications that were still flooding in front of him, Lingy raised his head as he calmed his excited heart. He sized up his surroundings. This was an extremely open plain, and the soil under his feet was yellow-brown, with some flowers and weeds growing in the soil. A few thousand meters long wooden fences surrounded the place, forming a small camp, similar to a novice village. Besides the players milling about, he could also see a 3-meter-tall azure crystal in the camp. An incomparably colossal forest surrounded the camp in a C shape, leaving only one exit at one end. White clouds floated in the clear blue sky. The sunlight shone on everyone, warm and comfortable. Ha ha ha! I've finally entered God's path. Hurry up! Charge, charge, charge! We'll be attacking the grassland wolf camp in 2 hours. Everyone must be on time. Of course, I'll give you a big surprise. Ha 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 ha. F***CK. They're all running so fast. While Lingy was sizing up his surroundings, the other players on the campsite were frantically running in every direction like headless chickens. Some ran towards the open fields, while others rushed into the forest. When he retracted his gaze, only a few hundred people were left within his view. Is this really God's path? As expected, it's just a place for killing monsters. There aren't any NPC quests. What are you talking about? The only way to obtain EXP and skills is by killing monsters. If you don't fight monsters, you won't get anything. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and join the others too. Lingy watched as the two men continued to argue and walked past him. Just as he was about to take action, suddenly, he received another notification from God's Path. Welcome to God's Path. Do you wish to read the basic information? Read. Although he had read much information about this place yesterday, he was still confused. But he wasn't sure how accurate that information was, so what better way to learn than from the source itself? It is still better to take a look just in case. He thought. Basic information about God's Path. 1. The player will receive 3 hours upon arrival every day, which can be accumulated infinitely. If the timer reaches 0, the player will not be able to enter God's Path for that day. 2. There are a total of 4 maps on God's Path. Players can only enter the following map after defeating the Demon King from the previous map. 3. All actions will be decided by the player. End. Prompt: You are on a beginner map. Current map level limit, 3. Lingy could conclude several things from the basic and straightforward information he had just read. The main point was to let the players know they were completely free to move. It is entirely up to them how they want to spend their time. If a player wants to become stronger or move to a different location, he or she must go and kill monsters to level up. Those who didn't want to become stronger could lie down, sleep, or immediately return home. But of course, no one would do that. Lingy didn't want to waste any more time. He shifted his gaze back and forth between the plains in front of him and the surrounding forest, thinking about where he should go. The plains are boundless. If there are monsters, we can immediately see them, but there are too many people. Lingy thought. It's just a waste of time if you start a conflict with other players over the items dropped by the monsters. His gaze fell to the forest surrounding him. Although the frequency of encountering monsters is a little low, there's still a higher chance of not running into other players. To the forest it is. Lingy turned his head to look at the forest on his left and right. In the end, he walked towards the forest on the right. Chapter 4. Chapter 4, Mutant Skill. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Everyone knew monsters were powerful creatures created by God's path. Even if they were only level 1, it was still difficult for most new players to deal with it alone. Which was why new players were given another special benefit. Each player's rucksacks would find an initial skill self-selection voucher. Initial skill self-selection voucher, when used, can choose one of the 5 initial skills to learn. And by learning one skill, it would be much easier for the player to deal with any level 1 monster. Just as he remembered this last tidbit, Lingy used this voucher just as he was about to enter the forest. A list of skill information appeared in a window in front of him, and just as he was told, there were 5 skills to choose from. Lingy looked at them one by one. Forward punch, 1 star, quickly rush to the target and punch, repelling the target and causing a small amount of damage. Fitness, 1 star, passive, enhances the user's physical body and increases strength and agility by 5 points. Fireball, 1 star, a fireball is formed in the player's palms. It will cause a small amount of fire damage to the target. Poison fog, 1 star, releases poison fog in an area for 5 seconds, causing enemies in the area to suffer slight poison damage every second. Starfall, 1 star, induce a star to fall onto the enemy's head, 1 second delay, causing a small amount of damage. There is a slight chance of releasing another star. There were no classes in God's path. The player's skills were all obtained from killing monsters with the skill. Not all monsters will drop it. However, there is still a slight chance of it happening. And players can freely combine the skills they learn to their heart's content. Looking at the list of 5 skills, Lingy only hesitated for a moment before choosing Starfall. There was no particular reason why he chose it. He only thought it would be beneficial to choose a skill related to his talent, and Starfall was precisely what he wanted. You have obtained the 1-star skill, Starfall. Immediately the voucher in his rucksack had been replaced by Starfall, which was also the only item in his bag. Lingy could learn the skill immediately, but he was not in a hurry. Especially when he had the option to upgrade it first. Starfall, 1-star skill, mutation potential, exorbitant. The grade was higher than he had expected. Mutate. Lingy didn't bother to express his surprise or joy. He just wanted to see the new skill after the mutation. Are you sure you want to carry out the mutation on the skill, Starfall? Requires 87 mutation points. I'm sure. Lingy looked at his current mood points. 13,782. This means he would have a total of 137 mutation points and still have exactly 50 points after using it. The Starfall skill blurred for a moment, then quickly became clear again. Lingy, who had mutated an item before, knew the mutation was over. He quickly opened it to check the stats. Starfall, 1 star, potential to grow, guides a flame star to hit the target, causing a lot of damage to everything within the area, 5-second delay. The flame star had a tiny chance of being magnified by 10 times. As expected, the mutation goes exactly as I planned. Lingy had hoped that the mutated skill would inflict more significant damage, a wider range of destruction, and an easier chance of triggering, probability reversal. The mutated Starfall had indeed fulfilled his expectations perfectly. Lingy didn't dawdle and immediately started learning. Golden and red starlight appeared around his body and began to revolve around him. It only gradually disappeared after a few breaths. Although he didn't feel anything in his body, Lingy felt like he could summon meteorites. It was as if he had awakened his superpower. It was a profound and wonderful feeling, leaving one with an endless aftertaste. Next. With this far from average 1-star skill, Lingy's heart was filled with confidence. He smiled and quickly stepped into the forest. The sun shone through the lush canopy of the trees, illuminating the green grass. And a bright yellow chicken was strolling around. But it wasn't an ordinary chicken. It was a low-level monster. A combat chicken. Although they looked no different from domesticated roosters, their combat power was no less than that of a fierce man. Lingy walked out from behind a tree and saw it by chance, and the creature also looked over upon instinct. The man and the chicken looked at each other for a second. Then in the next second, the chicken flapped its wings fiercely as it cried out and swung its legs like a pair of wind and fire wheels, charging toward Lingy. F***CK. Lingy's eyes widened as he muttered subconsciously. He immediately turned around and ran behind a big tree. When he ran into this extraordinary chicken head-on, he suddenly realized that he hadn't devised a battle strategy. What should he do when he encounters a close combat enemy? What should he do when they encounter long-range enemies? What do I do now? As soon as the question popped up in his mind, he had an answer. He should summon a meteor. The Starfall skill had a delay of 5 seconds, so it was impossible to hit a moving enemy. So, the only thing he could do was to predict the enemy's next move. Obviously, the close combat type of battle rooster would set him as its target, which could only mean one thing. It should give him enough time to distract the rooster for a bit before he would be able to land a hit. Lingy stopped hesitating. Starfall. Shouting out the skill's name could significantly increase the success rate. This was because the release of all skills depended on the player's will. It was difficult to determine if the player really wanted to use the skill or if they were thinking or talking about it. Apart from a few people with strong willpower, most people had developed the habit of shouting out the skill's name. Suddenly, a few hundred meters away, a red-gold light spot appeared in the sky. Upon a closer look, it turned out to be a crimson ball with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. The big ball of hot gas was covered in golden flames. As it flew, it left a long golden trail of flames. Is that Starfall? Seeing it flying in his direction, Lingy suddenly frowned. That thing shouldn't harm me, right? The falling flame star was like a burning meteorite. No one would be so calm when they saw a huge burning meteorite coming down toward them at high speed. God's path gives players freedom of choice. Players are allowed to self-harm. The system supplied. Lingy was speechless. He didn't have the time to say anything unrefined, so he ran away. There were only 5 seconds, and he had already wasted most of them just staring at the giant meteor. If he stood there and continued to ogle, he might become the first rookie player to commit suicide this year. A sharp and loud sound came from the air when he ran to a tree in front of him. Shwa shwa shwa. It's here. Lingy started to get nervous. The next thing he knew, the green grass around him was instantly illuminated. It was as if a light had suddenly appeared in the dark grass. Boom! Like a bomb going off, a loud explosion quickly follows. The ground under his feet trembled for a moment, and the wind blew off the leaves of the cypress trees in all directions. Lingy waited for a while longer. He was slightly surprised when he didn't hear any other sounds. That's it? All bark but no bite? Ah! That's right. He suddenly remembered. After all, I'm only level 1, and my stats are still low. No matter how powerful my skill is, it still wouldn't be that strong. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Star Slots. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. You've successfully defeated Combat Chicken, LV1. Experience +1. Lingy let out the breath he had been unconsciously holding when he saw the notification pop out. He felt relieved and walked away from his hiding spot behind the tree. Lingy brushed the stray leaves off his shoulders, and when he looked up to the path before him, his eyes widened, and his jaws hung loose. There was a 5-meter-wide crater in the area where he had summoned Starfall. The soil in the pit was scorching red from the heat, and he could even see steam rising. Dense cracks appeared on the ground beside the crater, and the grass around it seemed to have instantly burned away. There was still grass 3 to 4 meters away from the pit, but it was burnt black. The destructive power was much more significant than Lingy had expected. This was obviously the result after the upgrade he made on the skill. I'm only at level 1. I can't possibly have such destructive power, he said, still in awe. I guess it's all thanks to the mutation. Because now, he could destroy a tree to crisp. But what will happen when he leveled up in the future? Maybe he could destroy a village, a small town, or even a large city in an instant one day. After calming himself down from all the excitement, he walked closer to the enormous crater. At the bottom of the pit, he saw an orange-yellow, diamond-shaped crystal floating. And one small glittering ball of light spun counterclockwise around the crystal. He instantly recognized the beautiful object as a skill dropped by the monster. And that ball of light orbiting around it was probably the number of stars the skill had. Did the probability reversal talent work? Lingy muttered gleefully. Typically, the rate of monsters dropping a skill was very low, especially for a first kill. So the fact that he could get a skill from his first battle was probably due to his probability reversal talent taking effect. Or maybe he just got lucky? Well, he would have to defeat more monsters, to be sure. He jumped into the pit and picked up the orange-yellow crystal. Since he did not have any detection-type skills, he could not see the crystal's information or description until he put it in his player's rucksack. So, he did just that and checked it. Iron Head Impact, 1 star, strengthen your head and fly towards the enemy, causing a small amount of damage. It's a very ordinary skill, Lingy commented. The super mutation system also gave him the mutation information on the hologram screen. Iron Head Impact, 1 star skill, mutation potential, medium. Although it had a medium mutation potential, Lingy did not intend to mutate it. There were mainly 2 reasons. 1, he was concerned about his safety while using this skill. It doesn't sound safe to hit the enemy with one's head. If he wasn't careful, it could end up a suicide mission. And second, this action was also. It may sound too lame as a reason, but Lingy didn't know how else to say it nicely. It doesn't sound cool. The skill doesn't scream wow. He didn't want it anyway. Besides, his star slot was full, and he had no place to use this skill. Even though in God's Path players were given the freedom to mix and combine their skills to one's content, there were still some restrictions. Lingy could understand why. If there were no restrictions, everyone could learn all the skills they encountered, which obviously means the players can improve all their attributes with no problem. And in the end, everyone's skills would be all the same. And wouldn't that be boring? The so-called restriction was the star slots. As everyone knew, the skills in God's Path all had star levels. The higher the star level, the stronger the power. The star slots required for each skill were matched with the strength. A 1-star skill took up 1 star slot. A 2-star skill that took up 2 star slots. A 3-star skill that took up 3 star slots, and so on. If players wanted to learn new skills, they would need to have enough stars. So, how does one earn star positions? Through leveling up. All players will always start with 1 star slot. After each level up, the player will receive 1 more star slot. As a result, Lingy, who is currently at level 1, only had 1-star slot and could only have one 1-star skill. Even if there were empty slots, it was still the player's choice whether to fill them up with skill. Not all skills needed to be learned. Lingyi was sure he wouldn't regret his choice, so he used God's Path's recycling system to throw it. 1-star skill Iron Head Strike has been recycled. You have received 10 gold coins. Gold coins were the only currency used for trade and many more features in God's Path. Alright, it's time to find the next monster. After climbing out of the crater, Lingyi randomly chose a direction and continued to move forward. A few minutes ago, in another part of God's Path, many players within a few thousand meters saw the giant ball of gas fall from the sky. What is that? A meteorite? The players who saw this scene widened their eyes in disbelief. What's going on? Is that someone else's skill? But there's no way a newbie could do something like that. If it's not a player's skill, could it be a monster's skill? But I don't think a monster in a beginner's map would be able to summon meteorites. Either way, it's too ridiculous. Even if the skill was obtained from a treasure chest, the person who used it should only be around level 1. How could there be such an overpowered 1-star skill? Who knows? Maybe it inflicts some serious side effects on the user? Or maybe it can be a skill that requires you to spend your life on it? That's the only explanation. Players continue to discuss and make up some theories on the event they just saw. The meteorite summoning skill was most likely a skill with serious side effects, or it was a skill that was released at the cost of one's life. And as for where this mysterious player found that skill, everyone assumed the lucky, or perhaps unlucky, player had found the skill through a hidden treasure chest. After all, it was the only reasonable and logical explanation for one to obtain a ridiculously powerful 1-star skill. Boom! 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 The Chen brothers were fighting against 2 combat chickens somewhere in the cypress forest. As they listened to the rumbling sound that was getting closer and closer, the 2 of them gradually became anxious. Hurry up, Xiaoyi. The player who summoned the meteorites is heading our way. It doesn't matter if we die, but don't let them steal the monsters. Chen Daijia shouted at his younger brother, fighting not so far away from him. Chen Daijia was a tall and muscular young man. With the combination of his fitness, skill and brute force, he could easily squash a fighting chicken under his body. And when he punched the monster, his fist was like a hammer striking the hot iron. There was no punishment or consequences for dying before level 10. Most were not afraid of dying since the player would immediately be resurrected in front of the camp's crystal. He would rather die to get experience. Chen Xiaoyi nodded his head at his brother's orders. He immediately used his skill on another combat chicken charging at him. Starfall! He quickly shouted and raised his hands to the sky. The next moment, a light blue, fist-sized starlight appeared 1 meter above the battle chicken's head. After a short delay, it fell toward its head. Sensing the danger from above, the combat chicken immediately used its iron head to ram the younger boy. In an instant, the chicken's head suddenly turned bronze, as if it was wearing a bronze helmet. His entire body shot toward Chen Xiaoyi like a sharp arrow. When the starfall hit its head, the combat chicken's head trembled, and its pair of chicken eyes lost its focus for a moment. But even so, it didn't slow down the monster's speed. Chen Xiaoyi had watched countless combat chicken videos in school, learning its tics and habits. He had also trained his reaction speed. He quickly dashed towards a tree and used it to give him the upper hand in the fight. This was one of the best strategies he watched countless players use in the past. The strategy played out just as Chen Xiaoyi had expected. The monster flew past him and continued to fly forward for a few meters before it fell to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Xiaoyi used Starfall again. This was basically how every player who chose to learn Starfall as their skill would fight. Chapter 6 Chapter 6, Upgrade. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. When a black-haired young man emerged from the foliage of trees and leaves, the Chin brothers' battle with the two battle chickens had not ended. Without knowing who this guy was, both brothers could guess that this was probably the same dreaded player who had been summoning meteorites. Seeing him so close to them and their ticket to more experience only made them even more anxious. They were afraid that this guy would steal their kill. However, what puzzled the two was that the young man only glanced at them indifferently and continued to walk west. It was as if he was not interested in their prey. Only when the young man had left their line of sight did the Chen brothers finally relax. A few minutes later, the two brothers finally defeated the combat chickens and sat under a cypress tree to rest. It's really rare to see people who don't steal kills these days. Maybe it's the skill's drawback. With such tremendous power, the side effects must be huge. You're right. By the way, was that really the guy who summoned the meteorites? Who knows and who cares? Chen Daiji said. Then he abruptly changed the topic. When I saw that guy's disinterested look at the chickens, I thought he was about to level up to level 2. There's no way he could be that fast. Chen Xiaoi shook his head. The fastest record for reaching level 2 was 1 hour and 40 minutes. It has only been less than half an hour since God's path opened. And even if he has that powerful skill, his experience bar probably still hasn't filled up to half. In fact, it might not even be a quarter. The two of them continue to chat. Meanwhile, Ling Yi, who continued to head west, finally walked out of the C-shaped cypress forest. He saw a large grass slope 6 to 7 meters high, probably nearly the same height as a 2-story building. Out of interest and curiosity, he felt the need to climb up to see what was on the other side. Why is this grass slope so high? Ling Yi pondered curiously as he strolled towards it. When he started to climb the grass slope, a system message suddenly appeared. Current area, Red Orchard. Monster information, Red Fruit Monster, Level 2 Level 10. Prompt, there are many monsters in this area. It is best to come with your companions. He had learned a lot from the TV yesterday. One of them was the fact that the further away he was from the camp, the higher the level of the monsters he would encounter. And these monsters would immediately attack upon sight. He had found that area to the west of the cypress forest. When he reached the top of the grass slope, Ling Yi lay on his stomach. He then cautiously looked around before taking in the view in front of him. All he could see was a vast green plain with no end in sight. From a distance, he could see fruit trees, about 5 to 6 meters tall. And he has never seen any of those red fruits before in his whole life. These fruits were called vermilion fruits, and they came in different sizes. The small ones were about the size of an ordinary apple, while the bigger ones were about half a meter in diameter. Under each fruit tree, there were more than a dozen oddly big, jumping fruits. Those must be the red fruit monsters the system mentioned before. Ling Yi continued to lay there and carefully examined the red fruit monster for a moment. He couldn't find any difference between them and the fruits on the tree. Well, other than the fact it could move. *T. There are too many monsters. From a rough estimate, there were at least 1,000 of them. And this was from what was visible to him. Who knows how many of those living fruits are further into the plains? Ling Yi didn't dare to stand up or be anywhere near those monsters' line of sight. Once spotted, at least half of those monsters would see him. Then at least 100 more of them alert the others, and before he would even get another step closer, he'll be mobbed by them. There was no way he could fend them off if it happened. No wonder God's path prompted me to bring companions. He mumbled, if people really want to deal with those red fruit monsters, how can they do it without inviting an army of people? But that's what other people would probably do. If it were me. Mapping the plan in his head, Ling Yi couldn't help but smile. He pressed himself flat to the ground, hiding his whole body in the grass, watching his targets between the blades of the grass. Starfall, he said softly. In the next second, the ball of gas reappeared hundreds of meters high in the sky. When the bright red flame star accelerated its descent, the red fruit monsters on the plains below were still jumping about, oblivious to its incoming fate. From his vantage point, these giant apple-like monsters don't seem to have eyes. Lingy didn't know if they even noticed the threat above them. And so, even when the flaming ball of gas fell to the ground and exploded, the two red fruit monsters in the area showed no signs of dodging. They had all died under the flaming rock. You've killed Red Fruit Monster, LV2. Experience +2. Congratulations! You have accumulated enough experience. You have been automatically upgraded to level 2. You've killed Red Apple Monster, LV2. Experience +1. You have received 5 free attribute points. I'm level 2. Lingy exclaimed excitedly and quickly checked the time. Remaining time since arrival, 2 hours and 34 minutes. I've been here for 26 minutes and only reached level 2. I don't know if I'm fast or slow. He knew that it was tough to level up God's path. But he didn't know precisely how difficult it was. He had heard from the uncle living next door earlier that morning that powerhouses might not gain much EXP even after fighting for an entire afternoon. The main reason for this was to avoid the possibility of players bullying the weak. Players would not gain any EXP from killing monsters that are weaker than them. Killing monsters of the same level as the player would give 1 EXP, killing monsters that were 1 level higher would give 2 EXP, killing monsters that were 2 levels higher would give 3 EXP, and so on. A level 90 player would still only get 1 EXP from killing a level 90 monster. And a battle of that level would usually take at least a few hours to determine the victor. Lingy shook his head to eliminate the distracting thoughts in his mind. He opened his personal stats and was ready to add points. Last night, he had already decided on his future path. He wants to cultivate all attributes. He would be an all-rounder who could deal physical and magical damage, throw skills from a long distance, and fight in close combat. He would be an all-rounder who could kill monsters and save people. As a bonus, he also had the super mutation system on his side. If he were only to improve one aspect like other players, it would be a waste of the system's ability. And since he already set his goals, it would be advantageous to place his points to. I'll improve my mana first. The higher my magic attribute, the more powerful my starfall will be, and the faster I kill monsters, the faster I will level up. So now, his first objective was to level up. The earlier he reached level 10, the better. Lingy couldn't waste any more time. He quickly added all 5 attribute points to his mana. Then, he looked at his personal stats. Name, Lingy. Level, 2, 1/300. Talent, Probability Reversal. Strength, 3. MP, 10. Agility, 3. Vitality, 3. Endurance, 3. Skill, Starfall, 1 star. Remaining star position, 1. Combat strength, an ordinary person with great destructive power. Still an ordinary person. You're quite objective. Lingy commented bitterly. Why couldn't he be as strong and as swift as the wind? He wanted to have combat power that surpassed ordinary people. Regardless of what the system would think of him, he still had some leveling up to do. He can think about the rest later. After closing his personal stats window, he looked at the plains below again. He. Let me see the power of this starfall. Lingy pushed aside a small patch of grass in front of him and yelled, Starfall. Another golden red light suddenly appeared, and with the same speed as before, it rushed towards the grassland again. Even though the distance and speed were the same as before, the flame star was twice as big. It had a diameter of 10 meters. Lingy subconsciously took in a cold breath as he looked at the meteor that hit the ground below him like a missile. I'm already this strong at level 2? Chapter 7. Chapter 7, The Falling Rising Stars and the Convergence. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. He could admit and say that all the progress he had was all thanks to the mutation system. Whether it was the starfall skill itself or the probability reversal that allowed him to summon 10 times the number of flame stars every time, both were products of the mutation system. The combination of the two could unleash a terrifying power that far exceeded the players at this stage. You've killed the red fruit monster, LV2, experience +1. You've killed the red fruit monster, LV4, experience +3. You've killed the red fruit monster, LV3, experience +2. A series of kill notifications keep flooding in. He opened his personal stats and looked at his EXP bar. LV2, 15/300. A skill cost more than 10 experience points, and the speed of gaining experience was much faster than before. If I keep this up, I might be able to level up again in less than 10 minutes. He excitedly said to himself, after reaching level 3, my skills will become even more powerful, and I'll be able to kill monsters faster. And then, I will also be able to reach level 4 much faster. What an effective cycle. His advantage would become greater and more significant if he didn't slack off and continue to work hard. Ling Yi couldn't hide his excitement. He was even more confident about his future path of cultivation. Let's go! He cheered himself and sped up the release of his skills. There was a cost to using his newly acquired skill. But he was lucky. One of the other newbie benefits from God's Path was to increase the player's stamina recovery by 100 times, which means players under level 10 could use their skills as much as they wanted without worrying about their stamina. You've killed the red fruit monster, LV5, experience +4. You've killed. In just 8 minutes, his level 2 experience bar was full. Congratulations! You have accumulated enough experience. You have been automatically upgraded to level 3. You have received 5 free attribute points. When Ling Yi added all his attribute points to his mana and used Starfall again, the diameter of the meteor had increased to 15 meters, just as Ling Yi had expected. Now, it was even more powerful. Just as Ling Yi was still immersed in the joy of killing monsters faster, a notification suddenly appeared. Prompt, with sufficient proficiency, your growth skill Starfall has been upgraded to 2 stars. My star rose? Already? Ling Yi's eyes widened in surprise. But then again, he had used this skill more than 100 times. It made sense that his Starfall level would go up this fast. He hurriedly opened the skill details to look at Starfall S detail. Starfall, 2 stars, potential to grow, guides a flame star to hit the target, causing a lot of damage to everything in the area, 5-second delay. The meteor had a tiny chance of being magnified by 10 times. Ha! Ling Yi's head was full of question marks. The effect hasn't changed at all. He looked at the effect of the skill twice. After confirming that it was the same as before, he decided to try it out. After all, there were probably many details that would not appear in the skill's description. He would only know the changes once he used it. Lying on the grass slope, he raised his head slightly and looked at the sky. He said softly, Starfall. A reddish-gold light appeared in the sky, but this time, it was about 300 to 400 meters above the ground. Oh! The meteor is much higher in the sky. And everything suddenly made sense in Ling Yi's mind. Starfall had a 5-second delay, meaning there was a 5-second time gap between the meteor's appearance and reaching the target area. If time did not change, but the height increased, the speed of the fall would definitely increase. The faster it fell, the stronger the impact on the ground. Simply put, it would inflict even more significant damage on the target. What happened next confirmed his hypothesis. When the meteor landed on the ground, there was a loud boom like thunder, and the shockwave instantly spread in all directions with majestic golden flames flaming out to its surrounding area. Within a radius of 30 meters, the grassland had been burnt to ashes in just a few seconds, leaving nothing but bare, dry land. All the red fruit monsters in the area were instantly melted. A 15-meter-wide crater was formed in the area hit by the meteor, and it had the depth of an average full-grown adult. There were originally 2 trees in the area, one of which was in the core attack area, the one at the corner, but both were gone, with no traces left on the clearing. There was also one tree at the edge of the destruction range, and even that tree was currently burning in golden flames. "You've killed," the robotic voice began, and soon he was bombarded with an influx of notifications. Time passed by quickly. 2 hours had passed since God's path had opened that day without his notice. On the plains outside the camp, the players who had been running around to level up had returned one by one. Lingyi was no exception. He was now sitting on a patch of grass, looking at the other players rushing back from different directions. He was a little excited. "Let's attack the grassland wolf camp together later. I wonder what level the others are." Beside him, a few young people were chatting. "The grassland wolf camp is the pre-checkpoint to open the main road. Once we pass through it, we can finally use the main road and make our way to defeat the Beast King." The main road was the core area in God's path. It was a dangerous path, filled with countless powerful monsters and bosses. It required all the regional players to work together to conquer it. And at the end of the road was where the Demon King lay await. If they did not kill it, no one would be able to enter the intermediate map and break through their level 30 limit. It can also be said that compared to the main road, the other areas were all wilderness. By the way, what level are you guys at? What is the highest level on this map anyway? Now, who could reach level 2 and not be an amazing person? Hee hee, you all are looking at that amazing guy. I just reached level 2. I'm almost there too. I'm just short of a dozen or so experience points. Lingyi couldn't help but frown when he heard what the people around him said. What? Level 2 was already considered the most powerful level in this area? To make sure, he took a double take on those people, thinking that maybe they had been joking. When he looked at those smug faces, he realized they were serious. They actually believed being on level 2 is the most outstanding achievement a player could ever have on this beginner's map. Even the other level 1 player looked at that guy with envy. They were all serious about this. If that's the case, then what the hell was with his level 7? Name, Lingyi. Level, 7, 17/800. MP, 35. Omitted. Don't they have a plan to level up quickly? Am I the only one who had a plan? Lingyi thought, feeling dumbfounded. He knew that he could level up very quickly, and perhaps no one could catch up to him, but he did not dare to underestimate the people of the world. God's path had already descended for 20 years. The people of this world must have already explored a way to level up quickly that he didn't know about. It might be difficult to reach his current level through that guide, but he thought that most players would have already reached level 5 or 6. No. It's too early to make a conclusion based on these few people. Lingyi shook his head. He was probably listening to the wrong crowd. Surely, the descendants of those powerhouses and the new generation of the major forces have reached a higher level. Lingyi calmed himself down. Then, he heard a commotion from afar. He looked up and saw hundreds of people walking in his direction. Walking in the front lines were a few high-spirited young men. They seemed to be famous since they attracted many players' attention. When they walked over, the other players who were watching from all over the place also stood up and walked over. It was almost time. Everyone had to gather. Chapter 8. Chapter 8, Luo Yao. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The grassland wolf camp was located on the north side of the plain, 3,000 meters from the players' camp. When the players of District 66 arrived, they saw 2 continuous vertical rock walls on each side. None of them could see the top of the wall. It was as if they were at the bottom of a cliff. Between the two rock walls was a crack called the one skyline. It was about 50 meters wide. A 5-meter-tall wooden fence that connected the eastern rock wall to the western rock wall blocked the entrance to the one skyline. Behind the wooden fence was the campsite of the grassland wolves. Aside from the few players who decided not to come here, the 9,000-plus players present did not approach the entrance. Instead, they spread out and formed a formation by the narrow entrance. The grassland wolf's campsite was pretty small, and the two rocky walls did not leave any space for a massive number of people to enter simultaneously. If the players entered, they would be trapped and suffer heavy casualties. The best way was to break the wooden fence and let the ones from the inside come out on their own. The task of opening the gate was considered an honorable act by many people because it symbolized the official opening of their journey to the main road. To gain blessing for smooth travel on the main road, each district would choose their strongest player and let them convince the rest of the public that he or she was the most suitable player to open the gate. The 66th district was no exception. And now, on a small patch of grass in front of the wooden fence, dozens of players who had been recommended by the crowd gathered together. Some of them were foreign stars, some were well-known wealthy business people, and some were the children of influential people. These people all had one thing in common. They were not ordinary players. Arhan, the wealthy merchant of the White Elephant Kingdom, glanced at the few people present. Let's just get straight to the point. He began with an authoritative voice. Let's use our exps. Whoever has the most EXP can open it. Agree? Everyone looked at each other and nodded in agreement. In the past, everyone had used this method to decide too. Seeing everyone nod, Arhan's face lit up, and he shouted, "Let me open the competition with this." He confidently showed his experience bar. Level 2, 122/300. He's at level 2 with 122 EXP. Different expressions were etched on the players' faces when everyone saw this. Some people sighed and looked disappointed, some widened their eyes in surprise, while others relaxed. The players with less EXP than him shook their heads and withdrew from the competition. More than 30 of them had left the arena. There were still 20 to 30 people left standing there. Seeing the number of people still standing with him, Arhan's mouth was wide open in shock. Hee, are you surprised? Next to him, an Australian star, Keshi, chuckled. With the wave of his hand, his experience bar appeared. Level 2, 137/300. Wow! That's 15 points higher than Arhan's. That's amazing. The few people who had just backed out exclaimed in low voices. Seeing Keshi's experience bar, a few people regretfully backed out. Immediately after, other players began to show their EXP, each higher than the last. Level 2, 139/300. Level 2, 146/300. Level 2, 151/300. Level 2, 173/300. When the last experience bar appeared, everyone was shocked. Level 2 with 173 EXP? That's terrifying. I don't know how he did it, but that's too powerful. Everyone turned their eyes to the young man who stood in the middle of the crowd like a moon surrounded by stars. His name was Wang Tianzi, and he was a man with so much experience. If no one here has a higher point than mine, then I guess I'll have to take the win. Wang Tianzi spoke confidently as he scanned around the area. No one had any objections to his claims. He showed what he believed to be his handsome smile to the crowd. Just as he was about to walk toward the wooden fence, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Wait! A clear and cold female voice said. The crowd was surprised and turned around. A young girl with wavy hair and light golden, delicate eyes slowly walked over. The girl was wearing a gray coat with black trimmings. The zipper was not pulled up, revealing a slightly oversized white short-sleeve shirt with a butterfly pattern, and was stuffed into her black shorts. Her coat was as long as her whole outfit, revealing her snowy white legs. Oh my god, it's her. I couldn't believe that she was also in this area. *T, *T, *T. I'm gonna have a meltdown. I'd better stay away from her. These wealthy businessmen and celebrities obviously knew this young girl, and everyone was shocked to see her. When Wang Tianzi saw her, he subconsciously took a step back. But he calmed himself down by taking a few deep breaths. Judging by his wide saucer eyes, he was as surprised as the other players. Luo Yao? The person walking towards them was the daughter of the top 30 powerhouses in the world. Everybody knows her. Her family had the combat power that had long replaced the nuclear power of the old era and became major countries' most important strategic deterrent force. Any country that didn't have that kind of strength couldn't call themselves top country. One could imagine that the family members of such power would definitely be under strict protection from various countries. They might not even live to see the sun again if anyone else provoked them. Wang Tianzi and the others were surprised and intimidated to see her because they knew this. None of the foreign players seemed too bothered, but none of the Xinjiang players dared to get too close to her. After all, no one wanted to get into trouble. As Luo Yao approached Wang Tianzi, he unconsciously swallowed his saliva, saying, Then you should open the gate. He really didn't dare to show off in front of this girl. He could already imagine all the consequences and how viral the news would be if he had somehow managed to insult her. In short, things could get messy. Luo Yao stopped and only glanced at him indifferently. Then, she looked at the other players and said, Let's use our EXP to compete. I won't break the rules. Then she showed her experience. Level 2, 292/300. Everyone's eyes almost popped out when they saw this. 292. Many people thought they were seeing things, so they quickly rubbed their eyes and looked at them a few more times. However, no matter how many times they looked, the numbers remained the same. Heavens! She's so close to level 3. She must be the fastest player to level up in God's Path history. Yeah. I just need to kill a few more high-level grassland wolves, and I'll be able to reach level 3 too. This is crazy. This year's competition is really terrifying. Many players brought this shocking news to the 9,000+ players in the outer region. Luo Yao was not bothered by the murmuring people and indifferently stepped out and broke the wooden fence with a fireball. It was also at this moment that the grassland wolves beyond the wooden fence woke up. Excuse me, what are they doing? A few minutes before the gate opened, Ling Yi watched as the dozens of players gathered in front of the wooden fence. They seemed to be discussing something. Out of curiosity, he asked the beautiful young girl beside him. You don't know? Lin Qingyu looked at Ling Yi in surprise. This young man is quite handsome, she thought. Lin Qingyu can feel her cheeks grow slightly warmer at the thought. She quickly cleared her throat and explained, They're choosing a player to open the wooden fence that leads to the main road. Oh. Ling Yi replied with a strange expression. That's what they were doing? What a waste of time. But then again, he was not in a hurry. He could no longer gain any more EXP from the grassy slope because the strongest red fruit monsters nearby were level 6. At level 7, he would no longer gain any EXP from killing them. The high-level red fruit monsters were even further away, and with his current casting range of about 400 meters, he couldn't hit them. He only had two options, either he leveled up his Starfall or attacked those monsters face to face. However, if he just made his presence known to those apple-like creatures, all the level 2, level 3, level 4, and level 5 monsters would rush towards him. It was fine to die before level 10, but running back here for a few EXP was not worth it. It just so happened that everyone had gathered, so he followed the crowd. He had heard from most of the other players nearby that although most of the monsters in the grassland wolf camp were below level 5, there were also many other high-level monsters. And those monsters were his targets. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, Physical Strength. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Lingy looked towards the crowd and saw a young girl wearing a gray coat that barely covered her fair legs in the center. The next moment the girl shot a fireball at the wooden fence. It created a small hole about 1 meter in diameter through the gate. Not bad. He might be able to summon a burning ball of gas with a diameter of 35 meters now, but that was 10 times from what he started in the beginning. Under normal circumstances, his starfall was probably only 3.5 meters big. Even if they had the same amount of MP, the fireball's power was not as strong as his meteor. Moreover, that girl was only level 2. At that level, his MP would be 10 points at most, which was expected. I guess level 2 is really the highest level right now, Lingy muttered. When they announced that the young girl named Luo Yao had the highest EXP with 292 points, the players immediately burst into an uproar. Lingy had no choice but to acknowledge the fact that gaining experience points was really difficult, which made his whopping level 7 seem even more ridiculous. If anyone knew, the entire world might explode from shock. Fortunately, God's path places a lot of importance on the player's privacy, and there's nothing that can be used to check the information of other players. That is, unless I decide to expose it on my own. Lingy felt himself relaxing at the thought. His thoughts were quickly interrupted when he saw a pack of silver-gray wolves running out of the wooden fence, rushing toward the players viciously. The players didn't fight with them, and instead, they quickly retreated. The intention was to make more space for everyone to fight. They're coming, they're coming. The grassland wolves are out. I can't wait any longer. The players around him rubbed their palms together in excitement. They stared at the silver wolves with fiery eyes, thinking about all the experience points they would get. They would have rushed up impatiently if it wasn't for their rational restraint. Just as everyone was getting restless, suddenly a loud and clear howl boomed from beyond the fence. A whoa! The plains fell into a suspenseful silence. The intense sunlight shone on the grassland. Lingy raised his left hand to block the sunlight as he looked at the other players curiously. He felt like a newbie who didn't know anything. The wolf's howl must have symbolized something. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have shown such surprised and irritated expressions. Lingy didn't know what it meant, but he wanted to laugh when he saw how intense their reactions were. You absorbed Zhang was 31 surprise points. You absorbed 78 points of Li Ning's sadness points. You absorbed 65 points of Wang Yuan's helplessness points. *T. The Wolf King is here. Lingy didn't have to wait long before someone beside him exclaimed. It's over. We're doomed. The Wolf King has a group strengthening halo. With that ability around it, we're no match for the wolf pack. Why isn't it sleeping in its cave? What is it doing out here? This has happened before. I remember that they used their physical strength to recover from the disadvantage. Because we have 100 times more stamina during the novice stage, but demons don't. Then what are we waiting for? We should run. While the surrounding people continued to argue and discuss seemingly redundant stuff, the enormous wooden fence inside was knocked down by some force. It fell to the grass with a loud and resounding thump. It drew everyone's attention at once. They'll be stupid to assume the wolves would just sit idly as they waited for their prey to shut up. With no more barrier between them, rows and rows of grassland wolves immediately rushed out. As if they had planned this, more grassland wolves came swarming them from behind. Every cave and big openings from the walls seemed to vomit an endless amount of wolves. If this continues, they're going to trap them. *T, *T. Someone cursed. Lingy took a deep breath when he saw it. F***ck. Why are there so many of them? It was the first time he had seen such a scene. Thousands of wolves ran together like a huge, fast-moving silver carpet. From above, nobody would see the green grass at all. And standing out like a sore thumb in a gray sea was a 5-meter-tall giant wolf. While the other wolves were running toward the players, it stood alone, glaring at all the retreating players with cold eyes. Everyone knew that the majestic creature before them was definitely the Wolf King. I heard that it's a level 10 leader-class monster. And with this distance between us, it just so happens to be within my attack range. Just as Ling Yi was contemplating whether he should attack, Lin Qingyu suddenly pulled him back and said, "Why are you still standing here? Run!" Lin Qingyu's grip on his was firm, and Ling Yi could only run after her. Did this girl actually choose fitness for her skill? He looked at her slim back in surprise. It was hard to imagine and a little odd for a girl to choose this kind of boorish skill. After all, most women have less strength than men, so there was not much of an advantage in choosing this skill. Unless this girl is confident in her close combat skills. Ling Yi tried not to overthink this. They were in trouble at the moment to think about trivial things. He turned his head to scan his surroundings and realized everyone was heading south at full speed. Most of the wolves had already caught up with the slower players. And just like that, those players were immediately sent back to the starting point. Within a few minutes, over 9,000 people were chased by the Wolf King and its 10,000 wolf minions from the northern part of the plain to the center. They were only a few hundred meters away from beginner's camp. "We can't keep running like this. We'll be back at the camp if we retreat any further." At this point, everyone knew that it was time to fight. The crystals in the camp were not invincible. Once they were destroyed, the people on the map could not be resurrected. That was why, for security reasons, everyone unanimously agreed not to lure monsters into the camp. Our stamina draining tactic is very effective. The wolves are not as aggressive as before. The players looked carefully at the wolves that were chasing them from a distance and found that their speed had decreased by a lot, and the fierce light in their eyes was not as intense as before. The wolves had fallen far from their initial terrifying momentum when they first broke through the fence. The players became slightly excited. "Maybe we can start our counterattack?" With this thought in mind, one of the muscled man's eyes was filled with excitement. He rushed toward a wolf with significant momentum and swung his sandbag-sized fist fearlessly. Although the wolf tried its best to resist, it was powerless against the decisive hit. With another punch, it died under the strong man's fist. Upon seeing this, all the other players were reinvigorated. Charge! Charge! Exterminate the wolf pack! Ha ha ha, the stamina consumption tactic is so effective. Although it can only be used during the novice stage, it's still a great advantage. While the players were off fighting the wolves, Ling Yi placed his hands on his knees and bent over, panting by the wooden fence at the campsite's entrance. Phew! Ha! Ha! Have you not exercised for a long time or something? You're panting so much for a light run, Lin Qingyu asked as she watched the boy double over. There wasn't a single sweat on her forehead or even a red tint to her cheeks from all that running. She was speechless. Who would have thought a guy would be so tired from running 3,000 meters? Ever since God's Path appeared 20 years ago, the world has emphasized physical fitness and endurance more. Everybody had started training for this since they were young. Only an idiotic person would skip training. And here she was. Ling Yi was too tired to retort. Besides, it was true. He hadn't exercised for a long time. Although he was back to full of energy now, thanks to God's Path, his legs were still sore. He could feel his thighs cramping up. It'll be even harder tomorrow. Ling Yi's mouth twitched when he noticed Lin Qingyu's strange gaze. He forced himself to straighten his body. "Feeling better?" she asked, blinking her beautiful eyes at him. Barely. Before he could finish his words, the girl pinched his arm. Hard. Causing him to let out a series of bitter cries. The two of them had only known each other for a short time. They only exchanged names and the fact that they were both players from Xinjiang City. But those who saw their oddly familiar interaction would think that the two of them were in an intimate relationship. Chapter 10. Chapter 10, A Shocking Meteor. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Lin Xingyu found Ling Yi to be a fascinating guy. His knowledge of God's path was lacking, and he didn't seem to be physically trained either. He was like a fish out of water, someone who never thought he would become a player one day. He was not like any other person she had ever met before. They always prepared themselves for this world. Staring curiously at the guy, who appeared to be around the same age as her, she pursed her thin cherry lips and asked, "You knew about our city's genius plan, right?" "I know." "Then you better hurry up and kill as many grassland wolves as possible before they recover. Otherwise, you wouldn't be qualified for a spot in Genius Plan. Ling Yi subconsciously raised his eyebrow, and a strange expression flashed across his face, but it was gone before Lin Xingyu could even decipher what that meant. "What's your level?" he asked. "Me?" Lin Xingyu crossed her arms and smiled confidently. I'm already level 2, 15 EXP. She proudly said. Then she turned to him, "How about you?" "I'm only a few EXP higher than you." "Higher than me? Just a few?" Lin Xingyu frowned slightly at his vague words. She sized him up and down with suspicion evident in her gaze. It was pretty apparent that he was hiding something. However, she would have to grill him with more questions later as she could see the battle had already started in the distance. Giving the boy one last curious look, she nimbly leaped forward to join the fight. In the blink of an eye, she had already covered more than 10 meters. "She's quite fast, huh?" Ling Yi muttered softly as he watched her silhouette getting smaller and smaller. He looked past the players fighting the grassland wolves and stared at the 5-meter-tall wolf king. The creature didn't move, still standing arrogantly as it watched over the fight. The wind played with its silver-blue fur, and when the wind pushed it upwards, the Wolf King looked like it was made of blue fire. He was like a marshal in the army, sitting still in the middle of his troops, silently analyzing them. And just like a marshal, the huge wolf only gave the players a great deal of pressure by just standing there and glaring at them. But of course, Ling Yi didn't feel any of it. "Since you don't want to move, I'll use my skill." A smile slowly crept to his face. "I hope you don't dodge." Ling Yi looked at the time. Remaining time from descent, 36 minutes. He raised his hand and cast Starfall at the Wolf King's location. A massive meteor with a diameter of 35 meters suddenly appeared in the sky the next moment. After killing a level 2 grassland wolf, Luo Yao took a step back and left the battlefield. "Congratulations! You have accumulated enough experience. You have been automatically upgraded to level 3. I'm finally level 3. She smiled, but before she could revel in her joy, the girl felt an intense pain in her leg. Her slender brows furrowed slightly. Looking down, she saw a few 3 to 4 centimeter long gashes on her previously flawless white calf, and blood was flowing out from the wound. TSK. She gritted her teeth, frowning deeper. Then she heard a voice in her mind, "Let's go back. There's no point in staying here any longer. The grassland wolf's stamina is quickly recovering. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." Deep in Luo Yao's body, a soul was residing within her. That soul's name was Qin Manhwa. She was once the #1 genius among the younger generation in the land of Xinxia. Half a month ago, she died in a sudden raid. The enemy had even burned her body to prevent her from being resurrected to her next life. But what the enemy had overlooked, Qin Manhwa had an S-grade item in her possession. And due to its effect, her soul managed to escape and chose to live on in Luo Yao's body, who was still an ordinary person at the time. Only when Luo Yao reached the same level as Qin Manya before she died, level 72, would she be able to revive fully. That was why, in order to revive her once more, she would spare all of her efforts into supporting and helping this girl to level up. Alright, then. Luo Yao replied in her heart. There was an unmistakable sense of regret in her tone. If the Wolf King hadn't appeared, she would have been able to gain more experience points from the rest of the grassland wolves. Just as Luo Yao was about to make her way back to the campsite, an increasingly loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky. From the loud rumble, it sounded like some kind of giant object was falling at high speed. What the? Luo Yao raised her head in confusion and immediately saw the massive burning star rapidly heading down. Every player and wolves nearby also noticed this phenomenon and were shocked by the increasingly loud and terrifying sound. They couldn't help but look up at the sky. F***CK. What is that? A meteor? The golden flames and the red core. Isn't that the one that appeared 2 hours ago? But why is it bigger than before? Is this someone's skill? This is just too ridiculous. No way. How could a player reach this level in just a short time? Even if it's a skill with a flaw, this is just too much. The players all exclaimed in disbelief. Anyone would know that the attack range of most skills was equal to their attribute stats. For example, with 10 MP, the player could easily create a fireball with a 1 meter diameter. So with 100 MP, a player could easily create a fireball with a diameter of 10 meters. The rapidly falling meteor with a diameter of 35 meters caused many people to wonder if the user has 350 MP. But to have that many MP, the player must have reached level 70 to receive that many attribute points. In other words, the meteor in front of her was equivalent to a single attack from a level 70 player with full mana growth. How could this not be shocking? Even in the outside world, a level 70 player was enough to be called a strong player in a city. Luo Yao was dumbfounded as she watched the mysterious meteor fall. She finally reacted when the latter hit the plains and exploded with a shocking shock wave. Is this an attack from a newbie player? The scorching golden flames spread out in all directions like a storm, evaporating all living things in the core attack zone. An invisible wave of heat rushed toward the players around her as if they were being roasted in a furnace. The sun was high in the sky, and the sunlight was strong. The surrounding area's temperature rose significantly after being swept by the flames. The air became even hotter. Luo Yao had already forgotten about the pain in her leg. She felt as if her entire world was shaking. Fortunately, she was determined and quickly recovered from the shock. No matter how strong I am, there will always be someone else who is stronger than me. I just need to improve myself. She consoled herself, but she knew it didn't completely erase the disappointment in her heart. After all, who wouldn't be curious about how it was done? Who wouldn't want to be born to have such strong combat power? If everyone could do that, then her current efforts would be a joke. However, Qin Manya comforted her very quickly. This is indeed shocking. In fact, if Qin Manya had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed such an absurd phenomenon. However, you don't have to overthink about it, Luo Yao. That's definitely an extremely rare case. We don't need to change our growth plan because of one person. As long as you grow according to our plan, you will become the strongest person in this area. Whether it be sooner or later. Chapter 11. Chapter 11, A Big Harvest. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Despite her comforting words, Qin Manya was still as shocked as Luo Yao. Especially because she was even more experienced than Luo Yao, she is more aware of how outrageous this scene was. She was initially a level 72 player who chose to walk the path of magic. Adding other attributes, her MP was more than 500. A full power attack would only destroy a core area of about 50 meters. The attack just now was no different from an attack with 70% of her strength. And this probably came from a newbie too. The Wolf King is dead, right? Luo Yao projected her question in her mind. Qin Manya shook her head and laughed. That meteor is equivalent to 70% of my power. Do you think any monster can survive that? Then it's dead. The higher the MP, the more powerful the skill was and the more extensive the range of destruction. Of course, there were other exceptions, but they were extremely rare. In most cases, the most direct way to judge the power of a person's skill was to look at its range of destruction. It looks like it's about 35 meters. Although Qin Manya was living in Luo Yao's body in the form of a soul, she still had basic vision and hearing. She could also clearly see the scene outside through Luo Yao's eyes. Seeing that the blazing golden flames in the distance were already burning the grassland, she worriedly said to Luo Yao, I don't know if the golden flames have any special effects. It's better to leave this place as soon as possible. All right. Luo Yao agreed. She was afraid that the mysterious person would use their skill on other players too, so she did not want to stay here any longer. She quickly turned around and left. You have absorbed 97 points of shock value from Li Fufeng. You have absorbed 52 fear points from Li Fufeng. You have absorbed 74 points of envy from Li Fufeng. You have absorbed 66 shock points from Yifeng Assassin. There were many kinds of emotions flooding his notification. Happiness, anger, sadness, disappointment, excitement, shock, envy, jealousy. And so on. And Lingyi's super mutation system would take in all the emotions nearby. From the moment he summoned Starfall, he had absorbed nearly 150,000 emotional points in just half a minute. Emotion points collected 149,768.20. As Lingyi weaved through the crowd, the numbers still continued to rise rapidly. Although it was easy to absorb distress points, his absorption range was still limited. Lingyi had to take the initiative to get closer to the crowd. After absorbing the emotions of this group of people, it was time to move on to the next group. He began to estimate the effective range of the system's absorption. With him as the center, his system could absorb within a 30-meter radius. He was pretty satisfied. It wasn't considered small. As he walked around and absorbed these emotional points, Lingyi looked at the notification from God's Path on his hologram screen. You have killed Grassland Wolf, level 8, experience +2. You have killed Elite Grassland Wolf, level 8, experience +20. You have killed Grassland Wolf King, level 10, experience +400. There were elite and boss monsters on the main road. Killing an elite monster would give 10x experience points, and defeating a boss monster 100x experience points. The level 7 Lingyi could only obtain 2 experience points from killing a level 8 Grassland Wolf. However, killing a level 8 Elite Grassland Wolf would give him 20 experience points. You have obtained the 1-star skill Wolf Fong. You have obtained the 2-star skill Fierce Aura. You have obtained the 6-star skill Attribute Copy. You have received the treasured medicine Wolf King's Soul. Besides experience points, Lingyi had also obtained all the skill materials and items that dropped after killing these creatures. After the previous 2 hours of experience, he had confirmed that his probability reversal talent was effective on monsters' drop rate. After killing a monster, it would basically drop an item for him. He was supposed to pick them up one by one, but he was lucky enough to find a wooden treasure chest along the way. He found an item that could automatically pick up the dropped items. Hardworking B.E. takes effect automatically when stored in his rucksack. After killing a monster, an invincible bee will be sent to pick up the item. Although the effect was good, Lingyi was not satisfied with it. Hence, he spent 30 mutation points to mutate it. Hardworking B.E. takes effect automatically when stored in his rucksack. After killing a monster, dropped items would automatically enter the bag. In addition, you can send out an invincible little bee to pick up items. With the original skill, he still had to pick the items himself, but now, the beast could pick all the items for him. It could even snatch items dropped from monsters killed by other players. Just the fact that it could ensure his spoils of war would not be snatched away by others was already something that he could not compare with. Your rucksack is full. The remaining items have been sent to your temporary mailbox. Please collect them as soon as possible. Prompt: the temporary mailbox will remain in existence for 10 minutes. Seeing this message, Lingy couldn't be bothered to absorb more distress points. He quickly opened his inventory and retrieved all the skills he didn't need. 1-star skill Wolf Fawn has been recycled. You have received 10 gold coins. 2-star skill Fierce Aura has been recycled. You have received 30 gold coins. After clearing out all the trash in his bag, Lingy retrieved all the items in the temporary mailbox and started another recycling round. After a while, his rucksack finally became simple. Other than the wolf fur X122 and red fruit juice X632 materials, which he did not know what he could do with them, he only had the E-grade item, Hardworking Bee, the 6-star skill, Attribute Duplication, and A, Wolf King's Soul. The last 2 items had dropped after killing the Wolf King. Lingy wasn't in a hurry to look at it. Instead, he first added the 5 free attribute points he received from leveling up to level 8 to his mana. Feeling more powerful, he swept his gaze across the area once again. Without the Wolf King, the grassland wolves were no match for the players, and they were now retreating. He believed it wouldn't take long for 9,000 players to annihilate these wolves. I killed all the high-level monsters in one go. Killing these low-level monsters won't give me any experience. They've all calmed down. There's nothing to gain from this. Lingy muttered to himself. With one last look, he turned away and left. Remaining time from descent, 17 minutes. On a grassy slope in the campsite, Lingy was sitting there leisurely, like a tourist on vacation. With only 10 minutes left, he didn't want to run around anymore. Now that he was level 8, he would have to kill monsters of level 8 or above to gain more experience. But those monsters were in other areas. Once the time was over, it would already be over. Even if he could have rushed over now, it would be useless. He read somewhere that no matter how far players ran, they would always be back at the camp every time they entered God's path. If he wanted to continue the progress from the previous day, he would have to make another trip. As for why he didn't go back now and save the remaining 17 minutes for tomorrow? Of course, it was because there was a reward for staying on God's path for 3 hours. Chapter 12. Chapter 12, Return in Daily Roulette. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Every day, God's path would give players 3 hours to play on its ground. After the player had stayed for the entire 3 hours, they would receive a chance to draw a prize on the daily roulette. The daily roulette was a daily activity on God's path. The level of the roulette would be divided according to the level of the map. There was beginner level roulette on the beginner map, and on the intermediate map, there was intermediate level roulette. The higher the level of the roulette, the higher the quality of the items on it. Lingy had the probability reversal talent, so he was looking forward to getting something good. Let me check on the 2 rewards I got from killing the Wolf King. He opened the player's rucksack and checked the skill that was dropped first. Attribute Duplication, 6 stars, special, can be activated after 5 seconds of contact with the target. Randomly copies an attribute the target has and adds it to the user. Lasts for 1 minute. Only one can be copied at a time. This skill can only be used on targets lower than the user's level. This skill is **T, Lingy frowned at the description. The difficulty of triggering it was high, and it was very random. To say that it was weak was not completely accurate. Copying the other party's attributes and stacking them on one's own body was a valuable skill to have. Well, you could say that this skill's advantages and disadvantages were just too significant. Based on the current effects, Ling Yi wasn't sure if he wanted to learn this skill. Fortunately, he had the mutation system in his hands. Attribute duplication, 6 stars, mutation potential, high. System, mutate it. Are you sure you want to mutate the attribute duplication skill? Requires 40 mutation points. I'm sure. He subconsciously looked at the current mutation point. Current collected distress points, 20, mutation points, 1628. 100 distress points could be converted into 1 mutation point. He had taken the time to convert more than 160,000 points. After a few breaths, the blurry skill finally became clear again. Ling Yi impatiently opened it. Attribute duplication, 6 stars, special, duplicate an attribute from the target and stack it on the user. Can only duplicate one at a time. This skill can only be used on targets lower than the user's level. The time limit is all gone? Ling Yi wondered out loud. Doesn't that mean that once you copy it, I can have it forever? If that's the case, the worst case scenario, I'll have to change my attribute again once I see who had the higher attributes. Ling Yi's eyes lit up, quickly learning it without a second word. He had just reached level 8 and still had 6 star slots, which was used up for this skill. After learning it, he sat on the grass and looked around, trying to find someone to try the skill on. However, the others were not as carefree as him. Only the level 1 and level 2 players were still killing monsters in the nearby forest, and only a few of them stayed in the camp. He scanned the area. And when he saw that, the person closest to him was a few hundred meters away. Ling Yi gave up on the idea. No need to hurry. I can copy the enemy's attributes during a battle. Ling Yi then continued to look through his rucksack to check the last item. Wolf King's Soul, Special, the soul of the grasslands Wolf King. Ha! That's it. That's all the description? Ling Yi exclaimed in surprise. Such a simple description made it impossible for him to determine the value and use of this thing. He thought for a while and decided to go to God's Path's forum to take a look. God's Path has been around for 20 years, so there should be some information about it in the forums. Sure enough, when he searched on the forum with the words Wolf King Soul, many posts with the title Soul of the Wolf King suddenly appeared. Can one become invincible after combining 5 hearts and souls? Post by Iverson. The Ultimate Beast King is the only one left who has not been defeated. Will it drop its last soul? Post by Meng Lin. Guess post. Everyone, let's guess the effect of 5 hearts and souls as one. Post by Zhang Yuan. Ling Yi clicked on the posts and read them for a while. He finally found some relevant information. As it turned out, apart from the Ultimate Maps Beast King, which had yet to be defeated by anyone in the world, there was a tiny chance of a soul heart dropping after killing the Beast King of the other maps. There were 4 well-known kings, including the Wolf King. According to the rules, the Ultimate Beast King should also have a soul in theory. There was a rumor that if one gathered the 5 great soul hearts, they could combine them to form a tremendous secret treasure and become an invincible player. However, regardless of whether this was true, it wasn't something that the current Ling Yi had to consider. He only knew that this thing was equivalent to nothing to him, but it was a good idea to keep this and collect more as he progressed. When the time finally reached 0, all the players still on God's Path received 2 identical messages. Your arrival time has been reset to 0. You have spent a full 3 hours on God's Path today. You have received a daily roulette draw opportunity. Everyone was forcefully sent back to the main world when these 2 messages appeared. It was slightly past 3 in the morning on the 1st of June. All the way across Firefly Town's Player Alliance branch, Ling Yi's figure reappeared in one of the rooms in an ordinary-looking residential building. I'm back. He looked at his hands, then turned his head and scanned his room. He felt the natural texture of the sofa and heaved a sigh of relief. That was amazing. It's like I'm traveling between 2 different worlds. After resting for a while, Lingy called out the wheel's interface and prepared to draw a lottery. There was a colored wheel on the interface, and the words "Beginner Level Wheel" was written on the top of it in a colorful, large font. The entire wheel was divided into 18 regions, each region of varying sizes. The big ones were almost 1/5 of their size, and the small ones were barely visible if one didn't look carefully. A red lottery button was in the middle of the wheel. Lingy clicked it with anticipation. The pointer in the middle of the wheel began to spin at high speed. The smaller the probability, the greater the probability for me. There's a very high probability of going to the smallest area, Lingy muttered to himself. Just as Lingy had expected, the needle had stopped at the area with the smallest proportion of the entire wheel. Congratulations! You have received a reward from the Daily Wheel EXP Pearl. After the notification appeared, the wheel in front of him disappeared. Lingy immediately opened his bag to check. EXP Pearl D, one-time use item. Grants 10 experience points upon usage. It was an everyday and practical consumable item. The problem was the experience points he received were too little. He looked at the mutation potential given by the mutation system. EXP Pearl, mutation potential, high. High mutation potential. It was something he could look forward to. Lingy immediately mutated it. EXP Pearl D, after using it, the player can obtain 10% of the experience bar corresponding to their current level. It can be used once a day. Note, a permanent item that can be used once a day. If I need 100 EXP to level up, I would get 10 points a day. If I need 10,000 EXP to level up, I will get 1,000 EXP per day. Lingy's eyes widened, a big smile etched on his face, increasing my level steadily within 10 days? This is good stuff. As he had discovered today, it was tough for players to level up. The first batch of players who entered the Divine Path 20 years ago had an average of only level 90. On the other hand, Lingy only needed to use it once a day. And after 1,000 days, he would be guaranteed to reach level 100. Chapter 13. Chapter 13, The News. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. If taken into account the amount of time he spent on God's path, with his new item, he could reach level 100 in no time. That's right. This news was about someone who rose to level 93 after earning and training for 3 months. Currently, that's the highest record in the world. If they were to see these mutated EXP Pearl, they would probably go crazy. One could imagine the bloodbath people would go through once they learned about this special item. No expert would reject such a divine item, especially not when they know how difficult it was to level up. Lingy decided to test it out and use the item. You have gained 90 experience. In order to level up to level 9, he would require 900 EXP. By using EXP Pearl, he would receive 10% of that every day, which means he would get 90 EXP each day. When he looked at the level bar again, it had already changed to LV8292/900. This is very good. I'll definitely be able to reach level 10 when I get to God's path again tomorrow. Lingy clenched his fists, a confident smile on his handsome face. He was filled with hope for the future. Early the following morning, when the sun shone on the land of Shinsha, waking the people from their sleep, a piece of shocking news had already spread all over the world. News about the performance of a certain group of players. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary. On the morning of the first day of each month, people usually see what the newbies in their respective zones have done, what sort of amazing accomplishments they have achieved, or what high star skills they have obtained. Though, in reality, these so-called amazing achievements were nothing but ordinary feats to the non-players. It was always the same news playing over and over, month after month, and it wasn't a surprise that many people gradually lost their initial enthusiasm and curiosity. However, when many people saw today's news, their eyes widened without exception. Many viewers shared a look of disbelief and exclaimed, "What? How is that possible? And so on. Level 70 players attack in a low-level map. Hot news. This was the top news on the forum today. When they saw this title, everyone's first thought was disbelief. It was probably clickbait to attract people's attention. But even when they knew, almost no one could resist clicking it. A shocking scene in District 66 opened in the early morning hours. There was a short video attached to the long text. The video was only a few seconds long, but it showed the entire incident. Heavens! There's actually such a thing. After watching the video, both players and ordinary people were deeply shocked. What's going on? What was that energy body that looked like a flaming meteor? And who summoned it? Ha! This must be our White Elephant Kingdom's rich merchant, Arhan's doing. He is determined to become a celestial phenomenon mage. 66th District? I heard that the young Alliance Master of the Gods Alliance is also in that area. Could it be? This doesn't make sense. How could a player who's not even level 10 use such a powerful skill? Even if it has a serious flaw, it shouldn't be this powerful. F***ck me. This skill is even more powerful than mine. And I'm a level 50, full mana. This is the first time I've learned that the Wolf King can be killed within seconds on the first day. Everyone was deeply puzzled. In the comments section, all sorts of haters also appeared one after another. Verification complete. The video is fake. Why do so many people believe such unbelievable news? It's clearly fake. Why are people so gullible in this era? Actually, that person is me. If you want to know more details, please join my group. The group entry fee is. While God's Path Forum and the world's major online platforms were discussing this matter, in Xinxia's upper capital, in a luxurious western courtyard, an old man and his grandson were playing a game of chess. 2 rows of young, handsome male servants stood respectfully beside the two, waiting to be called. This was the Wang family's courtyard. The 2 people playing chess in the pavilion were the Wang family's patriarch, Wang Ao, and his grandson, Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu loved to play chess, and so did Wang Ao. The older man loved to dote on his grandson and often came to play chess with him. Their chess skills were on par, and they often spent most of their time doing this. But now, seeing his grandson holding a black stone in his hand, Wang Ao couldn't help but sigh. I'm still too easily affected by the news. Ever since he learned about the shocking attack at District 66, his grandson's brows had never relaxed. They were all wrinkled to different degrees. He knew what the young man was thinking but didn't want to say it. He wanted to see if he could adjust his mentality. Thump. The hand holding the black stone finally fell heavily. It didn't land on the board but the table instead. Aish. Seeing this, Wang Ao let out another sigh. He looked at his grandson, slightly exasperated, and the young boy finally broke the silence between them. Grandpa, what level do you think that person is at? Wang Xiaoyu was also a new player in the current batch located in District 7. Last night on his first trip to God's Path, he finally managed to level up to level 3. When he returned home, he was so full of himself, until he saw the news about District 66. While other people were more concerned about the terrifying attack, Wang Xiaoyu was more concerned about the experience gained from killing the Wolf King. The experience gained from killing monsters on God's Path will be equally divided by the number of people who killed it. Hundreds of us worked together to kill the Wolf King, but we only got a few EXP. Xiaoyu said when his grandfather did not reply. If that attack killed the Wolf King, wouldn't the person who launched that attack gain a few hundred EXP at once? If we count the elite's monsters too. That guy is probably level 5 or 6 by now. Wang Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. His anxiety marred his fair and handsome face. Last night, the Wang family and the Xia family had a bet. The Wang family bet that if Wang Xiaoyu of the Wang family were the first to reach level 10 among the new members of this batch, then the two families would be connected by marriage. The demand that the Xia family would let their eldest daughter, who was still an ordinary person, marry Wang Xiaoyu. The Xia family bet their eldest daughter would marry only the first person to reach level 10. However, if that person were not Wang Xiaoyu, the Wang family would have to provide the Xia family with 3 A-class treasures. At first, Wang Xiaoyu had been confident that no one could beat him, which was why he had made that bet in the first place. But now, he was anxious. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gambled on God's path. To ensure that the bet would be carried out, the two sides made the bet official on God's path yesterday. It didn't matter even if one party took back their word, as the bet on God's path would bind them with its boundless power. The thought of the possibility the Xia family's eldest daughter could become another man's woman, his heart was filled with jealousy and anger. He wished he could go back in time to stop this bet from proceeding. Unfortunately, there were no ifs or time machines in this world. Wang Ao looked at his grandson's resentful expression and could only sympathize with the younger man's plight. He had met the two girls from the Xia family before. As people said, they were gorgeous women with attractive figures and charming faces. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, Black Sky. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Wang Ao watched on as his grandson's furrowed eyebrows and unfocused eyes. His mind was clearly on a different plane. The older man couldn't help but worry that the young boy would get sick from holding all his emotions in and finally comforted him. You don't have to be too worried. It's only the end of the first day. As long as there's still time, there's still a chance. Wang Ao said, trying to sound a little lighthearted. If that player can gain so much experience in one go, you can do it too. Wang Ao stroked his beard and smiled, don't forget the information we have. Wang Xiaoyu was confident that he would be the first to reach level 10 precisely because the Wang family had information that could deal with the elite monsters on the main road. This was discovered by a member of the Wang family 2 months ago in April. Through this method, he had successfully killed a few high-level elite monsters despite his low level. It almost broke the leveling record. Now that the Wang family had perfected the method, Wang Ao believed that his grandson would be able to do better. That's right. Wang Xiaoyu's heart felt a little lighter and was once again filled with hope. He jumped and said excitedly, with this information, I can at least gain a few hundred experience points. That way, there won't be a problem for me to level up 2 or 3 times. This way, I might be able to catch up to him. Wang Ao shook his head. You must remember, this method is still not guaranteed success. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He continued, the best way is to suppress the development of that unpredictable variable. Recalling this dangerous method made Wang Ao, one of the first batch players to enter God's path, frown. The summoning of the flaming meteorites was clearly an astronomical skill. Activating this skill didn't require the user to do anything, and the attack came from the sky, making it extremely difficult to find the user. Even if they hired people in District 66 to look for this player, finding anything would not be easy. In any case, I should still try. Ling Yi only got out of bed at noon, when the sun was high in the sky. After washing up, he put on his clothes and was ready to head out. It was inconvenient not to have a mobile phone in the modern world, so he decided to buy it. If he only had the 1,000 gold coins from the subsidy, he wouldn't even think to buy it. But now, he has earned a lot of gold coins. In the modern world, the exchange rate between gold coins and global coins was 150. 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 50 global dollars. Global dollars was the abbreviation for the currency used by the people of the world. Before God's path descended, everyone all over the world used this currency. The two currencies could be exchanged anytime on the God's Path forum. When he left, he exchanged 200 of his 1,000 gold coins for global dollars. And now, he had a huge sum of 11,000 global dollars. Within half an hour later, Lingy walked out of a mobile phone store and sat on a chair outside. He wondered if he should have lunch in the square. Star Square was Firefly Town's most famous super building where people go for food, clothing, and entertainment. You could say it's similar to a mall and a super grocery store. The first floor sold fresh vegetables, fruits, and daily necessities. The second floor sold clothes, shoes, and hats. The third floor sold furniture, home appliances, mobile phones, and computers. The fourth floor sold food and restaurants, and the fifth floor sold cinemas and game halls. It just happened to be a Saturday, so many people came to Star Square. He swept his gaze across the room and saw handsome men and beautiful women in bright and beautiful clothes. I should eat something. Lingy looked around as if he was taking a stroll. He slowly walked up to the fourth floor and found a relatively quiet restaurant to enter. He wasn't too picky with food, and unlike most people, he didn't have the patience to wait in a long line. Whether the shop or restaurant was famous or not, as long as he got to eat there immediately, he wouldn't mind. However, when he entered, he realized that the place was already packed with people. Luckily, there was still one empty table in the corner. He couldn't be bothered looking for another restaurant to eat at. When the waitress saw Lingy, she immediately greeted him with a smile, "Welcome. What do you want to order?" He quickly ordered his food, and it didn't take too long for his meal to arrive. Just as Lingy was slowly enjoying his lunch, a delicate rabbit-like voice suddenly came from behind him. Hello, can I sit here? Although her voice was soft, her diction was clear, and her voice was sweet and pleasant to his ear. Lingy turned around and saw a young lady in her 20s carrying a tray. The girl was looking at him with her blue eyes, which were as clear as the sky, and her gaze was soft and pure. Her snow-white, flawless, and lovely face was blushing slightly from shyness. Her fingers holding the plate were slender, and her nails were neatly painted with pink nail polish. "Have a seat." Lingy nodded in acknowledgement. The young girl walked to the opposite end of the table, gently put down the plate, and slowly sat down. Then, she ate her lunch elegantly and quietly. A refreshing sweet milky fragrance wafted from the young lady's body. Lingy pretended not to smell it and continued to eat. They fell into a peaceful silence. Lingy did not bother to initiate a conversation. He knew that most people would prefer to eat in peace. Not everybody likes to be bothered when they eat. Sadly, this peaceful atmosphere did not last long. Just as Lingy was about to finish his lunch, the sky, it suddenly darkened. The food court, which was initially brightly lit by natural light, became as dark as night in just a few seconds. He couldn't even see his fingers. Lingy was puzzled when suddenly a series of terrified cries erupted around him. "Black sky, black sky. The black sky has appeared. What level? What level is this? Please don't let it be above level 2. Shoo! Everyone, keep your voices down. The monsters are about to appear. Are there any players among us? Even if it's a few levels, it'll make me feel at ease if..." Then suddenly, everybody fell silent. In the blink of an eye, the place was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Lingy was sitting by the window. He could see it was also dark outside through the window on his right. Other than the street lights, landscape lights, and neons, there wasn't any other light source. Black sky? What's going on? He frowned and thought about it. He turned the phone to night mode and started to search. A moment later, he received the following information. Opportunities are often accompanied by danger. The same logic applies to the appearance of God's path. Ever since the appearance of God's path, a phenomenon of an area suddenly turning black could happen at any time around the world. This phenomenon is accompanied by the appearance of various monsters that usually reside in God's path. We call this phenomenon the black sky. According to the level of monsters seen during this phenomenon, we have divided the dark sky into 4 levels, from low to high. Level 1, 30 monsters, Level 3 black sky. Level 31, 60 monsters, Level 2 black sky. Level 61, 90 monsters, Level 1 black sky. Level 90 above, doom. After the dark sky appears, ordinary people are advised to take refuge on the spot. Do not move around, do not create any light sources, and do not cause any noise. Ling Yi finally had a basic understanding of the dark sky. So it's the darkening of the area and the appearance of monsters. As long as you're a capable player, you have nothing to worry about. However, he was still weak, so he had to hide. After all, even if it was a level 3 black sky, it was very likely that there would be more than 10 or 20 monsters. Unless he used Starfall, he would not be a match for them. However, in the main world, Starfall was a skill that could not be used casually. If he were not careful, he would be mistaken as a dark person who was using the name of dealing with monsters to destroy the city. That would be a big problem. Chapter 15. Chapter 15, The End of the Black Sky. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. He found other interesting information regarding the black sky. One of the things he discovered was the fact that a magical crystal would appear in the same area the phenomenon occurred, and this crystal is the key to stopping the black sky. One must destroy it. Otherwise, more monsters would continue to appear as long as this phenomenon is still activated. And these monsters would give no EXP to the player who killed them or drop any items or skills. So, that means. Ling Yi put his phone back into his pocket and touched his chin, thinking, TE players should look for magic crystals. He looked out of the window and saw black cloud-like smokes of different sizes appear out of thin air under the bright street lamp. A few seconds later, the black smoke dispersed, and all kinds of monsters appeared. He saw a tiger made of flames, a golden eagle with 2 pairs of steel wings, a watery monster that looked poisonous, and a strange round monster that jumped around the... Wait a minute. Isn't that... Ling Yi recognized those monsters. It was the red fruit monsters he killed last night. They were like giant red apples, jumping around aimlessly on the streets. It seems that the demons in the main world behave the same as those on God's path. Monsters attacked people on sight but wandered around when they didn't see them. And according to the information he had just read, the monsters in the main world would not attack buildings unless they saw people in them. It's much safer to hide indoors. Ling Yi thought. Suddenly, he felt a loud rumble on the ground, seemingly due to some vibrations coming from the distance. Boom! Boom! The sound came from hundreds of meters away, but he could feel the ground shaking. He leaned close to the window and looked for what might have been the cause of it. Then his eyes caught it. He saw a massive creature about 60 to 70 meters tall walking in the dark city. Boom! Boom! The ground shook every time the giant beast took another step. What? Is that also a monster? Ling Yi suddenly realized that he had misunderstood something. From the start, he had always assumed monsters were these small creatures he would have to kill. But he had forgotten that he only saw those monsters through the lens of his gaming screen in his previous life. It just hit him now how big they were in real life. And this was a world where monsters existed in reality, so there was no such thing as screen restriction. So, it shouldn't surprise him how horrifyingly giant these monsters can be, but here he is. Boom! Boom! The giant beast took another step. The step on the ground was like a stomp on everyone's heart, making them all tremble in fear. However, what made Ling Yi and the other people in the restaurant happy was that the giant beast wasn't heading toward Star Square. Instead, it was heading north, towards the town center. Hua Ling Yi let out a sigh of relief. When he retracted his gaze from the window, he noticed his forehead was already covered in sweat. The restaurant was still very dark, but now his eyes had gotten used to it, and he could see the girl sitting opposite him in the corner, covering her ears with her hands. Ling Yi felt slightly relieved that he was a player. Even though he was still considered a newbie, he had some skills to defend himself, making him relatively calmer. He couldn't imagine the level of fear non-players feel in this situation. Feeling thirsty and slightly distracted, he picked up a glass of water on the table and gulped it down. All of a sudden, something was nudging him in the back of his mind. Like a feeling telling him that something was wrong. Wait, he unconsciously mumbled. Since I just saw a red fruit monster, this should be a level 3 black sky. And that means the monsters should range between level 1 and 30. Ling Yi paused for a moment. Does that mean the giant beast is somewhere below level 30? It was a little odd. No matter how much he thought about it, it was not normal for a monster of that size to be only a level 20 or 30 creature. There is the possibility that it's a boss. Ling Yi pulled up his phone to find some explanations and found that elite and even boss monsters would sometimes appear during the black sky phenomenon. The worst-case scenario would be the appearance of a beast king. However, the information stated that heavenly phenomena often accompanied the appearance of a beast king. This made Ling Yi's tensed-up nerves relax. This should only be a level 3 black sky. Although he doesn't know how large the area is, the Firefly branch should have enough combat power to deal with it. He had heard that many players were part of the Firefly branch, and most were around level 30 or 40. The highest level among them seemed to be around level 60 or 70. This was just a level 3 black sky, so it should not be a problem for them. Then, a sudden movement from the window caught his eye. As he turned to look, he found many people gathered on the grounds below. Men appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, under the colorful neon lights on the street as if they had teleported. They used some mysterious power to control knives to attack. A woman also flew in the air with flames all over their body and wielded fire to attack. Some individuals transformed into beasts under the streetlights and engaged other creatures in a melee battle. They were obviously players. All sorts of strange skills appeared, and everyone seemed to have their specialty. Ling Yi observed them carefully and realized that some were fighting alone while others were in groups of 2 or 3. They didn't even greet each other when they met, as if they didn't know each other. The relationship between players in the main world wasn't as close as he had assumed. He turned his attention back to the battle. He found that the monsters were no match for the players, and they were almost all killed instantly. Only a few monsters could hold on for a while. However, he couldn't last more than half a minute. It seems like this black sky battle will end soon. He looked at the time and saw that it was 1:30. He further estimated, I should be able to go back around too. Ling Yi underestimated their strength. It only took about 15 minutes for the black sky to end. In the blink of an eye, the environment returned to normal. The sunlight shone through the window and onto the clean tiles, reflecting the warm yellow light on the restaurant's ceiling. The entire room suddenly became warm and bright again. Some customers cheered as if they had just survived a disaster. Some walked out in a hurry, as if they couldn't hold it anymore. Some looked calm as if they had expected this situation. Our Firefly town is the strongest in the world. It's just a level 3 black sky. There's no need to worry. A young man with a pale face and a green mushroom head spoke to the celebratory crowd. Even if a monster does break in, I can defeat it and protect you all since I am a level 7 player. When the surrounding people heard this, they cursed him in their hearts, but most were still polite and indulged him by giving the man a surprised expression. While others genuinely wanted to get to know the green-haired player. Oh? You're a player? Let's be friends, let's be friends. Not bad, man. I have high hopes for you. Just by looking at him, I can tell he has potential. However, there seemed to be more people who immediately disliked the guy. Some even stood up and just left. Ling Yi overheard some of them speaking about the guy from afar and looked over curiously. But his ear caught on to an exciting conversation just beside his table. God's Path only opened yesterday in June, so he's obviously a player who entered last month. Only to reach level 7 in a month? What kind of potential does he have? One of them whispered. Usually, the faster players could reach level 10 within 15 days. Even the slower players could do it in less than a month. This guy still dares to brag about his level out loud. He really has no shame. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, First Duplication. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Ling Yi immediately understood the situation, and his interest in the topic quickly fell. This was the first player he met in the main world. He had wanted to learn more about the player, but now it seemed pointless. Just as he got up and was about to leave, he heard the sound of glass shattering. Crash! Ling Yi and the others looked over. A dozen giant bats with dark purple skin with black spiral patterns on their bellies smashed through the window glass and aggressively flew in. These giant bats flapped their wings, and as they flew, they stared at the people with their beady green eyes as if they were glaring. Nightmare bats. Actual level 15 nightmare bats. They've seen us. Run. After the black sky ended, no more monsters would appear, but the monsters that had already appeared would not disappear before it was killed. The group of nightmare bats must have slipped under the other player's radar. Don't worry. These bats don't have any powerful attack moves. They won't kill anyone. But they have a unique skill called Nightmare Curse. Don't tell me you want to fall asleep in such a public place while stuck in a never-ending nightmare, do you? I don't want that, but I'm just a helpless girl, so... As the crowd rushed toward the exit in a panic, some people approached the mushroom-haired man, hoping that he would deal with these monsters for them. Get lost. The mushroom-headed man's attitude turned a complete 180-degree. He rudely shook off the hands of the people around him and rushed to the door at a speed that was almost invisible to the eyes. Ling Yi watched as the other player stepped on other people's shoulders, trying to squeeze their way, and jumped out. By the time the pleading crowd reacted, his figure had already disappeared at the end of the corridor. What's going on? Why is he running so fast? Why does he look even more scared than us? I remember now. That person seemed to be a new member of the Dark Guild. He must be afraid that other players will follow the nightmare bats and find him. Really? Are you sure? If he hadn't run away, I wouldn't be sure, but... While everyone was in shock, Ling Yi, still in his corner, was surprised by the powerful feeling in his body. Just as the mushroom-headed man made his escape, he used his skill, attribute duplication. He didn't think too much about it other than the thought, why not, as he saw the guy's swift action. Since he seemed light on his feet, Ling Yi copied the opponent's agility. Agility 3, agility 35, 3-2. That guy's only a level 7, but he already has 32 agility? Doesn't he have any other attributes? Ling Yi couldn't check all of his opponent's attributes. It was only because he copied the opponent's stats that he knew the mushroom-haired guy's agility was 32. Ling Yi quickly understood that this could be a significant problem. Even though he could copy someone else's or a monster's attribute, he wouldn't be able to see all their stats. It would almost be like a gamble for him to copy. The only thing he could do was guess by their performance. This can be really inconvenient. He thought to himself, if I get an inspection skill in the future, I might be able to mutate it and use it to find rare abilities that God's Path doesn't have. Crash! Another window shattered. Ling Yi's heart skipped a beat. He thought another group of nightmare bats had crashed in again but was surprised at the sudden unexpected guest he found instead. A woman whose face he couldn't see had entered, but what made her stand out was the fact her whole body was enveloped in flames. She stretched out her hand and grabbed into a void, pulling out a long whip. The flames on her body burned along her arm to the whip, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a long flaming whip. Under everyone's gazes, she only swung back and forth towards the group of nightmare bats twice. The dozen or so demonic-looking bats circling in the air were annihilated. Then, she turned around and flew away. She disappeared from everyone's sight in a moment. He moved quickly and came and went like the wind. Fire Whip Queen. That was the Fire Whip Queen. Everybody cheered joyfully, and Lingy also heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't deal with flying monsters, especially in a closed, indoor space. If that woman everybody called the Fire Whip Queen hadn't come, he wouldn't know what to do. Looking up at the broken window, he subconsciously touched his chin and said to himself, now that Black Sky has ended, there must be some other monsters left outside. I guess I should take a look. As he was about to leave, someone grabbed his hand. He turned around and saw that it was the girl who had been sitting opposite him. She reached across the table to grab him, looking as if she needed some help. Lingy was stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly returned to his seat and asked, "Is everything okay? Do you need any help?" The young girl's face was pressed against the table, and Lingy had to come closer to hear what she had to say. The girl was mumbling something, but he still couldn't understand what she was saying. So he got closer again, and their heads were almost touching. From this distance, he could smell her rich and sweet scent. It entered his nose and slowly invaded his brain. Somehow, it excites his spirits? His hearing seemed to have improved as well. I've been cursed with a nightmare curse. Please take me home. Home is in bag. A gentle, delicate female voice tickled Lingy's ears, but he quickly understood what she meant. He remembered one of the people mentioned that they would fall asleep once hit by this curse and wouldn't wake up. If she fell asleep here, he couldn't imagine what would happen to her, especially when someone with bad intentions saw her in her defenseless state. Lingy sighed but carefully searched through the girl's bag. He quickly found a package and took it out. The recipient's name, phone number, and address were all written. Lin Shuro, XXXXXXXXXXX. 33, Phoenix Street, Firefly Town, Zhenjiang City. It was a little past 2 in the afternoon. When the more experienced players wiped out the remaining monsters on the street, the nearby residents came out of their houses and resumed their daily activities. Lingy had arrived at this girl's, Lin Shuru's, residential area. It was only yesterday that his agility was only 3 points. He could only run for 6 meters per second. Now that he has 35 agility points, he could run at a speed of 70 meters per second. The distance from Star Square to Lin Shuru's house was about 1,000 meters, but Lingy only spent a little over 10 seconds despite still carrying another body on his back. This was also the first time he had personally experienced the changes brought about by high attributes. Unlike Starfall, he could experience a speed exceeding any average human speed. It made him feel as though he had extraordinary powers. Now that I think about it. Standing in front of 33, Phoenix Street, Lingy turned around to look at the 5- or 6-story building. He had a strange expression on his face. Isn't this right behind my temporary residence? If a window in his room allowed him to see the back of the building, he would be able to see her house. However, his room and even the building he was in didn't have one. Oddly enough, this area was deserted, and there was nobody to be seen. But even so, Lingy still quickly found the key from her bag, opened the gate, and quickly locked it back once he was inside. He carried her through a small garden and arrived at the small 2-story house. He tried turning the doorknob and was surprised it wasn't locked. So, he pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Lin Shuru. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Is anyone here? Lingy called out, but there was no response. He gently laid Lin Shuru on the long sofa in the living room and took a look around. The girl lived in a small 2-story house with a living room that greeted you when you walked into the house. The living room was of decent size. A red carpet splayed in the middle of the room, and 1 long and 2 small burgundy sofas were neatly placed around it. In the middle of the sofas was a large wooden and polished table. Facing the sofa was an 80-inch television hanging on the wall. It was much bigger than the one in Ling Yi's room. He walked around the first floor. There was a kitchen on the left, and right across from it was a gym. He also found the toilet and storage room. It was perfectly a typical house, but what stood out the most was that these rooms were spotless. He only saw a pair of bowls and chopsticks in the kitchen that she had probably taken out to wash. It looked like she had washed it after eating it last night. Is she the only one who lived here? Ling Yi frowned at the thought. He only planned to bring her to her house and leave the rest to her family to help her. But who would have guessed that she lived alone? Ling Yi raised his eyebrows and helplessly took out her phone from her bag. He wanted to see if he could contact her family. But he was surprised once again. The girl's contact list was as blank as paper, just like his. Ling Yi was speechless. He touched his chin and stared at the girl's sleeping face. He thought, she lives alone and doesn't have any contact information of her relatives or friends. Could she be a runaway? He guessed out loud. He didn't care about her identity. He was more concerned about what to do next. He stared at her longer than it was deemed appropriate before finally shaking his head. Forget it, forget it. I'll have to see to it until the end. Let me see how I can break this curse. Ling Yi said helplessly. And besides, he lives nearby. He was in no hurry to get back home. He immediately sat on the sofa at the side and went on the forum to search for a solution to the cursed nightmare. After a short while of researching, he found several solutions. The simplest way was to buy a curse removal talisman from the God's Path store. It was a talisman that could remove low-level curses placed on players below level 10, including ordinary people. And that just one talisman will cure one person. He opened the server to God's Path shop to look and found that curse removal talisman paper was limited to one per day, and each one only cost 1 gold coin. If I had known it would be this cheap earlier, I would have searched for a way to dispel the curse in the restaurant. Ling Yi complained to himself as he bought the curse removal talisman, and immediately used it on the still sleeping girl. In the next moment, a patch of pale blue light spots appeared from the void, as if a small star had appeared before him. These light spots slowly floated towards Lin Shuru's body, enveloping her and entering her skin. She should be able to recover now. Ling Yi had already decided to leave. As if some mysterious force compels him to stay, a notification beyond his expectations appeared in front of him. Current progress, January 3rd. Prompt, the target's level is greater than level 10. More curse dispelling power is required. Higher than level 10? He stared at the sleeping woman with wide eyes. It was hard to associate this delicate woman with a powerful high-level player. While he was in shock, the woman's eyelids were twitching rapidly, as if she was trying to wake herself up. Ling Yi thought for a moment and felt that she might need a little help, so he started to shake her body. The effect was very obvious. Lin Shuru immediately woke up, her watery blue eyes wide open. Then their eyes met. The two of them only stared for a moment before the girl screamed and immediately got up. She crossed her arms like a frightened rabbit and quickly shrank into a corner of the sofa. Her face was red from embarrassment. How did you wake up? Ling Yi asked curiously. He only completed 1/3 of the recovery progress. Shouldn't she have woken up once the curse was fully lifted? Not that he was not grateful that the girl woke up. He was just really and genuinely curious. Lin Shuro looked at him in panic and then looked down at herself. Seeing that her clothes were still intact, she was slightly relieved. Seeing that the girl was slightly calmer, Ling Yi added, I just dispelled 1/3 of the curse, so I'm just really curious. With a little progress, I can wake up for a short period of time. Lin Shuru replied softly from her corner. Since you're awake and a player, I think you're all right. I won't stay any longer. Ling Yi waved his hand and was about to leave. But just as he turned around and took a step, an urgent voice came from behind him. "Wait a minute, I still need your help." "What?" Ling Yi turned around with a puzzled expression. Lin Shura took a deep breath and explained her situation to him. It turned out she used to be a level 30 player. At that time, she was optimistic and cheerful, with a confident smile every day. But then, in one of the God's Path assessment tests, her district had failed, and an army of monsters had occupied the crystal. Everyone in the district had been permanently restricted from entering God's Path and using their player's power. In other words, although she was still level 30, she was now just an ordinary person. After falling from being extraordinary to an ordinary person, she had a great sense of insecurity. And since then, she had been very careful in doing things, and she had slowly withdrawn into her shell and become weak. Although I'm still level 30, I can no longer use my powers as a player. Lin Shura took off her shoes as she spoke. She curled into herself on the sofa with her white stocking legs against her chest as if trying to hide, but she continued to face Ling Yi as she retold her story. I can't use the God's Path shop, so I can't buy curse-dispelling talismans, which is why I will still need your help for the next 2 days. She ended somewhat in an insecure tone. Oh, that's it? Then that's fine. Ling Yi nodded in understanding. All he had to do was to buy her a curse-dispelling talisman for the next 2 days. It didn't cost too much anyway, so he was quick to agree. Lin Shura looked at his genuine smile and thought for a moment. Then, she pursed her lips and whispered, "But I don't have anything to repay you." She looked around her house for a while, and when she saw that there was nothing she could take out, she looked even more embarrassed. But Ling Yi didn't think so. "No, you have something that can repay me." He stared at Lin Shura's face and chuckled. She had once been a level 30 player and had practically completed the entire beginner map. The information in her mind was not something a few gold coins could compare to. Although most of these things were open to the public and could be found on the forum, it was undoubtedly better to have someone who already knew this information explain it to him. Seeing the young man in front of her smiling at her, Lin Shura was stunned for a moment before her face turned red. Once again, she wrapped her arms around her chest and said nervously, "TTT, that kind of thing is not allowed." Her big blue and watery eyes were almost covered in tears. Ling Yi was speechless. He skipped the topic and gave her a formal self-introduction. "Speaking of which, you still don't know my name." He extended his hand to her. "Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Ling Yi. Ling is in soaring to the clouds, E is in outstanding one. I just became a player today, currently. I'm at a pretty good level." Lin Shura blinked her eyes and stared at him for a long time. Then, she sighed as if she had resigned herself to fate. She reached out her pale hand and placed it on his palm. "Lin Shura, there's no special meaning to it. You can call me whatever you want. I'm just an ordinary person with no one to rely on." Chapter 18. Chapter 18, New Residence and House Protection Talisman. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Ling Yi waved his hand and prepared to leave. "All right, I live in the building in front of this residential area. I'll be able to send you the talismans tomorrow or the day after." "I'll be going." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Shuru's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with her fair hand. She asked in surprise, "You're a victim? Living in that building alone?" Ling Yi stopped his tracks and turned back curiously at the girl. Yes, why?" Victims were everywhere. Why did this guy look so surprised? Lin Shura shook her head and waved her hands at him. Nothing. I'm just a little surprised. It's just that. Usually, the victim's mental state is relatively poor, and their physical condition is not very good due to the limited food. And because of the limited conditions, it's hard for them to maintain their hygiene. No offense. She scanned Ling Yi from head to toe and even got closer to sniff him. You don't smell at all, and you look better than most victims I've seen. You stand straight and strong, she trailed off. Lin Shuru furrowed her brows and thought for a moment, looking for the right word. All in all, you are like a strong sun. You give me a completely different feeling from them. Before Ling Yi could reply, she continued, but since you're living in that building, why don't you? Her gaze quickly swept across Ling Yi's face, and she immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. She continued softly, why don't you just move in here? Her voice was getting softer and softer. Ah? Ling Yi heard it clearly, but this was something he had never thought about. And he was a little confused. Why? He asked slowly. The curse on me hasn't been completely lifted, and I could fall into a deep sleep at any time. If someone accidentally barged in, wouldn't I be at their mercy? Are you not afraid of me? Ling Yi raised his eyebrows and asked. Lin Shuru blinked and suddenly burst out laughing. Is there any use in me being afraid of you? Besides, it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, I think I can trust you. Ling Yi wasn't someone who liked to be polite. But this living space was better than his current home, and since the house owner was willing to let him stay there for free, he would not be an inconvenience. With Lin Shuru's help, everything was packed up by afternoon. Clothes and other daily necessities were also brought over in the evening and placed in the room he will be staying in. They even had dinner together. When Lin Shuru fell asleep in her room, Ling Yi was also in the living room on the first floor, trying to process the events of what just happened today. Tiomi, it's just a change of living environment. He started thinking, but to her, it's no different from inviting a wolf into her house. I'm not a wolf. Ling Yi knew that he was a good person. But Lin Shuru wouldn't have known that. Yet, she still dared to invite him to stay, which puzzled him. He could stay for 2 or 3 days if it were only for the curse removal. There was no need for him to move in permanently. Ling Yi couldn't think of a reason for her invitation, and thinking too much about this was giving him a headache, so he decided to stop thinking about it altogether. He still had to enter God's path tomorrow, so he had to hurry up and plan his actions for his next trip. It was already late into the night when he noticed the time. 23:50. There were only 10 minutes left before midnight on June 2nd. Ling Yi sat on the edge of Lin Shuru's bed. He was about to tell her he was leaving but couldn't wake her up. Seeing that she showed no signs of waking up, he couldn't help but frown. I'm going to enter God's path soon, but I'm still worried about her sleeping like this. That night, waiting for the time to pass by, he read the recent news. He discovered many cases of players violating ordinary people's rights. In one article he read, a player used their telekinesis skill to steal things openly on the street. In another article, he read that some players had the skill to change their appearance. They had used their skill to become the boss of a company, earning millions of dollars. And in this article he just read, certain players had an underground skill. Since he liked to travel, he would travel everywhere underground and often hide in other people's homes. Within 10 days, he had received more than 300 complaints. This was only the tip of the iceberg. But it was also enough to make people clear that no matter what, they had to be prepared to deal with unexpected situations. He shuddered at the thought, and Ling Yi decided to check the shop to take a look. Besides, he wanted to see if he could find anything useful for his current predicament. The shop was divided into 4 tabs: potions, charms, tools, and miscellaneous. There were no skill and weapon tabs, so these 2 categories were not for sale. Ling Yi used "protect an area" as the keyword to search for the relevant information. In just a few seconds, a large number of items appeared on the screen. Among them, there was something that made his eyes light up. House Protection Talisman, D, stick it on the wall, and the house will block the entry of outsiders, foreign objects, and external attacks for the next minute. When Ling Yi found this item, he was happy. It has the intended effects he needed, but the time was too short for Ling Yi to consider. And as usual, Ling Yi used his mutation system. House protection talisman, mutation potential, exorbitant. The exorbitant grade gave him hope that this talisman would be helpful. Time waits for no one. He quickly bought it and used his mutation system. Are you sure you want to mutate? House protection talisman? Requires 80 mutation points. I'm sure. The talisman in his backpack quickly blurred, and it became clear again after a few breaths. Lingy rubbed his hands together and opened them in anticipation. Please. Let it be permanent. He could only mutate the same item once. If he couldn't mutate the house protection talisman to produce the result he wanted, then it wouldn't be so easy to obtain a perfect home protecting effect in the future. House protection talisman, D, as long as it is stuck on the wall, a house will obtain the following effects. 1. Without the permission of the person who pasted the talisman, no unit can enter the house. 2. Without the user's approval, no magical effect will be effective in this house. 3. Ignore all external attacks. Wow! This thing, Lingy was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. No one could enter, powers were ineffective and ignored all external attacks. These 3 points were enough to ensure the safety of the people inside. More importantly, after the mutation, this house protection talisman had changed from a disposable talisman to a permanent talisman. Even if he moved to another place in the future, he could still use it for himself. This is great. With this, at least at home, I can be at ease. Lingy couldn't wait to return to the bedroom Lin Shuro had arranged for him. It was just next to her bedroom. So he was quick to exit Lin Shuro's bedroom and entered his to stick the talisman on the wall beside his new bed. The truth was, in the eyes of the strong, he was as weak as an ordinary person. He was still afraid he would be implicated in a battle between experts. He was afraid that he would be beheaded in his sleep. Which is why, when the talisman released a jade green light wave that made people feel at ease, Lingy felt more relaxed than ever. He felt an unparalleled sense of security. Now, even if a level 100 expert wanted to break in, it would be impossible without his permission. Chapter 19. Chapter 19, Re-entering God's Path. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Not only that. Even if they tried to use their skills or items to spy on his room, they would not be able to do so. Without his approval, all magical factors would not work here. Since this matter has been resolved, next. Looking at the time on his phone, Lingy's heart was filled with anticipation again. He knew that once he got back into God's path, he would be able to reach level 10. According to his research, the fastest person to reach level 10 in the world was 6 days, 2 hours, and 15 minutes. So, if he could reach level 10 on the second day, he would be able to break the previous world record. With how fast he leveled up, what kind of reward would he get? Welcome back. You have gained 3 hours before your descent. It was midnight when everybody returned to God's path, and all the players received the same notification. Lingy didn't dawdle and immediately entered God's path. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at the camp. The sun was shining brightly, and the air was slightly stuffy. Around him, pillars of blue light were falling from the sky. It was the arrival of other players. Lingy glanced at them, turned around, and quickly ran towards the west. With an agility of 35, his speed was abnormally fast. In the blink of an eye, he had entered cypress forest. Wow! Who was that? They're so fast! Someone exclaimed when they saw Lingy's agile figure. The others subconsciously looked over, but they did not see anything. A minute later, after crossing the tall grass slope, Lingy finally stepped into the red fruit garden. Last time, his close combat power was no different from an ordinary person's, so he only dared to throw his skills from a distance. But now, his high agility gave him the confidence to go deeper. When his figure appeared in front of the red fruit monster, all the red fruit monsters nearby instantly entered battle mode and jumped toward him at high speed. Ling Yi didn't intend to fight with them and continued to run. Now the whole world knows that someone in District 66 can kill the Wolf King in one hit. When I use Starfall, other people will come looking for him after hearing the news. After he returned yesterday, he saw the news about him killing the Wolf King in one hit plastered all over the forums and major platforms. Only then did it hit him on the head how much of a shock his actions had caused to the players. From what he read in the discussion section, he also learned that many organizations were very concerned about who the summoner of the flaming meteor was. Some financial groups even sent an order to investigate District 60 SAXS players. Whoever could find the user with that skill would get a large number of cultivation resources. Ling Yi didn't know what they were up to, but whether it was good or bad, it would be pretty troublesome for him. He was a lazy person and didn't like trouble, so he didn't want to have any contact with them. If I leave these red fruit monsters behind, they can stop them from following me. With that thought in mind, Ling Yi ran even faster. The strong wind blew against his face, and his ears were filled with the whistling of the wind. He could barely hear any other sound. He watched the scenery on both sides fly past him, then took a moment to look back as he ran. Although the red fruit monsters were monsters that were known for their agility, they couldn't keep up with his 35-point agility. He didn't know when he had left them far behind, but they had stopped chasing him. The ones who continued to chase after him were the ones closest to him and those who joined in the chase along the way. Seeing this, Ling Yi was overjoyed. He thought to himself that his method had worked. After running for 2,000 to 3,000 meters, Ling Yi finally stopped in front of a huge rock pile a few hundred meters long. And just further ahead was another region. He turned around. A bunch of red fruit monsters was jumping at him, 2 to 3 meters tall was jumping toward him. Each red fruit monster jumped 7 to 8 meters and made a dull sound when they landed. Thump, 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 thump. As they got closer, he could hear them landing on the ground more frequently. They were like the iron hooves of an army's horse. Heavy and solemn, with clear killing intent. These were all level 8, 9, or even 10 red fruit monsters, and their combat power was much stronger than the level 3 or 4 monsters on the grass slope. However, when Ling Yi used Starfall, these high-level red fruit monsters were no different from the low-level red fruit monsters. It still collapsed with a single touch. Destroyed in one strike. You've killed the red fruit monster, level 8, experience +1. You've killed the red fruit monster, level 9, experience +2. You've killed the red fruit monster, level 10, experience +3. The materials and skills dropped by the red fruit monsters were automatically added to his backpack under the effect of the mutated, hardworking bee. From an outsider's point of view, it looked as if he did not get anything. He fired more than 10 Starfall consecutively, killing all the high-level red fruit monsters within a few hundred meters away from him. Congratulations! You have accumulated enough experience. You have been automatically raised to level 9. You have received 5 free attribute points. Ling Yi glanced at the level pane. LV 916/1000. SH*T. Now I need 1000 EXP to reach level 10. He furrowed his brow, feeling slightly troubled. I thought I would be able to reach level 10 after killing all these high-level red fruit monsters. But it seems like I've underestimated the difficulty of leveling up. He muttered to himself. The respawning rate of these monsters will take quite a long time, and Ling Yi didn't want to wait around. He turned back and looked at the 4-meter-high pile of rocks in front of him. He raised his eyebrows and said helplessly, in that case, we can only move on to the next area. He walked closer and began to climb the pile of rocks. The pile of rocks was similar to the grassy slope in Red Orchard. It was used to obscure the player's vision of the two areas. This was to ensure that the monsters would not attack the players in Area A and Area B. After a short while, he, who reached the point where he could jump over to the other side, stopped and quietly stuck his head out. What he saw was a dried up land with red cracks. Steam was constantly rising from the cracks on the ground, and spinning fire monsters with a narrow base and a wide top were wandering on the scorching ground. From time to time, a few orange butterflies covered in bright yellow flames could be seen flying out of the crack. Current area, burning scorched earth. Monster information, fire element, level 10, 20, blazing butterfly, level 10, 20. A level 10 to 20 monsters. Lingy wasn't surprised by the level of these creatures. However, when he saw the blazing butterfly dancing at 2 to 3 meters high, he couldn't help but be reminded of the woman people called the Fire Whip Queen he saw yesterday. Their bodies were burning with flames so fierce that it was difficult to see their specific appearances. She most likely got that skill from these blazing butterflies. He glanced at the scorched land again. After making sure that there was nothing else he needed to pay attention to, he immediately began to move. Starfall. He didn't show himself but used it in his current position. It was the same method he used to deal with the red fruit monster on the grass slope. Of course, this method could only be used in beginner-level maps. In intermediate-level maps and above, those players with celestial-type skills would not be able to gain any advantage, just like the others. This was what Lingy had found out yesterday. He should be glad that he obtained the celestial skill while still on the beginner map. Otherwise, farming monsters for experience points would not have been so smooth. When the flaming meteors, which were 10 times larger than before, hit the ground, all the fire elementals in the area were killed. Only a few blazing butterflies were left flapping their wings and flying out of the flames. What the? They're still alive. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, In God's Path, Strength is Supreme. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Lingy was shocked to see this. With all his mana points added, it should be easier to kill high-level monsters with his powered skill. But against all odds, his Starfall, that was 10 times larger than what it was initially, hadn't done a thing to those blazing butterflies. Could they have some sort of special life-saving skill? It was the most reasonable explanation at the moment. But such a life-saving skill could only be used once in a short period of time. And so, Lingy released Starfall once more. However, after the shock wave from his Starfall dissipated, he was surprised to see several blazing butterflies flying in the area. In the air above the 40-meter-wide crater, the flaming blazing butterflies were still flying up and down, neither fast nor slow. It was as if nothing had happened just now. He was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. You've killed Fire Elemental, level 12, experience +4. You've killed. 3-star skill, Fire Elemental Summoning, has been automatically picked up. 3-star skill, Fire Elemental Body, has been automatically picked up. You've. Forget it. I'll think about those butterflies later. Let me take a look at the skills I picked up. Lingy had never been someone who liked to waste time on a dead end. It was fine if he couldn't kill them now. He would find out the reason when he searched on the forums later. For now, he better takes a look at these new skills. Fire Elemental Summon, 3 stars, summons a Fire Elemental and lasts 1 minute. Fire Elemental Body, 3 stars, turns the body into flames, and consumption of stamina will be doubled in the duration the skill is used. In addition to these 2 skills, another Fire Elemental also dropped a Fireball skill. He already knew the effects of Fireball, so there was no need to check it. These 2 skills are not bad and have high mutation potential. If there were no star slot restrictions, I would be able to learn it. Lingy hesitated. In the future, he will encounter all kinds of excellent skills. However, due to the limitations of his star slot, he was the same as everyone else, and the skills he could learn were bound to be limited. It was hard to say which would be more beneficial to his future. In short, I'll keep one of each skill first, and the rest can be recycled. His time in God's path was limited after all. He would be able to think more carefully about this later when he returned to the main world. So better to keep some, think later and move on. His current, Starfall, skill was still enough. After collecting the extra skills, he closed his rucksack and looked at the blazing butterflies in the distance. He couldn't resist his curiosity, so he took a quick look on the forum about these butterflies. Just a quick look. After typing the words blazing butterfly on the key search, posts appeared below. Blazing butterfly, the favorite of fire-type monsters. Written by forest_of_fire. Analyze the skills of the blazing butterfly in detail. Written by Lost Voice in the Forest. These top posts all had billions of likes and tens of billions of views. He could guess that many other players had been searching for information on this creature. Since Ling Yi only wanted to know what skills the blazing butterfly had, he went straight to the second post. He skipped a few meaningless paragraphs and went straight to the skill analysis. The blazing butterfly had 4 skills, the most precious of which was its class skill, resuscitation from the flames. As the name suggested, when it dies, it is resurrected when it comes into contact with flames. It also had a skill that set its entire body on fire. With the two combined, it was almost an unkillable combination. So that's how it is. Ling Yi raised his eyebrows in understanding. It wasn't that he didn't hit them, nor did they dodge his attacks. It was because they resurrected. Resuscitation from the flames? It sounds like a pretty good skill. They would be resurrected upon contact with the flames. In other words, only skills with no fire elements could kill them. It wasn't just fire-type skills, explosions would produce flames, and those explosions wouldn't kill it. Including Ling Yi's Starfall. If that's the case, then I'll just ignore them for now. He stuck his head out and released Starfall on other areas in his field of vision. He would ignore these blazing butterflies' existence. After all, killing these fire elementals would be enough to take him to level 10. As he released his skills, he watched as hot fiery stars with golden flames enveloped the crimson energy balls that appeared 400 meters in the air, heading towards their target at an amazing speed. It streaked through the air, leaving behind a golden trail of flames that was tens of meters long. It let out a loud and clear sound that spread hundreds of meters. In the end, a boom sound was heard as it hit the red ground. It was as if a thunderclap had struck the land. You've killed Fire Elemental, level 13, experience plus 5. You've killed Fire Elemental, level 11, experience plus 3. Meanwhile, somewhere under the grassy slope of Red Orchard, hundreds of people were preparing to set off. Many people had received orders from their families or organization to find the person who summoned the meteors. And just as they were about to leave, many witnessed another meteorite appear somewhere beyond the Red Orchard. Since they knew it was difficult to pass through this area alone, they gathered together and planned to explore it. Although we don't know each other, we have a common goal. A fat middle-aged man in a white short-sleeved shirt and a pair of black square glasses roared in front of the crowd. His name was Zhang Gang. He was the boss of a small company in the modern world. He, who was used to ordering others around, now felt that this temporary team needed him as the leader. On the other side of the grass slope is the Red Orchard. I just took a look, and there is. Before he could finish his words, he saw many people ignore him and began to climb up the slope. Hey! What are you guys doing? Those red fruit monsters will see you the moment you step out of here. Zhang Gang shouted at them. Everyone will die with you. The people glanced at him but shrugged him off as they continued to climb the slope. When someone passed by, he looked at him with disdain and snorted, "Humph, who made you the boss of us?" Zhang Gang's expression turned much colder. He wanted to teach that bastard a lesson, but he knew he would be unable to beat him. So he forced himself to calm down. Suddenly, as if an epiphany, Zhang Gang realized something. The current world's laws and morals do not apply on God's path. To top it all off, all the players had extraordinary powers. Unless he had the power to control anybody, no one would be willing to listen to him. To put it simply, strength was the only way to be respected in God's path. Zhang Gang gritted his teeth at the bitter truth and followed the others up the grass slope in silence. Standing on the top of the grass slope, everybody's eyes widened at the amount of red fruit monsters flooding the grassland. There was no end to it at all. *T, 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 everyone cursed out loud. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. There are too many monsters. Did that person go through this by himself? How did he get there? Maybe next time. I'm going to die from laughter. It'd be strange if he could pass this on his own. Unless we call a few thousand people, we won't be able to go far with just a few of us. As they said their piece, many slid back down the slope and gave up. Some even sneered but ultimately followed. Some people remained where they were, with stiff, depressed, or helpless expressions. Chapter 21. Chapter 21, Chapter 21, Level 10 in God's Path's Tablet. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. But unlike these people, the rest knew the weight of this responsibility from the very beginning. They couldn't just give up like that. They looked left and right, and when they saw only about 200 people left, most of them secretly sighed in relief. Anyway, let's do our best. There's no punishment for death while we're still in the beginner's map, and we don't have to fight them to get through here. There's still hope for us to pass. Someone said this in an attempt to encourage everyone. However, everyone knew that these were just empty words of encouragement. None of them didn't even attempt to fake a smile. Just as they began to shuffle forward, the red fruit monsters immediately spotted them and charged. They had no choice but to rush forward and fight them head to head. A level 2 player who had learned the fitness skill tried to pass through the red fruit monsters with his recently enhanced 15 agility. However, he was quickly caught up by a high-level red fruit monster that had higher agility than him, and he was killed by it. As expected, running away with just agility is impossible. None of the other players seemed too surprised by the outcome. It was as if it was already expected. Many people had solved the mystery of the monster's attributes as soon as God's path came to be. They were divided into 3 categories: weak attributes, normal attributes, and special attributes. And these attributes correlate to the monster's level. Level: weak attribute equals 1:1. Level: normal attributes equals 1:2. Level: special attribute equals 1:3. So if there were a level 10 monster with a special strength attribute, its strength would be 30 points. Many people follow this logic. Although, in reality, the attributes of monsters may change interchangeably due to many other reasons, such as skills, the ratio still had some truth. The red fruit monster's special attribute was agility. Therefore, the level 6 or 7 red fruit monster's agility was higher than the player it just killed. If one ventured deeper and encountered level 8, 9, or even 10 red fruit monsters, one would not be able to pass through this area with speed alone without having an agility of over 30 points. Good luck, everyone. Don't give up. We've already advanced more than 50 meters into the orchard. We can't let them beat us. We still have a lot of hope. The group of more than 200 people advanced with great difficulty under the scrutiny of nearly 1,000 monsters. They fought as hard as they ran. Every time they advanced a certain distance, everyone's hope would increase. At our current speed, we'll be there in 2 hours at most. At that time, we'll know who the person who summoned the meteorite is. What if he leaves by the time we reach the other side? Where could he have gone? Don't be stupid. There's no way he would enter the next area. The monsters over there are all above level 10. Congratulations! You have accumulated enough experience. You have been automatically raised to level 10. You have received 5 free attribute points. Yes. I'm level 10. I'm finally level 10. Lingy clenched his fists tightly. The excitement in his heart made him smile brightly. He had seen guides for novices on the forum, and they had mentioned the importance of being on level 10 many times. Most people claimed that only a real player could reach level 10. This is because many of God's Path's official features were unlocked to players who reached level 10. Congratulations on breaking the original record of 6 days 2 hours 15 minutes and 17 seconds to level 10 with 1 day 22:16. Special reward Superior Summoning Voucher X1, Gold Coins X10000. Your heroic feat has been recorded in God's Path's historical tablet. Just as he had expected. Seeing these messages, Lingy crossed his arms and laughed smugly. But what is this God's Path's historical stone tablet? Lingy thought confusedly. Prompt: You have reached level 10, you can now provide support. Prompt: You have reached level 10, you can now wear treasure. Prompt: You have reached level 10, you can now use weapons. Prompt: You have lost the newbie benefit. The last few notifications flashed by like a tide. I'll look into these new functions and rewards later. Lingy furrowed his brows and touched his chin, but what is this God's Path's history tablet? Some sort of record of major events on God's Path? Where can I see this? God's Path didn't have any so-called function interface. Everything the players saw was no different from the real world. If one wanted to use the rucksack functions, shop, and so on, they would need to be summoned. So, Lingy tried to call out, God's Path's historical tablet. And sure enough, a bright, dazzling door of pure white light suddenly appeared in the space before him. Lingy was slightly surprised and walked in. After he entered, the door of light disappeared. A soft and bright light shone down from the sky. It shot directly at the circular grass field only about 1,000 square meters away. In the center of the circular grass, there was an ancient stone tablet about 10 meters tall. Around it, other players from other regions were also communicating and checking things out. Lingy observed his surroundings before walking into the crowd. This small separate space stores God's Path's historical tablets. He whispered in awe. When Lingy got closer, he saw a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s talking to a dozen young men and women in front of him. He couldn't help but walk closer to listen. The middle-aged man glanced at him and continued, as you can see, it's only about 1,000 square meters in size. It can't accommodate hundreds of millions of players. No one else can come in when it's too crowded here. For everyone's convenience, the modern world has a conventional agreement of don't enter unless necessary. The dozen or so men and women in front of him let out an "oh" in understanding. So that's how it is. Some people nodded thoughtfully. Then the old man nodded slightly with his hands behind his back and continued, none of you needed to come here. God's Path's historical tablet will only be updated in January. Every time it's updated, someone will come in to record it and announce it on time. This time, I've made an exception and brought each and one of you in because you're all geniuses of Xinxia. Lingy, however, didn't listen to the rest of the sentence. When he heard that the historical tablet was updated every January, he wandered from the crowd to look around instead. He walked around the stone tablet and found that the latest record was in December from 2 years ago. There was not a single new record this year. Lingy subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. This thing would only be updated in January next year, which meant that unless he took the initiative to say it, no one would know that he had broken the record before that. Just now, he was worried that his 1 day, 22 minutes and 16 seconds record would be too shocking and attract unnecessary trouble for him. Now it seemed like he had been overthinking too much. If that is true, I would still have 6 months of anonymity. Then I don't have to worry at all. Lingy didn't know how strong he would be in half a year from now or what level he would be by then, but he was confident. With his super mutation system, he would definitely be able to reach a higher level by then. Maybe I'll be at level 50 or 60 by then. He whispered and started to daydream. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, Summoning the Ice Emperor. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. When he returned from the history tablet space, Ling Yi's figure appeared at the same spot where he had disappeared. Remaining time before descent, 2 hours and 28 minutes. Seeing that there were still 2.5 hours left, he was not in a hurry to continue killing demons. Instead, he jumped off the rock wall and sat down while leaning against it. After breaking the record, he opened his rucksack and checked his obtained item. Superior Summoning Voucher can be used to draw from all summoning skills above 5-star, slight chance of obtaining Elite Summoning Skill. A summoning skill? The summoning skill allows the player to summon monsters to come to their aid, just like the fire elemental summoning he had obtained more than 10 minutes ago. Ling Yi was surprised. He had initially thought that the skill he would obtain next would give him a certain amount of close-range combat power. Now, if he learned a summoning skill to occupy his star slot, his hopes of having powerful close combat power would have to be slightly delayed. Ling Yi weighed whether to use it now or later in his head, but ultimately his curiosity won him over. He wanted to know what kind of monster he would get. Let's see how it goes. Out of habit, he checked the mutation potential of the voucher. Summoning Voucher, Mutation Potential, Medium. Seeing how high it was, he began to mutate it. A moment later, he checked it again. Superior Summoning Voucher, after use, it can be drawn from all summoning skills above 5-star. Slight chance of obtaining Elite Summoning Skill. Extremely small chance of obtaining the Boss Summoning Skill. Initially, the summoning skill was to summon ordinary demons. The Elite Summoning Skill summoned elite monsters. The Boss Summoning Skill was naturally to summon a leader monster. But, can I really summon a boss monster with this? He logged into the forum with doubts and searched with the keyword Boss Summoning Skill. What appeared were things like, how good would it be if the summoning skill could summon a boss monster? There is no boss summoning skill in God's path, but we can DIY. And so on. After searching for a little while, he finally confirmed that there were no skills to allow the user to summon a boss monster. Or rather, a boss summoning skill was never to exist to begin with. Then didn't I just mutate a skill that didn't even exist before? Ling Yi felt that something was off. After opening the skill panel and looking at his Starfall and attribute duplication, he finally realized. All the skills I mutated before having effects that have never been seen in God's path. If I mutated a completely new skill, it shouldn't cause any problems, right? He wondered but quickly shook his head. He shouldn't waste any time. Ling Yi immediately used the mutated high-level summoning ticket. This wasn't something that a player should worry about. All players should think about is when they need to strategize their plan or what item they should use. If it is possible to mutate it, then it's possible, as simple as that. When the summoning ticket turned into a colorful light and disappeared, the details of the voucher also changed. Then a notification appeared. You have used a superior summoning voucher. Random drawing in progress. After a while. Congratulations! You have obtained the skill Ice Emperor Summoning, 10-star. It was reasonable for him to get a 10-star skill with the talent of probability reversal, right? Before he could even exclaim how lucky he was, Ling Yi had already opened the skill's details. Ice Emperor Summoning, 10 stars, summons an ice spirit. Lasts for 1 minute. That's it? Ling Yi compared this skill with the Fire Elemental Summoning skill he collected before and realized that everything else was the same, but the name of the skill and the summon creatures. Oh, the star ratings were different too. As for the reason why there was such a difference between the two skills, it was definitely due to the summon creature. Summoning a fire elemental was only 3 star slots, but summoning an ice spirit was 10 star slots. It was evident that the latter was far more powerful than the fire. He quickly searched the forum and discovered that the Ice Emperor was the Ultimate Map's first boss on the main road. Coincidentally, all the players in the world who were playing the Ultimate Map were stuck there. Which means nobody in the world had defeated the Ice Emperor. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Lingy smacked his lips, his heart filled with mixed feelings. The summoned beast's level will be the same as the player's. That means that when I reach level 80 or 90, I'll be able to defeat countless people by just summoning the Ice Emperor. The previously mutated Experience Pearl was his rucksack for leveling up. Now that he had this powerful summoning skill, his future was guaranteed. With the help of his boss-level summoned beast, he would still be able to reach level 100 within 3 years, even if he spent the rest of his life lying at home. With just these two skills alone could give him the opportunity to be on the top. And what's more, his home was safe. Then this lying at home plan was theoretically and physically attainable. After thinking for a while, Lingy patted his face and pushed the lazy thoughts out of his mind. The historical table will be updated in 6 months. He couldn't afford to laze around and wait for 3 years. Despite the appealing thought, he couldn't just stand around and do nothing. Plus, he liked grinding for work. It made the things he achieved feel more fulfilling. Then, he looked into the skill in his bag. Since he only mutated the voucher, he should be able to mutate the recently received skill. Ice Emperor Summoning, Mutation Potential, Exorbitant. This was the information given by the super mutation system. As soon as he saw how high the mutation grade was, he could feel his heart beating faster against his chest. Mutate, mutate, mutate. He chants eagerly. Are you sure you want to mutate the Ice Emperor Summoning? 10 stars, requires 66 mutation points? I'm sure. After the system finished, he rechecked the skill. Ice Emperor Summoning, 10 stars, summons an Ice Queen. The summon monster had changed, and the duration had also increased. But besides these two changes, he could not tell if there were any other changes. The Ice Queen, she should be a better boss monster than the Ice Emperor. Lingy made a superficial judgment. Unfortunately, he only had 2-star slots left, which was not enough for him to use the skill. As such, he would only know how vital this skill was after he leveled up a few more times. Alright, I'll still have to rely on Starfall for now. He climbed up the rock wall again and stretched his head to look at the other side. He had killed all the fire elementals nearby, and they had yet to respawn. He had to continue forward. Lingy, without any hesitation, poked out of hiding and nimbly jumped down towards the hot desert. The cypress forest and the plains were the favorite leveling spots for new players. In addition to the combat chickens, some common low-level monsters such as little grass monsters and flower elves. Whoosh! Whoosh! A fireball, more enormous than it was on the fence, flew through the forest and hit an unsuspecting little grass. With a whoosh, the large blade of grass was instantly set ablaze by the fireball and burned to ashes in a few seconds. You've killed Little Grass Monster, LV4, Experience +2. Congratulations! You have accumulated enough experience. You have been automatically upgraded to level 4. You have obtained. Rustle. The leaves on the ground rustled as someone stepped out of the bushes. Half a breath later, a young and beautiful girl who looked to be around 20 years old leisurely walked out from her hiding. But what stood out about the girl was her height. She was about 1.7 meters tall. She had wavy brown hair and a pair of delicate and beautiful light golden eyes. Her exquisite facial features were very pleasing to the eye, and there was a faint smile on her smooth, almost baby-like, face. She was dressed in a simple beige jacket with an inner white top, a pair of black super shorts, and a pair of long boots. I'm finally level 4. With a bright smile on her face, Luo Yao opened the interface and started adding attribute points. She planned to walk the path of agility but also wanted her magic to improve. So she added her magic points and divided her points into 3 mana and 2 agility. Players who added points like this were often called magic thorns by the non-players in the main world. Luo Yao didn't mind other people calling her that because that was precisely the path she was planning to take. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, The Rescue Mission. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After she added the points to the selected attribute, her personal stats changed. Name, Luo Yao. Level, 4/0/500. Talent, Fire Affinity. Strength, 3. MP, 14. Agility, 9. Vitality, 2. Endurance, 2. Skill, Fireball, 1 star. Remaining stars slots, 3. Combat strength, slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Talent was something that could be chosen once they passed the player selection and officially became a player. These talents were all equal, without any difference in quality. Some people felt they needed luck, so they chose the luck talent, which added their luck by 1 point. Some people felt they needed strength, so they chose the strength talent, which added the user's strength by 3 points. Some people would choose the fire type talent, which slightly increased their fire type skills power by about 2%. Since Luo Yao had the fire affinity talent, she would naturally prioritize learning fire-related type skills as she progressed in God's path. It didn't drop any skills. Looking at the empty patch of grass, Luo Yao sighed. She was not interested in the little shrub monster's skills, but she was also very interested in gold coins. In addition to the system rewards and lucky treasure chests, every player knows the only other way to obtain gold coins in God's path is to recycle them. Recycling was everyone's primary source of gold. Do you need gold coins? Qin Manya, who was residing in Luo Yao's soul, asked curiously when she felt Luo Yao's disappointment. I don't really need it, but, as Luo Yao walked forward, she lowered her voice and whispered, I know that I would need gold coins in other places later on. I don't want to ask anybody from home for help. So, it's better if I can start saving up from now. Hearing Luo Yao's words, Qin Manya nodded slightly. Not bad. I like your self-reliant personality. You're just like me. You're just as optimistic and strong. I believe that with my help, your future achievements won't be any less than mine. Hee, thank you. Luo Yao smiled shyly. Qin Manya was her idol. And hearing her idol say this to her, she couldn't help but feel a little pleased. However, her sweet smile didn't last long as a man suddenly appeared in her field of vision. Her face immediately turned cold. Isn't that Luo Yao? What a coincidence! A dozen meters away from her, a man in dark blue sportswear with purple lightning hair emerged from behind a tree. The man swiftly and giddily greeted her as he came closer. Luo Yao glanced at him coldly before turning around and walking away. The man, who seems to know her personality, doesn't take her attitude as an offense. Instead, he shouted at her back, Miss Luo, it's useless. The first one to reach level 10 will definitely be my bro, Wang. Upon hearing this, Luo Yao's footsteps quickened. In the blink of an eye, she had already walked 100 meters and arrived at a quiet and secluded place surrounded by trees. The sun shone through the gaps between the leaves, creating strange light spots on the grass. The wildflowers on the grass gave off a faint fragrance, which calmed her down a little. The birds chirping around them seemed to be the only sound in this quiet area. Feeling her mind in a mess, Luo Yao sat down under the shade of a tree and decided to take a short rest. Seeing this, Qin Manya pondered for a while before she asked, You were so angry yesterday too. Can I ask why? Do you know the Xia family's eldest daughter? Luo Yao nodded with a bitter expression. Yes, we are classmates and good friends. She entered God's path a year earlier than me. A year earlier? The mini Qin Manya in her soul form was floating above her soul. She touched her chin and furrowed her brows in thought. But isn't the Xia family's eldest daughter an ordinary person? Wait a minute, a year? Don't tell me. That's right. Wanqing was one of the victims of the District 87 assessment incident a year ago. I see. Qin Manya nodded, taking in the information. So the eldest daughter's name was Xiao Wanqing. Then she asked curiously, I only heard a little about the incident a year ago. What exactly happened? Luo Yao arranged her words and summarized, that district hasn't challenged any Beast King in half a year, which triggered God's Path's assessment. The Beast King led an army of monsters to attack the camp. They failed to defend it. And then they all became ordinary people. Luo Yao sighed, the little fairies dragged down Wanqing in her district. She complained with a slight hint of pity in her words. There were just too many women in her district, and most were not interested in leveling up. Qin Manya smiled and asked, Are you two very close? I remembered how angry you were when you learned about the bet yesterday. When the news of the bet between the Wang and Xia families reached Luo Yao's ears, she was so angry that she gulped down 3 bottles of wine and ended up sleeping on her table. It was not until the evening that a maidservant found her. We're close, but not too close. Qin Manya said as though she remembered that scene as well. Luo Yao clenched her fists, hearing her idol's words, I'm mostly angry at the people in God's path and the main world. They used to be so good to her when she was a player, but now that she has become an ordinary person again, they abandoned her. She said indignantly. So that's how it went. Qin Manya finally understood the whole story. So that's why you were so meticulous with your plan last night. So it was to reach level 10 before that Wang Xiaoyu guy and snatch your friend over? At least she would be safe with me. So you are planning to spend the rest of your life with her? I don't mean it like that. After resting for a while, Luo Yao dusted off her butt and got up, preparing to continue her plan. At this moment, Qin Manya's voice rang in her mind again. You don't want to challenge the Beast King from District 87 and restore her identity as a player? Luo Yao suddenly paused for a moment before slowly continuing to walk away. She pulled a long face and helplessly replied, Of course, I've thought about it, but that's not realistic. Although other players can apply for a rescue mission, only a 5-person team can enter at a time. If a whole district couldn't face the Beast King, let alone a group of 5 players. I'm afraid that even the monsters under the king can't defeat it. Only players below level 30 could enter the beginner map. There was no way it could be possible. A group of 5 level 30 players fighting against an army of monsters and Beast King of the same level. Nobody in their right mind would believe such a thing. The thought was too idealistic. The Beast King at the end of each map was difficult to overcome by thousands of players. Even if they do defeat it, it will take hours. Take a 3-day break was a silent agreement that every player in a district would do before fighting the Beast King. That way, everyone will save up to 9 hours of arrival time to fight the Beast King. And even though Luo Yao was very confident about her future, she had no intention of requesting a rescue mission. After all, she knew nobody was kind enough to fight without a price. You know what, I'll stop talking. I still have to hurry and level up. Luo Yao shook her head, throwing away the unrealistic fantasy in her mind. And quickened her pace. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, A Summary of Gains. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Ling Yi was surrounded. On this scarlet-red land that occasionally spewed high-temperature flames from the cracks in the ground, he was surrounded by dozens of blazing butterflies. And it all because of the treasure chest in front of him. As soon as his eyes laid upon the wooden box with no monsters in sight, all thought flew out of his mind, and he quickly rushed over to grab it. But who would have thought that as soon as he came over, dozens of blazing butterflies would suddenly swarm him from the cracks in the ground around the treasure chest? Were they waiting to pounce on a poor, unsuspecting player like him? If so, they were excellent fishermen. Ling Yi wasn't afraid of being surrounded. His priority was still to check the items in the treasure chest. With his agility, the blazing butterflies couldn't catch up to him anyway. He grabbed the treasure chest and ran. Teleportation Talisman D. When used, the user will be teleported to a random place within a 1 kilometer radius. 3-second delay. Again, he lamented over the fact that he did not have any inspection skills to check for more details. He had to go through the process of putting the newly acquired item into his rucksack before checking the stats. So for now, he can only store them in his bag. Other than this talisman, there were more than 1,000 gold coins. What trash! Ling Yi expressed his disdain. However, when he saw the talisman's average mutation potential grade, he still decided to mutate it. Teleportation Talisman D. When used, the user can immediately teleport to a designated direction for a maximum of 10 kilometers. Usage interval, 1 minute. Oh. The effects of the mutation weren't too exaggerated. However, this reminded Ling Yi of his house protection talisman he mutated before he left. The talismans on God's path were all one-time use items, but after his mutation, they had become tools that could be used infinitely. This allowed him to confirm once again that the mutation goes according to his expectations. Seeing the blazing butterflies flying towards him, Ling Yi didn't dawdle any longer and quickly used the teleportation talisman. In the next second, his body was instantly enveloped in a blue light spots and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was already on the high grass slope at the junction of the cypress forest and the red orchard. Good, good. Ling Yi was delighted with his teleportation talisman. I was teleported here all of a sudden. Next time, I won't have to waste too much time traveling from one spot to another. I can save a lot of time. Although the talisman had nothing to do with increasing his combat strength, it was still a great tool for him to travel quickly. With this thing, moving from place to place would be much more convenient and efficient in the future. Not only that, but the teleportation talisman could also be used immediately, which meant that he could even use it to avoid some attacks from the enemy. Remaining time from descent, 22 minutes. Ling Yi looked at the remaining time and saw that he still had less than half an hour left. He didn't plan to continue with his leveling up plan. Instead, he sat down and summarized his gains from the second day. He first opened his stats. Name, Ling Yi. Level, 13, 12/2800. Talent, Probability Reversal. Strength, 3. MP, 65. Agility, 3, +32. Vitality, 3. Endurance, 3. Skills, Starfall, 3 stars, able to grow, attribute duplication, 6 stars. Remaining stars slots, 4. Combat strength, expert among rookies. Now that he was at level 13, his mana was even higher. His Starfall skill had been upgraded to 3 stars, the casting range had been increased, and the power had become stronger. Not only that, but killing all those fire elementals also dropped many skills. Ling Yi originally wanted to wait and see. However, since there were no spare star slots to learn the 10-star skill, Ice Emperor Summoning, there was no need to keep the other mediocre skill. So he sent them to the recycle bin. Even the materials he collected daily were all recycled. Now, in his rucksack, there were only 5 items: Hardworking Bee, Wolf King's Soul, EXP Pearl, Ice Emperor Summoning, and Teleportation Talisman. He now had more than 30,000 gold coins. So in total, he had 3,260 gold coins. Gold coins can be used to buy items in shops, and they can also be used to buy items and materials in the player's market, so there's no need to collect materials anymore. Looking at the clean rucksack interface, Ling Yi once again made a judgment. God's Path first appeared 20 years ago. The stock of common materials was huge, and the prices were very low. If Ling Yi needed them in the future, he could just buy them. There was no need to store them in his bag. After closing his rucksack interface, Ling Yi looked around. The bright sunlight shone on the orchard below, so dazzling that he could not help but squint his eyes. The hot air wreaked havoc on the grassland as if it was putting people under the summer afternoon sun. It felt much hotter than the first time he came here. Lingyi raised a hand to block the sunlight. He was surprised to see a few hundred meters away, a small group of people fighting the red fruit monsters. Geez. Isn't that team being a little too reckless? As soon as he said this, someone replied, "It's not just reckless. It's simply courting death." Lingyi raised his eyebrows subconsciously. He turned around and realized that quite a few people were still standing behind him. This group didn't seem to care too much about his sudden appearance. That's not a team, but a small gang that originally had 200 to 300 players. Only a few were left because those red fruit monsters surrounded them. Hee hee, it's amusing. They're sacrificing their precious time to find a person. That's right. If it were any other time, it would have been fine. But now, we're still newbies. Every minute and second is precious. Lingyi quickly understood the situation. So they're here to find me. He looked at the back of the group of people in the distance, and his mind quickly raced. They're willing to sacrifice their precious time in the early stages to find me. Could whoever behind this put a generous reward to capture me? It seems like some people are really interested in this. Lingyi was a little worried at first. He was worried that he would be found. But after watching the group of people in the distance, the massive stone weighing his heart was lifted. Many other players were busy leveling up today, but this group of people was only doing some useless work. If this continued, the gap between them and him would only grow bigger and bigger. If they couldn't find him now, would they even find him in the future? Just as Lingyi was thinking about this, the two young men beside him started chatting again. Speaking of which, I'm also very curious about the person who summoned the meteorite. Who isn't? With such a powerful skill, he or she should be at a very high level by now. It's at least level 5. It's too low, too low. I feel like it's probable that they have already reached level 6 or 7. Tisk, TSK, TSK. You're giving them too much credit. Level 7 on the second day. Lingyi turned his head. When he saw the two young men, he didn't recognize them at first glance. But after a careful look, he felt like he had seen them somewhere before. The two young men noticed someone staring at them and looked over. Oh. It's you, the one who didn't steal our kill. Chen Dejia recalled. This guy had left a deep impression on him. Seeing the confusion on Lingyi's face, he and his brother didn't go near him. Instead, they turned around and started to whisper to each other. Shui, do you think this guy is the one who summoned the meteorites? I don't think so. The younger brother, Chen Shui, shook his head inside. I was still trying to figure out if it was him or not, but now that he's here, I've ruled it out. A few minutes ago, someone saw a meteorite appear near the blazing scorched earth. If they were to return to the camp, those people down there would definitely find them. What about a teleportation item? Chen Dejia asked again. Hearing this, Chen Shui rolled his eyes and sarcastically said, Where can I find a novice item that can teleport me kilometers away? Oh. Chen Dejia smacked his own head and laughed awkwardly. Oh, you're right. Chapter 25. Chapter 25, The Necessity of Close Combat Skill. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After the two brothers finished their conversation, they looked at Lingyi again. But now that they have cleared their suspicions, the other boy doesn't look as intimidating as they thought. And they stopped paying attention to him. Lingyi's mind was sharp, and he quickly noticed the change in their attitude. If they were a little curious about him before, now they treated him like how many would treat other strangers, unconcerned. Lingyi wasn't sure what had brought about this sudden change in attitude, but he could make an educated guess. They probably think that the person who summoned the meteorite is still somewhere further into the forest, but since I'm here, they weren't suspicious of me anymore. Lingyi was happy to see this development. He ignored the two of them and walked down the grass slope. As he walked, he looked at the remaining time. Remaining time from descent, 16 minutes. The daily roulette would be available in 16 minutes, so he would walk around until the time ran out. In addition to the combat chickens in the cypress forest, many little grass monsters also hid in the area. It was a monster that usually disguised itself as green grass and would shoot its grassy blades like an arrow at players upon sight. Despite the name, they were easy for the players to discover. After all, although their appearance was no different from weeds, their bodies were not small. Most of them were at least half the height of an average adult man. The naked eye could easily distinguish them. When Lingy walked through a narrow path to an open area in the forest, he saw 5 people fighting fiercely with 3 little grass monsters not far away. The 3 little grass monsters were standing in a row. Since they were rooted to the ground, they had less mobility. But their sharp blades were enough to replace their limited movement. The grassy blades flew all over the area with a swoosh. The 5 people were so busy dodging its attacks that they couldn't retaliate. It was clear that they were at a disadvantage. Behind them was a fat man with a round waist and a fierce face. The fat man was about 2 meters tall and was looking around as if he was keeping a lookout for them and an eye on the surroundings. The moment he saw Ling Yi, the fat man frowned impatiently and waved his hand at him. Go away. Leave. The level of the little grass monster would not be higher than 10. The current Ling Yi wouldn't get any experience points from killing them. So he didn't even bother to waste his energy engaging them in battle. He just continued his walk forward. When the round man saw that Ling Yi wasn't paying any attention to him, the round man's face immediately darkened. I'm talking to you, bastard. Are you deaf? He yelled in a loud and clear voice. No one had dared disobey him, especially those weaker than him. He had already reached level 3 on the second day, so he was confident that the young man in front of him was no match for him. As such, the young man's attitude irks him. Ling Yi stopped in his tracks and glanced indifferently at the 5 people who were still being suppressed. Then, he shifted his gaze to the round man. He sized the latter up and immediately smiled. I'm only passing through. Who are you to tell me where to go? You can't take this path. Go back the way you came from. The round man's face darkened as he warned him in a cold, unquestionable tone. There's no place in the cypress forest that players can't go. Besides, I'm not heading toward your battle zone. Are you here to cause trouble? Leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for squashing you. The fat man shouted and was about to walk towards Ling Yi. However, after taking 3 or 4 steps, he was still unable to take the 5th step. This guy, he's not afraid of me? The fatty's name was Zhang Yuan. Although he looked fierce, he was more meticulous than his peers. In the past, people would be scared away every time he took action. And those who were not scared off were people who had enough confidence in their strength. He was at a disadvantage whenever he fought with this kind of people. Is this guy also a level 3 player? He stared at the teenager a few meters away in surprise and bewilderment and decided to test him first. What's your level? He stood in place like a robot and asked expressionlessly. Ling Yi was dumbfounded. He raised his eyebrows and looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. You think I'll tell you? You're right. Zhang Yuan nodded and took a step back. He waved at him and said, Forget it, you can go. This guy's attitude towards him made Zhang Yuan feel intimidated. He didn't want to offend a player who was likely stronger than him over some trivial matter. Only idiots would do that. However, Ling Yi didn't want to let him off so easily. That guy just randomly and somewhat rudely sealed off the road as if he was a king and got offended when he only wanted to walk by. Now, he shamelessly pretended nothing had happened by saying, You can go? You have to apologize to me. As Ling Yi spoke, he moved his arms and legs. In his heart, he was already thinking about how to fight later. Speed is power. His high agility made him confident that he could quickly defeat the fatty. Apologize? Zhang Yuan's expression changed when he heard that. He glared at Ling Yi, and his fierce eyes seemed to shoot out a terrifying light. No way. I'm not going to. Then stop with the nonsense. Ling Yi interrupted him and walked closer to him. Ling Yi's words only seemed to fuel Zhang Yuan. And it made the other man so angry that he started to laugh. He snorted and said, "All right, let's talk with our fists, then. Let's see whose fist is bigger," he declared. Zhang Yuan raised his right hand, palm facing the sky, and shouted, "Fireball." Immediately after, a red-orange fireball about 1.4 meters in diameter appeared in his palm. Before he could make his next move, Ling Yi's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. What the? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened, and before he could say anything, the fist in front of him was coming closer and closer. The next moment, Ling Yi's fist was like a piece of iron that smashed into Zhang Yuan's face, causing his face to cave in. Arg! Zhang Yuan let out a blood-curdling scream. His brain seemed to have lost consciousness at that moment, and his fat body fell heavily to the ground without any resistance. With a dull thud, the leaves around were blown away, and dust several centimeters high was stirred up. Tisk, Ling Yi frowned and waved his hand. I'm not used to this. Maybe it was his first time fighting, or maybe it was because he hadn't fought for a long time, but he wasn't used to face-to-face combat. Ling Yi looked at Fatty, who was on the ground with a bleeding nose. He didn't continue to attack. Instead, he turned around and walked back to his original path. Conflicts between players were very common. As long as they weren't mortal enemies, they wouldn't mind. He didn't take this small matter to heart. However, this incident made Ling Yi realize the importance of close combat skills. After all, not only did his starfall have a delay, but it could also hurt him if he couldn't get away fast enough. There was no problem in using it to grind levels, but it was not suitable for solo fighting. I have to get a close combat skill. Even though he said that, Ling Yi couldn't help but sigh when he saw that he only had 4 star slots left. I don't have enough slots. I didn't even have enough to use Ice Emperor summoning. How would I be able to learn other things? He suddenly stopped. He abruptly remembered that after he reached level 10, he could activate support system. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Support Function. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Ling Yi had no idea what the support function does, but he did learn a little bit more about it from browsing through the forum in the last 2 days. Maybe he could obtain close combat skills through this function? While Ling Yi was still thinking about this, his time of descent was slowly reaching 0. Your arrival time has been reset to 0. You have spent a full 3 hours on the divine path today. You have received a daily roulette draw opportunity. It was 3 in the morning when Ling Yi returned to the main world. And as soon as he was back at Lin Shuru's house, he drew the roulette. A few seconds later. Congratulations! You have received a reward from the daily wheel, experience X 100. Oh? 100 experience points? The things in the daily roulette were random every day. Yesterday's best item was the EXP Pearl. Today, it was the 100 experience points. Now that Ling Yi thought about it for a while, he noticed that these 2 gift items were not that different at all. Even though the EXP Pearl gave the user less points, it was at least an item that could be traded or kept for a long time. The 100 experience points, however. He checked his EXP bar. Level 13, 112/2800. I'll use the EXP Pearl as well. He had used up all the 3 hours for today in God's path, and using it now was the best way to maximize its benefit. Ling Yi opened his rucksack and used it without any hesitation. You have gained 280 experience points. EXP Pearl would give the user 10% of the experience bar of the current level. His current experience bar was 2,800, so 10% of it was 280 points. Then, he looked at the level bar. Level 13, 392/2800. Okay. Lingy closed his personal stats panel in satisfaction and climbed onto his bed, planning to take a nap. But as he was about to pull his covers, the door creaked open from the outside. Lingy's hands didn't move on the checkered sheets as he waited with bated breath for the intruder. He lifted his neck and turned his head to look. He saw Lin Shura standing at the door, looking at him with a little hope in her eyes. She was wearing a light pink summer silk nightgown, which exposed her lotus-like fair arms and slender calves. Her long brown hair was casually let down on her left shoulder, and her soft red lips were slightly parted. Her exquisite and dignified face still had 2 delicate blushes, making her look quite fragile. "Is there something you need?" Lin Shuru leaned against the doorframe and stammered, If you don't mind, can you give me the talisman now? I'm scared that I'll fall asleep again later, and continue to sleep for an entire day or something." Those clear blue eyes looked at him weakly. Perhaps it was because she was nervous, because he could see how her body stiffened by the door, and her legs were close against one another. It looked as though she would curl up into a ball if she could. But dignity and embarrassment prevented her from that. "Oh, sure." Lingy removed the sheets and got off the bed. He quickly browsed through the shop and bought the Cure Removal Talisman for 1 gold coin. Then he walked over to her. As soon as he got close, he could smell the soft fragrance coming from the girl. Her scent was sweet and light. It was pleasant, making him have the urge to hold her in his arms and take a few deep breaths. Lingy used the talisman on the girl and it disappeared. Current progress, February 3rd? Alright, 2 down and 1 to go. You should have more time to wake up now. Lingy said with a smile as he looked at Lin Shuru, who seemed to have gained some energy. "Thank you," she said. Lin Shuru smiled happily and bowed to thank him. "You don't have to." Lingy subconsciously raised his hands to right her stance by her shoulders. But Lin Shuru just bowed again, and unexpectedly his hands were met with 2 warm, soft. Lingy's body trembled and his mind went blank. Lin Shuru yelped and quickly took a step back with a burning face. She lowered her head, clearly embarrassed. She pursed her thin lips tightly and looked at Lingy carefully. Seeing that he was still in a daze, she quietly took a step back. That. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Despite the incident that just happened a few seconds ago, Lin Shuru managed to maintain a calm tone. It was as if she had already expected something like this to happen. Lingy came back to his senses and subconsciously tried to look away from her face, and his eyes landed on her dress. The light pink nightdress she was wearing had a round neckline with a small and cute bow decorating the seams, and he could see her flawless, fair, and soft-looking skin peeking teasingly from the slightly large opening. "By the way," Lingy suddenly said, sounding more curious, "won't the wind blow your dress? Like, aren't you feeling cold wearing this?" The upper part of her gown was lifted high, and her dress was not pressed against her skin. "Oh, it's fine. Lin Shuru placed her fair hands on her stomach and smiled. "Nothing like that would have happened, besides it's breezier." Lingy didn't ask further about this. Instead, he became serious when asked, "Are you free right now? I have some questions about support function that I want to ask you." Lin Shura blinked her eyes, and her meek demeanor was instantly replaced by a serious and composed look. "I have some time. Let's talk in the living room." It seemed that any topics related to players would return her confidence. It was probably the pride as a level 30 player in her that bring out her former self in the face of a newbie like Ling Yi. Surprisingly, the God's Path system does not have any explanation regarding what a support function does. Even new features such as treasurers and weapons mechanics did not prompt the God Path system to appear with an explanation. Most of the information about these new features was mainly from more experienced players on the forum. Ling Yi could do his research on the forum, but what's better than asking this former player herself? Not only would he have a deeper impression, but he might also be able to gain some other important information that was considered common sense to be recorded on the forum. The two of them sat down on the big sofa. Lin Shu returned to him and asked, "You must not have listened well in school, huh?" "What? Aren't these things taught in school now?" "Oh, right." Ling Yi admitted helplessly. Lin Shuru only smiled and began to explain to him. The support function will only be available once you reach level 10. When that time comes, you will be able to ask for help and help other players above level 10. Lin Shuru began. Mutual assistance means that both parties will provide for each other by sharing assistance skill and attribute. Lin Shuru pointed at herself and then at Ling Yi. For example, if you and I support each other, I will share my power and support skill with you. In return, you will give me your attribute and support skill as well. I see. Ling Yi nodded his head thoughtfully and asked, "Are there any restrictions? I can't possibly get the help of a level 90 player when I'm only level 10, can I?" "Of course not." Lin Shura shook her head. "You can't ask for help from someone who is more than 10 levels higher than you, and you can only support players of the opposite gender." "So, I won't be able to support another guy?" "Yes." Ling Yi could accept the fact that they could get help from another player who was way stronger than him. However, he couldn't understand why he could only help people of the opposite gender. When he asked Lin Shuru about it, she only rolled her eyes and said, "How would I know?" Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Support Trial. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Then where can I find someone to help me? When you reach level 10, the forum will release the support module, and you can find someone to help you there. Lin Shuro looked at Ling Yi in surprise after she replied. "You never thought of becoming a player, did you?" she said in surprise. "That's why you don't pay attention to these things." He. Ling Yi touched the back of his head and turned his head away awkwardly. "If you don't even know where to find someone to help you, then you definitely don't know anything else." Lin Shuro let out a soft sigh. Her watery blue eyes revealed a hint of gentleness as she explained all the information about the emergency aid function to Ling Yi in detail. Each person can only support one person at a time. You need to obtain a support skill which you can get from completing the support trial. Luan Shura taught him all he needed to know for a few more minutes. When she exhausted herself of her knowledge about the support system, Ling Yi bade her good night and returned to his bedroom. He intended to sign up for the support trial. According to Lin Shura's lesson, when a player reaches level 10, 30, 50, 70, and 90, they would be qualified to participate in a rescue trial. After clearing the trial, they would receive a support skill. What made it better was the fact that these skills do not have a star rank and would not occupy his star slot. I only have one chance now. I must use it well. Ling Yi sat on the chair in front of the desk and hesitated. He thought for a moment and decided to go to the forum to take a look first. He found that there was an additional help section on his forum interface. Ling Yi contemplated for a little while longer, but ultimately couldn't hold back his curiosity and click it. The support panel's interface was similar to any other forums, and the main difference was that they only posted related posts which consisted of a list of players who were currently looking for help. Seeking a level 50 or so support who can provide me with at least 50 points of strength, written by Mu Bingyang. Need a level 75 player, no attribute requirement, but require a player who can wield an A-grade Earth Shield, written by Moni_Black. Does anyone have a support skill that could summon the wind and rain? My hometown is suffering from a drought. I want to go back and contribute to my hometown. Written by Chen Tiangong. I have 65 agility points and a B-grade, Earth Shield. Who wants to help me? Written by Bright_Moon. Some people needed attributes, while others needed skills. The forum looked very lively and the players seemed very supportive of one another. Ling Yi didn't look at it for long. He still had important things to do. He entered melee support skill in the search box of the forum and clicked the search button behind the input box. The next second, all the posts regarding melee support skills were listed at the bottom. These posts were ranked by popularity by default, and the more discussed they were, the higher their ranking would be. The first post was the inventory type post that Ling Yi wanted to see the most. List the top 10 most powerful melee support skills. Written by Xiaonan_loves to eat cotton. 23.28 billion views. 36 billion likes. With such popularity, this post should have quality references. Ling Yi was excited as he clicked it. He skipped the meaningless introduction paragraphs and went straight to the main topic. Hashtag 10 bull charge. Although the effect of using the enhanced body to ram into the enemy sounds simple, those who have used this skill can confirm that it is an effective move. It is a simple and practical skill. Hashtag 9 great strength fist. When the player uses his fist to attack, this skill will greatly increase the player's strength. It is a simpler skill than bull charge and often exceeds one's expectations. Hashtag 2 agile posture. Sprint in the designated direction to enhance the next attack. It's a perfect skill to use when entering and escaping a battlefield. It has more than one use. Hashtag 1 elemental spirit blade. Can create an energy weapon with elements and attach them to the weapon to increase the weapon's power. The support skill that countless sword and saber wielders yearn for the most. This skill can unleash great power, regardless of the player's level. Elemental Spirit Blade? Ling Yi read out loud and reread the description. He was a little confused. Is it very powerful to create an energy weapon? Is there another reason why the skill is ranked number 1? However, as he scrolled down to the comments sections, many players seemed to agree. Among the melee support skills, Elemental Spirit Blade is indeed a godly skill. If you can't make up your mind, Elemental Spirit Blade. It's true. I used to think that this skill wasn't good until I met someone who had this skill. F***CK, that thing can kill. Yeah, especially those with lightning attribute. One hit can split your skin open. It's already amazing that the user can conjure a weapon out of thin air. You should know that good weapons are hard to come by. Looking at these comments, Ling Yi nodded his head lightly. Then I'll get it as my first support skill. Even though support skills were used on the support teammate, the owner of the skill could still use it too. Ling Yi quickly closed the forum and said to the air in front of him, I want to start the support trial. The next moment, a hologram screen appeared with rows and rows of support trial scenes. The different scenes would determine what skills the player could get at the end of the trial. Ling Yi reached out his hand and kept on swiping to the right for quite some time. He finally found the trial scene where elemental spirit blades could be dropped. Scorching Sandstorm. Trial requirements: kill as many monsters as possible within 10 minutes. Possible drop support skills: Lava Eruption, Breeze Puff, Earth Tremor, Fertile Land, Elemental Spirit Blade. After clearing the mini-game, the players would get their support skills randomly. All 5 skills had their own drop rate. **T. I hope I won't get any of the other skills, Ling worried. If the drop rate of other skills was equal or even less than Elemental Spirit Blade, he would be screwed. So, before he began the trial, Ling Yi nervously looked at the scene's detail. Lava Eruption, 50%. Breeze Puff, 30%. Earth Tremor, 15%. Fertile Land, 4%. Elemental Spirit Blade, 1%. Only 1%? Thank God. As long as the skill had a lower chance for other people to get it, then Ling Yi would be fine. Bad news for other players was good news for him. He didn't hesitate anymore and directly clicked into Scorching Sandstorm. 10 minutes later. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the trial scenario, Scorching Sandstorm. You have killed a total of 303 monsters in this trial and obtained an S-grade score. Congratulations! You've obtained a support skill, Elemental Spirit Blade, S. The moment he returned from the trial space, Lingy couldn't wait to take a deep breath and to spat out some of the sand and dirt that got caught in his mouth. The trial ground was too harsh. During the trial, he was immediately buffeted by the sandstorm. All sorts of things were flying around him and he was covered in sand and dirt. It was truly terrifying. He couldn't stand properly, nor could he see clearly. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for other players of the same level to even kill one monster. Fortunately, he had a long-range skill, Starfall. It didn't matter if there were monsters or not, all he had to do was release his skill around him. After 10 minutes, he had killed more than 300 monsters. The trial of assistance's difficulty was determined by the player's level. The higher the player's level, the more difficult it would be. While his level was still low, it would be best to clear the game as soon as possible. Lingy lowered his head and looked at his clothes. Seeing that they were still as clean as before, he nodded slightly and wondered, will it automatically cleanse itself as soon as it comes back? Or does it maintain the state I was in when I entered? When he just finished the trial, his clothes and hair were still covered in sand. But now that he was back in his room, he was as clean as before he left. Chapter 28. Chapter 28, The First Support. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Lingy quickly disregarded his question. He shouldn't be wasting time thinking about this useless topic. He now had an S-grade support skill. He excitedly opened his personal stats and looked at the skill's details. Elemental Spirit Blade, S. The user can create various types of energy weapons such as knives, swords, staffs, and so on. Energy weapons are formed from the elements that the user is most suited to. They can be added to other physical weapons. It's made up of the elements that the user is most suited to? Lingy sighed in disappointment. And here I thought I could choose any element I wanted. However, because of this, he was also curious. What element was he most suited to? The common elements he saw in the forum comments were metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, and darkness. Different elements had different effects and strengths. Metal was sturdy and sharp, wood enhanced vitality, water was malleable and could puncture through anything, fire ignited and burned, and earth was heavy and powerful. The swift wind element was agile and hard-hitting, the ferocious thunder element was mighty and paralyzing, and the ice element freezes and slows the target down. The light element could emit light waves which were suitable for offense, while the dark element could absorb damage and was suitable for defense. Each of the 10 elements had its own unique characteristics. However, no matter which one he got in the end, the S-grade Elemental Spirit Blade would still be an S-grade Elemental Spirit Blade, and its power would remain powerful, no matter the element. Lingy was not worried, and when he called the blade to unleash its form for the first time, he was quite relaxed. Elemental Spirit Blade! He shouted and imagined a long sword in his mind. Immediately, bright white dust of light appeared in the air and quickly gathered into the shape of a long sword in just the span of 2 seconds. Then it formed a long sword made from bright light. Light element. Lingy raised his eyebrows, but his expression was relatively calm. The sword was floating in front of him with its hilt facing the bottom. When Lingy reached out to grab the sword's grip, a ball of bright and dazzling orange flame suddenly erupted from the hilt to the blade, illuminating Lingy's face with its heat. This? Lingy's eyes were wide open as he looked at the raging fire in front of him in shock. He was momentarily stunned. Wasn't he a light element? But then what is this flame? Could maybe fire and light elements be his affinity? Were these two elements tied for him? He tried to wave the flaming light sword, and every time he waved it, it would make whooshing sounds like the sound of a torch being swung. It felt extremely good. When he waved it, the flames on the sword would leave a trail of flames in its wake like a flag being blown by the wind. Its tiny particles would spill from the flames and float in the air for a moment before silently disappearing. It was very hypnotic. Strength aside, she's very beautiful. Ling waved his hands around fondly, his face full of smiles. Since there were no enemies, he had no way of testing its power right now. So after playing with it for a while, he put it away. Ling sat back down on the chair beside his desk and entered the Support Forum's Help tab to search for posts. On the right side of this section, there was a column that said Recommended Support. The people listed below were all people who Ling could request for help. Since he was level 13, the listed players all ranged from level 10 to 23. And of course, due to the opposite gender-only rule, the entire row was filled with female players. Recommended Support 1. Miao Yin Tian, LV 18. Available, 60 mana, space jump, C. Requirements, anyone's good as long as they can provide mana, and also have healing skills. Those who meet the needs can privately contact the user. 2. Great Zong Luo, level 22. Ability, 67 Strength, Immovable Golden Body, B. Requirement, Strength Attribute Displacement Skill. And the list goes on. So far, nobody stood out from the list of recommended supporters, and so Ling continued to scroll through them. He was either not satisfied with the attributes or skills provided by the other party, or he did not meet the other party's requirements. He couldn't find a person to help him. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly saw someone he could try. Glorious Moon, LV 20. Property, 65 Agility, Earth Shield, B. Request, no request. Anything is fine. Having help is better than nothing. Let's try. Ling was quite envious of the girl's agility attribute and the shield skill she have. He experienced firsthand the benefit of enhanced agility when he ran through Crimson Orchard and defeated Fatty. This girl even had a shield skill, which was completely in line with what he wanted. After clicking on the other party's name and providing his information, Ling only needed to wait for the other party's response. Supporter provides 65 agility and B. Great Earth Shield. While he provided 65 MP and an Great Elemental Spirit Blade. Strictly speaking, the other party had the greater advantage. And sure enough, it didn't take long for the other player to confirm his request. Congratulations! Your supporter with the player Glorious Moon has been officially confirmed. Only after the support duration has exceeded 24 hours can either party voluntarily cancel the support relationship. Prompt: when the level difference between the two parties exceeds 10 levels, the support relationship between the two parties will be forcibly terminated. In an instant, a gentle power entered his body. When he looked at his personal stats, it had been updated. Strength 3, MP 65, Agility 100, Endurance 3, Constitution 3. He had never added any points to his agility. However, thanks to attribute duplication and his newly acquired support, his agility had become the highest attribute he had. No wonder the others said that level 10 is like jumping over a gap. Ling felt a little emotional as he felt his strength increase. Now, he could leisurely face monsters over level 20. Then he began to look at the specific description of the Earth Shield. 2nd of June. It was still early in the morning when Ling received a mission from Lin Shuru. He was exercising in the front yard when his housemate approached him. Can you help me buy some groceries? There is no more food left in the pantry. I would buy them myself, but since this curse hasn't been completely lifted yet, she said cautiously and seemingly embarrassed by her own request. Sure. Ling had never bought groceries before, so he wasn't sure what exactly to buy. Thankfully, Lin Shuro gave him a small notebook with a detailed list. The list even contained information such as where to buy the ingredients, how much to buy, the brand, and so on. She had even planned the route for him. All he had to do was to follow the instructions in the book, walk, and buy the stuff. Oh, that's right. Right before he left the door, Ling Yi turned to the girl. I've set up a protection talisman in the house. So if you hear anything remotely suspicious or sense any danger, don't go out. What? Lin Shuru reflexively said. She was stunned for a moment before she responded with an O and blinked her big, bright blue eyes in confusion. After Ling Yi left, she leisurely closed the metal gate and walked back into the house. That's weird. Didn't Ling Yi say that he just entered God's path yesterday? Lin Shuru mumbled to herself in confusion. A protective talisman? Even if it's a one-time protection talisman, he shouldn't have enough gold to buy it. It was just a small suspicion, so Lin Shuru did not take it to heart. She walked straight to the sofa, sat down, and turned on the TV. Chapter 29. Chapter 29, The Intruder. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Lin Shuru lived right opposite the Divine Union branch, behind the building where the victims used to live before. She considered this to be a relatively safe area in Firefly Town. Plus, ever since Lin Shuru moved in, she had never encountered anything bad and so far she had been safe from any harm. Even though Ling Yi had said that he had a protection talisman in place somewhere at home, she didn't think that she would use it. Especially not when Ling Yi was just out for some groceries for a bit. Lin Shuru decided to drop the thought and let herself be engrossed in whatever was on the TV. She was watching a TV series called Overbearing Player Falls in Love when suddenly somebody rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Somebody pressed the bell 3 times in a row. What? Lin Shuru paused the show and turned to look at the electronic clock on the wall. 7:36. When she looked how far into the series she was, and realized that it had only been 5 minutes into the episode. Could Ling Yi be back already? Lin Shuru doesn't know Ling Yi all that well other than the fact that he just became a player and entered God's path for the first time yesterday. She didn't even know what attributes he added, what skills he had, or what level he was at. It was hard to tell whether her housemate could come back in 5 minutes or not. Just as she was hesitating whether to open the door or not, an unfamiliar voice came from outside. Is anyone there? Open the door. A rough male voice said. Hearing this, Lin Shuru panicked and immediately assumed whoever was outside was not someone friendly. After all, the big iron gate outside her courtyard was locked. That person must have forcefully barged in to get close to her door. No member of the Orthodox Tao would cross the main door and knock on the door of the master's house. Fortunately, as a former player, she still had some self-control. Even though she was afraid, she still calmly took out a device with 2 buttons from the drawer of the wooden table. This was an alarm that the Divine Union had specially designed for ordinary people. When you encounter a player attack or other disaster, you can press different buttons according to the situation. If the situation is urgent and in need of support, please press the yellow button. If the situation is critical and requires immediate help, please press the red button. But of course, she couldn't randomly press any button. She could be punished for a false alarm. Lin Shuru flipped open the transparent cover of the alarm and placed her fair finger on the red button. As soon as whoever outside broke down the door, she would press the red button. Compared to the unknown danger, she would gladly accept the punishment of pressing the button randomly. Is there anyone? Open the door. The voice yelled once more. But this time the stranger's voice was more irritated. Lin Shuru frowned slightly. Her hand finger was still hovering above the button. You're not opening? Then don't blame me for breaking the door. Lin Shuru gritted her teeth and stared at the door, bracing herself. She promised that even if there was a crack in the door, she would quickly press the button. However, A few seconds passed by and there wasn't even a sound of a fist against the door. It was as if the person outside was all bark with no bite. While she was still in doubt, she heard two people talking outside. Gah! The door is protected by a barrier. Didn't you say that she's just an ordinary woman? I am not lying, boss. I live next door, and for the past half year, I've only seen one ordinary woman living here. Then what do you think is going on with this barrier? Why don't we go in through the window? Let's go. Lin Shura's brows furrowed when she heard this. Next door? She remembered that there was indeed an ordinary man living there. It seems like the person who lived next door was involved with this boss whom she's sure was a player. She just doesn't know what their goal was. Lin Shura doesn't think anything in her house was worth anything special. She doesn't want to sound arrogant, but the only important thing was her life. No matter what their purpose was, she was in danger if they managed to break in. Meanwhile, right outside Lin Shura's house, Joshua led his new brother, Zhao Zhe, to the window on the side of his house. The two of them had met last night. Joshua was about to sleep when Zhao Zhe suddenly barged in to eat and drink everything in his house. The stranger even kicked him out of his bed to sleep. Joshua didn't dare to offend him, so he told him about his neighbor earlier that morning. He told Zhao Zhe that his neighbor was an ordinary woman who lived alone and how well off she seemed to be. Zhao Shi tried to divert the disaster to her. He was relieved that he had successfully moved the attention off of him, but what he didn't expect was for Zhao Zhe to bring him along. Zhao Zhe seemed to be afraid that he would tell on him. I promise I won't say anything. After you go in, please let me go. Zhao Shi pleaded pitifully as he led the player towards the window. Zhao Zhe smiled and wrapped his left arm around Zhao Shi's shoulder. He put his face next to Zhao Shi's and said in a friendly tone, Aish, Zhao Shi, you're being too polite. We're all ordinary people in the same boat. We're good brothers, aren't we? Do you think Big Brother doesn't believe you? Why, you're not an ordinary person. I just have a little bit of power. I'm only around level 10, about the same level as you guys. So there's no need to be so scared. Zhao Shi didn't say anything else, because Zhao Zhe's grip on his wrist was getting stronger. He was like a child being bound by a stranger, and it was difficult for him to even tug his arm away. There are also curtains, Zhao Zhe said in disappointment. He wanted to see the situation inside the house, but what could he do? Without any warning, the next second he swung his free right hand at the window. Bang! An invisible barrier blocked his fist. The point of contact between the two made a subtle and dull sound. There's a barrier here too, Zhao Zhe's face darkened. The information given to him by Zhao Shi was wrong. The person living here must not be an ordinary woman. Perhaps she had player friends, or perhaps other players were living here. Or perhaps Zhao Shi had lied to him, and the girl who was living here was actually a player. A very high-level player. Zhao Shi brought him here to make him walk right into the trap. And the only reason why no one responded was probably because the person was out at the moment. Zhao Zhe fumed at the thought. He lowered his voice and snorted coldly. Then he quickly walked out, dragging Zhao Shi along with him. They passed through the front yard path that was filled with flowers and grass on both sides. Just as he was about to reach the large metal gates, a black-haired youth suddenly appeared in Zhao Zhe's line of sight. Zhao Zhe's pupils suddenly shrank, and thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. His hurried footsteps suddenly stopped, and his left hand unconsciously released Zhao Shi's wrist. He stared at the young man, hoping that he was not a player who lived here. However, the other party's face quickly became serious, causing his heart to skip a beat. He quickly realized that things were not going well for him. When he heard the other party's words, his heart was a mess. Who are you? What are you doing here? Ling Yi shouted when he saw the two sneaky strangers on the path in the front yard. He had just returned from grocery shopping and was about to enter when he stood still at the inner side of the large metal gate in suspicion. For someone who was out for groceries, there were no vegetables or bags in sight. That was because he had bought a temporary space bag from the God's Path store and put all the vegetables in it. The portal bag was in his rucksack. He would just have to take it out later. It was very convenient. But now, looking at the two people in front of him, Lingy was already on full alert. His gaze passed over the two of them and looked at the house. Seeing that the house was unscathed, a guess formed in his mind. These two people came with ill intentions, but seeing that they can't enter or break in, they're going to leave. Or are they Lin Shuru's friends and are on their way out? Before he could confirm their identities, Lingy just frowned and glared at them. Chapter 30. Chapter 30, First Battle in the Main World. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. We didn't take anything or touch anything. We just accidentally barged in when we were having fun. Aren't we? In the face of the young man's question, Zhao Zhe smiled. He looked very flustered. Based on his many years of experience in judging people, he was highly confident that the young man in front of him was a player. Zhao Zhe was only level 10, and any player who wasn't a newbie would definitely be able to beat him. He only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and not cause any more trouble. Lingy, standing opposite him, still looked at him with suspicion. He couldn't let them leave just because they said so. So instead, he took out his phone and called Lin Shuru, just in case. Seeing this, Zhao Zhe furrowed his brows, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He took giant strides and charged toward Lingy. 3-star techniques, accelerate and sprint. He let out a low growl as he ran. In an instant, a blue light lit up all over Zhao Zhe's body, and his speed suddenly increased by a large margin. He was already in front of Lingy in less than half a second. The 5 fingers of his right hand were like sharp knives, aiming to stab the black-haired man's neck. Lingy was already prepared for this. He reacted quickly and dodged to the side. Seeing that his attack had missed, Zhao Zhe didn't give chase. Instead, he sped up and rushed toward the big metal gate. You want to run? Lingy taunted. The stranger's speed wasn't very fast, and in a blink of an eye, with Lingy's high agility, he caught up with him and tripped him outside the big metal gate. Even though Zhao Zhe had fallen into a sorry state, his previous battle experience allowed him to roll his body and jump to the side quickly. After he got up, he bent his legs and raised his fists, facing Lingy in his serious battle stance. I'm not. It seems like I won't be able to leave until I finish you off. The way he stared at Lingy gradually turned vicious. Lingy silently summoned his elemental spirit blade, the Kasaya. It appeared before him in the form of a light element. A light element spiritual blade? Zhao Zhe frowned and cursed his bad luck. Having a support skill meant that the other party was at least level 10. He wasn't even confident that he could defeat a level 10 player with an elemental spirit blade, let alone a player who was likely to be of a higher level than that. When the young man in front of him held the hilt of the sword, a surge of raging fire erupted from the hilt to the blade. His eyes widened so wide that they almost popped out of his sockets. What? Dual elemental spirit blade? Zhao Zhe cried out in surprise. He would never have thought that the dual elemental spirit blade, which only a few people in the world possessed, would one day appear right in front of him. He was only a level 10 player. How could he fight against such a world-famous, powerful force? He blinked his eyes a couple of times, wishing that what he had seen just now was an illusion. Unfortunately, no matter how he looked, he could only see the bright white blazing fire lighting the sword. His heart sank to his stomach. I can't let him hit me. If I'm hit, I'll instantly die. Although Zhao Zhe had never fought with a dual elemental spirit blade before, he was a famous person and was praised by many strong players in the world. But even so, he could admit, With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to block an attack from that thing. And opposite him, Ling Yi had no idea what was going through Zhao Zei's mind. But he could conclude from the other's reaction that dual elemental spirit blade was rare. He brandished the flaming light sword in front of him and muttered to himself, "She's beautiful, but I wonder how powerful she is." And an opportunity just presented itself for. Before he could finish, he heard a low shout full of killing intent behind him. 4-star technique, toxic backstab. Ling Yi was slightly shocked. When did this guy get behind him? He turned around unhurriedly and watched as the man pointed a small knife enveloped in a thick green gas. The blade itself was green. The small knife stabbed into a yellowish-brown light screen the size of an adult's palm in the air as if it had stabbed into an earth wall. It lodged deep enough that it was hard to pull but not enough to break his earth shield. How could Ling Yi give up such a good opportunity? He directly slashed the flaming lightsaber towards the stranger. No skill was used in his move at all. However, this simple action scared Zhao Zei out of his wits. He immediately abandoned the dagger and moved his body back in horror. Unfortunately, he wasn't as fast as Ling Yi, and the flaming light sword went straight for his waist. It was as if an electric saw at full power had cut his waist, and an intense pain that exceeded the upper limit of Zhao Zei's endurance instantly spread from his waist to his whole body. Zhao Zei lost consciousness in an instant. Naturally, he didn't know that his body had not only been sent flying more than 10 meters by the light wave but had also been set on fire by the merciless flames. It was burning in the open space. On the other hand, Ling Yi was surprised to see how powerful his attack was. Wow, this power is much greater than I imagined. He had thought it would be good enough if the sword could cause severe damage to the other party. Who would have thought the enemy would be so severely beaten that he couldn't get up again? Ling Yi raised his head and looked at the player, who was still up in flames. After hesitating, he removed his sword and walked closer to the burning man. He didn't know his opponent's current state, but he wasn't worried since he knew the Earth Shield would protect him. The Earth Shield had protected him splendidly. Earth Shield, B, can only be activated when standing on the ground. When faced with an unavoidable external attack, it will quickly form a light screen around the player to block the attack. It could only be used 30 times a day. It was said that the class of the support skill was equivalent to the item's grade they lent. E being the lowest and S the highest. He read that the S grade Earth Shield could be activated 100 times a day. It was an extremely excellent life-saving skill. However, this support skill had a considerable weakness. First, it could not be used mid-air. Second, it would protect the player regardless of the strength of the attack. So even if a weak attack hit him, it would use up the number of times to block it. When Ling Yi was still a few meters away from his target, the space in front of him suddenly fluctuated. Ling Yi stopped in his tracks and frowned subconsciously. The next moment, a man in his 30s, 1.9 meters tall, wearing black sportswear with a buzz cut, suddenly appeared. The man glanced at Ling Yi before turning his gaze to the burning body. "Oh, it's him," the tall man said in a bored tone. It was as if he was already used to this. He knew the man on the ground. "And you are?" Ling Yi was secretly still on his guard, but his expression remained calm as he asked. "I'm Divine Alliance's player, Fong Chang, who's in charge of the security of this area. I've just received news that someone is fighting here." The muscular man named Fong Chang replied in a formulaic manner. Then he took out a Divine Union identity card with a white background and silver edges. He showed it to Ling Yi. His profile picture was on it, and there was information under it. Name, Fong Chang. Position, District Guard, Divine Alliance's Xinjiang Firefly Branch. Level, 65. After putting the identity card away, he pointed at the burning man on the ground and said, "This guy is called Zhao Zei. He's a hooligan from the neighboring town. He's often arrested for disturbing the residents. At this point, he looked at the wide-open iron gate not far away and asked, "Did he also break into your house?" "Yes, he did." Ling Yi nodded. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Conversation. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Since that's the case, then he deserves it. Fang Chung crossed his arms and looked coldly at Zhao Zai's still burning body. He had no intention of helping him. "Aren't you worried that I'm lying?" Ling Yi asked, confused. To Ling Yi's surprise, Fang Chung just laughed and shook his head. "I have a truth bell on me. It will ring when you tell a lie." "Oh, I see." Ling Yi nodded thoughtfully. He then asked, "Are you just going to watch him die? Is this really okay? It doesn't seem like what a righteous person would do." "It's fine," Fang Cheng said. Then with a relaxed smile, he continued, "I'll bring him back to life when he's almost completely burned." At Ling Yi's bewildered look, Fang Cheng explained, "There are many horrible players who think that they can get away with all the consequences of their actions once they're dead. To end this kind of thinking, we must resurrect and rightfully judge them according to their crimes. When they do get their guilty verdict, we'll kill them." Fang Cheng paused. His gaze purposely sized up Ling Yi for a while. Even if he has been in the grave for 20 years, as long as we find that he or she is involved in an unresolved punishment, we will still resurrect them to deal with it. After that, we will let him lie back down again. So? Fang Cheng's eyes were like daggers as he stared at Ling Yi. His voice deepened, and his tone turned serious as he warned him, "After you become a player, you must restrain yourself. Don't enter a stranger's house, don't take things that aren't yours, and don't use skills in public." Ling Yi nodded, but his mind raced in curiosity. It's an odd thing to say. Did he know that I just became a player recently? As if he had read Ling Yi's mind, Fang Cheng's stern expression relaxed again, and a kind smile lifted the corner of his mouth. "I know most of the players in the Firefly branch. The only ones I don't know are some foreign players and the new players from the past 2 months. If I'm not wrong, you should be in the May batch, right?" Wait. Don't tell me you're from the April batch." It's fine. It's slow to level up. It's normal. It took me quite a while before I got to where I am today." Fang Cheng smiled awkwardly. "If there's nothing else, you may leave," he said politely. "Leave this to me." "All right." When Ling Yi opened the front door, Lin Shuru immediately flew out and told the officer about her neighbor's, Zhou Shi's involvement. Without any more fuss, Fang Cheng brought both Zhou Shi and Zhao Zai into questioning. It was a little past 8 in the morning when everything finally quieted down. By the time the first rays of the sun shone into the living room from the east window and lit up the entire room, Ling Yi had just finished a delicious breakfast. He was resting on the sofa in the living room. After a while, Lin Shuru, who had taken off her rice-colored printed apron, walked over in her pink slippers and sat beside him. She brought him a soft and mesmerizing fragrance that tingled his heart. "Thank you," she said in a delicate and gentle voice, "it's indeed better to have you around." Ling Yi thought that she would say something more to thank him but didn't expect her to continue with, "But didn't you say that you just entered God's path yesterday? How come you already have a support skill?" When she heard Ling Yi's interaction with the 2 intruders outside her house, she worried for his safety. She quickly ran up to the 2nd floor to check. But the scene she walked into wasn't something that she would have expected. The images of him summoning his dual elemental spirit blade and how he had so effortlessly defeated Zhao Zai were still vivid in her mind. "Maybe I reached level 10 in 2 days? Hee, sure." Lin Shuro covered her mouth and chuckled. In her mind, she was sure that Ling Yi was one of the players from the May batch. It was common for most players to reach level 10 in half a month and level 13 in 1 month. Based on the strength she saw Ling Yi had displayed, he was probably around level 10. As someone who had experienced the hardships of leveling up herself, she could still make some calculated guesses. I didn't expect you to possess two elements. You have a bright future ahead of you. Lin Shuru's blue eyes stared at Ling Yi in slight envy. There was a hint of melancholy on her exquisite, snow-white face, as if she was reminiscing about her past as a player. Seeing this, Ling Yi raised his eyebrows. He was suddenly curious. You are an ex-player who was forced to be an ordinary person. Can't you continue to participate in the player assessment? Lin Shuru had told him more about herself yesterday. Initially, Ling Yi thought he wouldn't have much contact with her, so he didn't feel the need to get to know her. Now that he had decided to stay with her, he felt it necessary to understand her situation better. I can't, Lin Shuru shook her head, then sighed. Strictly speaking, I'm still a player. But a powerless player all the same. The player's skills, attributes, and even the items in my rucksack are still there. I just can't use any of them. Oh? Ling Yi's curiosity grew when he heard her mention the items in her bag. What do you have in your rucksack? He asked. Seeing Ling Yi so curious, Lin Shuru was stunned for a moment, but it melted her heart. She immediately revealed a gentle smile to him, her watery eyes curved into crescents. It's nothing much, just some common treasures, weapons, and skills, she said. She pushed a few strands of hair from her forehead to her cute little ears, then rolled her eyes. But I do have a special skill in my bag. What a pity that I can't use it now. And now that you're here, I would have given it to you. But with the restriction in place. It would have been fine if she didn't say it was for him, but now that she mentioned it, Ling Yi couldn't help but ask again, what skill? He. Lin Shuru couldn't help but cover her mouth to hide her giggles when she saw how curious Ling Yi was. Only then did she realize that this young man's way of thinking was unusually straightforward, and he didn't put in the effort to hide what he was thinking. He wasn't like other people who acted a certain way on the surface and felt another way on the inside. Even his words were honest, unlike the way most people's simplest words could carry some deep meaning, which annoyed Lin Shuru to no end. Lin Shuru quickly stopped her bell-like giggles. She can feel her cheeks getting warm at Ling Yi's curious gaze. She cleared her throat and quickly answered, it's an extremely rare 9-star skill that can temporarily lower the enemy's intelligence. Lower the enemy's intelligence? Right. It can make the enemy stupid. Has anyone tried it before? Not yet. I'm probably the only one in the world who has it. Really? The only boss monster that would drop this skill is the one from the assessment. Nobody but our district has ever experienced this assessment. Only one boss monster could drop this item, and I happened to get my hands on it. Then Lin Shuru added, that's why I said it's extremely rare. That sounds awesome. Was all that Ling Yi could say as his mouth hung agape in awe. He. Lin Shuru covered her mouth and chuckled again. Her fragrance seemed to expand as her shoulders shook with laughter. Chapter 32. Chapter 32, Target, District 87 Beast King. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Ling Yi smiled. Once her giggles subsided, Ling Yi turned a little more serious, is there no way for you to recover? Lin Shuru's smile froze, and her smiles withered instantly. God's path did give us a way to return. She let out a long sigh, but it's impossible. Lin Shuru looked as though she had lost all hope, but when she saw Ling Yi listening attentively to her, she slowly continued, as long as. After a long and winded explanation, Ling Yi nodded in understanding. So, in short, other players have to enter your district and clear all the monsters living there. At Lin Shuru's nod, Ling Yi's eyes widened in surprise, it doesn't sound that difficult. Lin Shuru smiled thinly and pinched his ear gently. Weren't you listening to what I said? I said that only a team of 5 level 30 and below players can enter. Oh, then that's very difficult. Ling Yi nonchalantly agreed just to appease the girl. The truth was, Ling Yi was confident that it was possible to defeat the Beast King and its minions on his own, as long as he had the same amount of power as them. Of course, he didn't have the strength to do so now. However, as long as he continued to work hard and stick to his plans, he knew he could be stronger a lot sooner than later. Especially with the super mutation system on his side. This goal wasn't too far out of his grasp. If Ling Yi turned to look at Lin Shuru, I'm saying if one day I annihilate the Beast King and all the monsters in your district. You can't take back your words. Lin Shuru rolled her eyes and smiled indifferently, hee, if you can save my district. Not only will I give you that skill, but also all my treasures, weapons, items, and even my entire house will be yours. Really? Ling Yi was interested. Hee. Lin Shuru covered her mouth and chuckled. Don't even think about it. That's impossible. She then patted Ling Yi's forehead and said, but I'm just happy that you even thought about helping me. The casual touch surprised and warmed Ling Yi's heart. He realized she was much more comfortable with him than when they first met. In the beginning, she had kept a certain distance from him, and even when she spoke to him, she would stammer and speak softly. But now, she even dared to pinch his ears and pat his forehead. Now, she talked to him as if he was her friend. What was the cause of this sudden change? Ling Yi was still wondering about this when Lin Shuru's voice suddenly snapped him out, by the way, I want to thank you. After all, it was thanks to your protective talisman that kept me safe from those two strangers. What do you want to eat for lunch? Think of it as a reward for your hard work. Ah, then can I? In the end, he ordered takeout for lunch because Lin Shuru fell asleep again before noon. He had to carry her back to her room to let her sleep peacefully. By the time he had finished his lunch, it was almost 1 in the afternoon. With his stomach full, Ling Yi felt at peace and let his mind relax. He returned to his bedroom and sat at his desk, enjoying the natural breeze from the window. Then his mind wandered to the conversation he had this morning. Other than Shuru and that Zhao Zhe guy, there might have been someone else who saw the little fight outside the courtyard earlier. If someone were to come and do an investigation on me, they would find out that I have reached level 10 in just 2 days. When the God's Path historical tablet was updated, the world would know that he had reached level 10 in just 2 days. But that was still half a year away. And by then, he would have already grown up and be fearless. He was only level 10 or so and still had room to grow. If people found out, he could always hide at home. But that would be very troublesome. Looks like I'll have to give up on joining the Genius Plan. He had originally planned to head to the Divine Union branch a week from now to register for becoming Divine Union's foreign aid through the Genius Plan and to get his subsidy for reaching level 10. Who knew that plans could not keep up with the changes that are called life? If he went now, there would be a big risk of people finding out. Other than that, if he ran into Fong Chang and told him he was a new player in June, he didn't even dare to imagine what the situation would become. But now that I'm living with Shuru, I don't need to worry about my rent. I don't need the subsidy. He had initially considered asking for the Divine Union's help since he didn't have an official residence. He planned to earn money by joining the foreign aid to buy a place to live. Money wasn't that urgent now that he had a place to live. To him, it was good enough to be stronger and earn gold coins in God's path. What more does he need? 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 50 global dollars. And he had quickly earned gold coins on God's path. So, he doesn't need to tire himself out and just let himself rest in the main world. Rest is important. As if an invincible burden had lifted from his shoulders, he fell further into relaxation. He didn't realize that the thought of money and anxiety of being found had been lurking in the corner of his mind. And now, he was so relaxed that he felt so sluggish. Both his heart and mind were free from worry. But he suddenly remembered the intelligence-lowering skill that Lin Shuru had mentioned. Even though I don't have to go to the Divine Union anymore if I have that skill. For some reason, he felt that strange skills like this would have an exaggerated effect. He wouldn't pass this up. If the mutation can produce a better effect, it can be beneficial in many situations. Ling Yi's thoughts started to wander. He fantasized about all the things he could do with such a skill for a while. Another breeze played with his hair, and as the cold caressed his cheeks, he made up his mind. The Beast King of District 87, huh? Looks like I'll have to have a close combat skill and power up my strength to be able to defeat it. This was the first challenge Ling Yi would have to overcome since returning to the main world. This would be interesting. He was filled with anticipation and excitement. The only way to release District 87 from its curse was to defeat the Beast King. If he killed the Beast King first, killing off the other monster would be a breeze. Since that was the case, he must learn more about this Beast King. With great vigor, Ling Yi logged onto the forum and searched for information related to the District 87 assessment incident. And sure enough, he could obtain general information about the Beast King. 5-crested giant dragon, Beast King. Level 30. Characteristics: 120 meters tall, about 90,000 tons, it can fly 3,000 meters per second and run 300 meters per second on flat terrain. Its wings could create a storm with a speed of 30 meters per second. Immune to crowd control. It has 5 black dragon heads, and each dragon head has its specialty. These 5 abilities are: 1. Can release sound waves that shock the mind and distract the player's attention. 2. Able to spew poisonous mist. 3. Heals the body and regenerates the other dragon heads. 4. Able to release thunderbolts. 5. Possess the ability to possess the mind and control the brain. This was the information that the players from District 87 had obtained after battling against it. Although all 10,000 of the players had been defeated, they had at least figured out the Beast King's ability to its detail. And to Ling Yi, it doesn't sound as bad as the rumors made it out to be. Chapter 33. Chapter 33, The Alliance of Genius Ladies. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. *T. This Beast King does look very strong. Other than the fact that it had 5 heads, each that could spew 5 different abilities, its sheer size and terrifying stats made it even more challenging to deal with. With the addition of its flying ability, it would be impossible for a level 30 player to defeat it by him or herself. No wonder the 200 million players around the world felt that there was no hope. Ling Yi furrowed his brows and looked at the information on the other monsters in District 87. Besides the Beast King, there were also boss monsters that had not been killed, more than 10 elite monsters, and more than 10,000 ordinary monsters. And all of them were level 30. After a few minutes, Ling Yi closed the forum and leaned back in his chair. He closed his eyes and let out a long breath. Hua! The slightly warm summer wind blew the tissues on the table. He mindlessly watched it as he rubbed his temples tiredly, feeling a little lost. He had decided to exterminate the monsters in District 87. However, he didn't clearly understand how to improve himself, which skills to obtain, and what level of strength he had to reach. Suddenly he thought of an idea. My beginner map has a Beast King. It's also level 30. So as long as I can defeat it, that should be enough. Slight change of plans. He would first improve himself and then use the Beast King from the beginner map as an experimental subject. If he could easily defeat it, he would use and adjust the same strategy for the rescue mission in District 87. As he thought of this, his training plans for his coming days in God's path gradually became clearer and clearer. He wanted to take the main road. He wanted to level up. He wanted to increase his combat strength. While Ling Yi was still busy planning for his next trip to God's path, the username Glorious Moon, otherwise known as Yi Qianer by her friends and family, was showing off to a group chat of young female players. Glorious Moon, ha ha ha. You guys won't believe what kind of skill I got in exchange for my Earth Shield. Greater than over equal to for all less than over equal to. The group was called Genius Ladies Alliance, with 35 members. but nobody answered her text. The group was still cold and indifferent. Everyone ignored her. In the main world, she pouted and spoke again helplessly. Glorious Moon, alright, I won't keep you in suspense. It's just an elemental spirit blade. Finally, someone replied. Wonderful sound _ burning song, oh, that's not bad. I want to eat rabbit stick, what grade is it? If it's A, D, or E, then it's just average. Glorious Moon, hee, would you believe me if I said, S, grade? Carat omega carat. Gonghan _ weighing, what do you think? Graceful _ wind, blind guess it's A, B. Nightingale _ chirping, it's probably a C. The elemental spirit blade I got from my support was a C. My support said the trial scene was more brutal to fight than the rumors suggested. In a luxurious villa in Shinsha's Mahai, a beautiful woman with long legs was sitting in front of a piano. She was enjoying the tea a beautiful maid had served and replying to the texts with great interest. She usually didn't participate in the chat. She wouldn't have replied if it weren't for the elemental spirit blade. Glorious Moon, it's really an yes. To be honest, I was shocked when I saw it. Yi Qianer sent out the screenshot of her personal stats immediately after. Name, Glorious Moon. Skill, Earth Shield, B, Elemental Spirit Blade, S. Wonderful sound _ burning song. Gonghan _ weighing. There was a sudden silence in the group. A few seconds later, many girls who usually stayed silent were also blown out of the water by the guardrails. The world's first immortal, oh. What a good guy. This is the first time I've seen someone with an ES, grade elemental spirit blade. I've only seen it once on TV. The _ golden fairy, wow. S, grade. Asterisk. Friendless witch at Glorious Moon, I'm very curious about who your support is. Natsuyo _ Phoenix Cry, Moon, you're only level 20, right? That means the maximum level your support could be is level 30. He is truly a dragon in disguise to have an ES, elemental spirit blade at such a low level. Graceful _ wind, that's right. Those who can get an ES in the support trial all have powerful combat power, far beyond players of the same level. He's probably at level 30 at most. He'll be able to become stronger quicker. I want to eat rabbit stick, quick, quick, quick. He's an excellent person to be my support. Give him to me. Gimme, gimme. Glorious Moon, ah? He's my support. Don't even think about touching him, you bunch of filthy cheese. Friendless witch. Humph, it's fine if you don't want to tell me. My support isn't bad either. The world's first immortal, not bad. Not bad. It's just that his reputation is terrible. Friendless witch. I'm going to change soon anyway. Natsuyo _ Phoenix Cry, I'm curious. Why do you always run into scumbag supports? Friendless witch, how the hell would I know? As the group chat gradually became more and more heated, a woman nicknamed Nightingale _ chirping from the forum went to private message Yi Qianer. Nightingale _ chirping, I remember that you're focusing on your magic. So, that elemental spirit blade shouldn't be useful to you. Why don't we exchange our supports? Glorious Moon, you know that I'm on the path of melee physics. And yes, great elemental spirit blade will significantly help me. Glorious Moon. Although I don't use this support skill, the other party provided me with 65 MP, and mana is what I need the most. Nightingale _ chirping, well, what a coincidence. My support provided me with 120 MP. I don't need magic power. Nightingale _ chirping, you need a higher magical power, and I need a better support skill. Let's exchange, then. This way, both of us will get the best of both worlds. Glorious Moon. Even though we agree, we still need to see if they agree. Nightingale _ chirping, I've already agreed with my support. He is willing to help you. Now we're just waiting for your support. Glorious Moon, alright, I'll ask him. Glorious Moon, but we only confirmed our support this morning. Even if he agrees, we'll have to wait until tomorrow morning to change. Nightingale _ chirping, that's not a problem. Just ask him. I'll wait. In the luxurious villa, looking at the chat interface that had calmed down, the woman, whose real name was Yun Zixiao, closed her eyes and sipped the sweet and warm tea in her hand. When she opened her eyes again, her crimson eyes could not help but show a touch of excitement. That's an yes, great elemental spirit blade. There are only a few people in the world who possess it. If I can obtain it, then. The teacup trembled in her hand as her mind was filled with daydreams. Ping. Her phone notification rang. Yun Zixiao was excited. With a shake of her hand, the tea in the teacup overflowed and spilled on her black tulle dress. She didn't have the time to clean up the spill as her eyes were fixed on the chat interface. Glorious Moon, I'm sorry. He said he's not even level 20 yet, and since you're level 35, he can't help you. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Daily Life. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. When she read the text, Yun Zixiao was both disappointed and surprised. She sighed in defeat. It seems that I won't be able to obtain an ES, Great Elemental Spirit Blade anytime soon. But I didn't expect that guy to not even be at level 20. Like anybody else, she thought the guy was at least at level 30. The trial's difficulty would only increase as players reached higher levels. However, the advantage is that it would be easier for them to get a high score since they have the necessary skills and means to do so. Yun Zixiao found it hard to understand. In a situation where there were only a dozen or so levels and a dozen star positions, what skills would one have to possess to obtain an S grade in the trial scenario? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this person was extraordinary. It seems like I need to befriend him. She decided. Yun Zixiao sent another message to Yi Qianer. The two knew each other in the main world and were good friends. And besides, it wouldn't be a problem for her to get this mysterious supports forum contact. Lingyi had just finished enjoying the dinner Lin Shuru had prepared when he received a text from his support. After confirming their support status with the other player, they would automatically become friends on the forum. The other party told him that she had a friend who wanted to ask him for help and wanted to know his level. Trying not to reveal too much of his current level, he only answered a vague "not level 20 yet." He had thought that this matter would be over, but he didn't expect that the girl would tell him that her friend wanted to get to know him and wanted to add him. Lingyi had an easygoing personality, so he naturally accepted it. You have accepted the friend request from Nightingale _ chirping. You are now friends. As soon as he got the notification, his phone dinged, signaling the new incoming message from the forum. Nightingale _ chirping, hi, nice to meet you. You can call me Nightingale. Glorious Moon had told him a little about this girl a moment ago. So he knew this woman was envious of his support skill. Lingyi didn't think much of it and replied with a polite hello. Nightingale _ chirping, are you a player from Xinxia? 01, yes. Yesterday, Lingyi changed his forum nickname to 01. This nickname could be changed at will, and players were allowed to use the same name. Nightingale _ chirping, that's great. Xinxia is going to have a new super rookie. Congratulations in advance. 01, congratulate me for what? Nightingale _ chirping, you are the third person in Xinxia to own an S-grade elemental spirit blade. As soon as the news is released, you will immediately become famous throughout the country. The Divine Union and other major forces will fight for you to join their ranks. Nightingale _ chirping, the number of powerhouses in the country who want elemental spirit blades is as deep as the demonic sea. 01, oh. If Nightingale could hear Ling Yi's reaction, she would be shocked by how bored he sounded. He had no interest in those things. In fact, he was trying to be anonymous. The two of them chatted for a while more before they decided to end the conversation. Who? After closing the chat, Ling Yi lay on the big sofa like a salted fish. He turned around and faced the television. Lin Shura was sitting at the side, watching the evening news again. It seemed to be a habit of hers. She wore a cool summer dress, a dark green short-sleeved shirt, and a black miniskirt. Her thick brown hair was tied into a long ponytail hung over her right shoulder. Her straight back and sitting posture made her look like a well-mannered lady. Ling Yi lay there, his vision partially blocked by the snow-white thighs. He couldn't see the entire screen. However, his eyes could tolerate this slight inconvenience. Level 1 black sky appeared in the Arctic state's Bingsai River at 11 last night. The area within a 520-kilometer radius was shrouded in darkness. At present, reinforcements from various countries have entered the Arctic state's territory. Estimated. On the television, a square-faced male host with thick eyebrows and big eyes was talking about the black sky phenomenon in a foreign country. Ling Yi was watching intently when Lin Shura suddenly turned her head around. She blinked her big, bright blue eyes and asked him, "Do you know the strength of the Arctic state?" "Ah. I heard that they're pretty strong." "Why?" "I just find it strange. They usually could handle level 1 black sky alone, so why do they need international reinforcements?" More like humanitarian aid. Didn't the other countries also receive international reinforcements when a level 1 black sky appeared? I see. You have a point. Lin Shuru nodded. Ling Yi complained silently in his heart, as expected of a woman. She doesn't care about information about her home country at all. It was then that Lin Shuru finally noticed that she was blocking Ling Yi's line of sight. She quickly asked, Am I blocking your view?" She took off her slippers and tried to put her legs on the sofa. It's okay. Don't move." Ling Yi waved his hand and smiled. "Your legs are quite white and nice to look at. Sure a sight for sore eyes." He teased jokingly. Upon hearing this, Lin Shura clamped her legs together, and her snow-white face turned red. Her cute little ears also turned red in a few breaths. She lowered her head shyly as if she couldn't bear Ling Yi's gaze. She grabbed the ponytail hanging on her right shoulder and moved it closer to her face as if she wanted to use it to block his gaze. However, she quickly turned her face away and faced the TV. Ling Yi couldn't see her expression. "Now that you mention it." Ling Yi lay on his side and used one hand to support his chin. He asked her, "What were you thinking 2 days ago? Why did you let a stranger live here?" Even now, he was still puzzled. "Huh?" Lin Shuru paused, and the blush on her face quickly faded. When she turned her face back, she looked slightly startled, but the redness on her cheeks and ears had disappeared. 2 days ago, It's mainly because you brought me home safely. You're also a victim, and you're quite handsome. You're also a player, so I thought it wouldn't hurt to let you stay here. And besides, I have nothing now. Even if you're a bad guy, I can accept my loss. After all, I can't live alone for the rest of my life." The last sentence brought the topic to a height that Ling Yi had never imagined. He looked at the woman in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect her to have thought of this at that time. Is it because we're in an extraordinary world that people have a different kind of normalcy? Ling Yi wondered. Seeing his surprised expression, Lin Shuru smiled and said, "I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have the right to choose my fate, but I'm fortunate to have met you." From a subjective standpoint, she thinks Ling Yi was attractive. Both his looks and also his kind personality was her type. If it weren't him who had brought her back, she wouldn't have let anyone move in. Besides, which ordinary person doesn't want to live with a player? They're the best partners to date. So that's how it is. Ling Yi nodded. He finally understood Lin Shuru's reason and way of thinking.